The moment this young man opened his eyes, the scene completely changed. Around him, the sounds of screams were relentless. Watching the panicked crowd and the gloomy scene, Hanzo could not help but smile. He had truly returned back. Everything was now in his hand. Hanzo observed the increasingly chaotic scene, thought to himself, it is no wonder they are panicked. It is their first time in this strange world. The strange world, a realm that devours other realms, a place ruled by hell. Anyone who comes here learns skill. The bizarre monsters turned it into a night. This is a world of violence and lawlessness. Anyone who descends into hell is transported to this strange world. And when everyone from the world present, the door to hell will open and the brutal battle will begin. I have 5 years really strong. The skills I learned and the powers I had are all gone now. Whatever. It is probably time for it to show up now. Sure enough, not long after, a crack appeared in the sky, and then a creature with a bizarre shape emerged. Hello, I am Fairy Assistant, and I am here to help everyone with quick. Please pay attention. Hanzo looked at Fairy's radiant smile and secretly despised so fake. Procedures she mentioned meant telling everyone to rush in and start fighting. Fairy continued her enthusiastic presentation, first welcoming everyone to this strange world. From now on, everyone will have a surprising opportunity. A hot-headed man interrupted. Wait, what is this strange world? Stop talking nonsense. Let me go home. Listen to my explanation. Fairy's smile faded, placed by a frightening expression. Here you will have unlimited freedom, rule, order, or moral. Have you ever dreamed of a world without any law? Not only that, the limits of your physical ability that are holding you back will disappear. Depending on yourself, that power can reach infinity, just like the heroes in movies. This is the chance to do everything you can imagine. Awesome, right? Let me give you an example. Like this. Fairy pinned thumb and index finger together and shot a beam of light direct at the man who had just spoke, sending him off to meet his ancestor. Sorry, but I really hate Big Mouth, Fairy said smug. Crowd witnessed terrified, immediately screaming and fleeing in panic. Seeing this, Fairy aimed at the fleeing crowd and shot out a few beams of light, then shouted angrily, I told you I hate noisy things. Noticing that quite a few fall, the crowd finally realized the situation and froze in place. Despite their fear, no one dared to make a sound. Silence suddenly enveloped the entire. This moment, Fairy perked up again, cheerfully saying, is not it nice and quiet? I will continue. Pulled out a stone and this is the ancient language. When you eliminate any living, you will gain it. There are 8 other similar ancient that will appear randomly in color, but if you work hard to grow, you can get better one. And here is the power-enhancing ancient. Does anyone want it? A hand went up, and it was none other than Hans. Fairy was surprised and stared at Hans for a moment, then excitedly flew over to hover around, praising him. Well done. Very enthusiastic. Give me your hand. Hans, with an expressionless face, opened his hand as Fairy instructed. Immediately, the ancient text floated into Hans, and at the same time, a silver light appeared around him, matching the color of the ancient text he was holding. Isn't it amazing? The ancient text can twist the rules. Signed, the ancient corn text had a weight limit of 117.1 kg, but now it has increased to 122.3 kg. Not only that, the ancient text. Hanzo secretly sighed, feeling bored having to hear the same things he already knew. Fairy was excitedly talking, but Hanzo's expressionless face dampened her spirit, so she flew off to another place. Continue educating. Different types of ancient will have enough. Your science cannot explain their complete power. I want to show you another example. Does anyone want to try? As she said this, she flashed a sinister smile that made the crowd feel uneasy. Phew. Anyway, remember this. It does not matter what ancient text or power enhancement it is. All are used. So gather as many ancient text and if you want to survive. This moment, ancient texts flew up from the bodies of the deceased. When the crowd saw this, they were thrilled, but just a few seconds later, they rushed in like hungry wolves, pushing and shoving each other to grab the ancient text for themselves. Fairy watched this scene from above, thoroughly enjoying the excitement. She said, based on that boy's reaction, it seems I do not need to explain anything further. Right now, let me take back the ancient. As soon as she finished speaking, all the ancient text flew to Fairy's hand and then disappeared. And if you touch your right hand, you will see the number of ancient. For those who like to measure, normally it is the number 10. That is all you need to know. Strength 11, P9, intuition 8. Hanzo looked over his stat, thought to himself, my strength just increased by 1. You gather more ancient texts after hunt. Your mana and magic power will also increase. No matter what you get, it will initially feel a bit unfair. This moment, Fairy continued, I will grant you a privilege. Forget your past and enjoy this new life. According to her word, everyone now had an additional sword in their hand. When we leave, the training will begin. Everyone give it your all. While everyone was still confused, a scared person shouted from behind. Everyone turned their heads and saw a horde of root souls slowly advancing toward. Just when everyone was unsure of what to do, a girl spoke, calm them down, asking everyone to relax. Dante provoked them and slowly back away. Seeing the girls, everyone followed her advice. But unfortunately, they had not backed away far when a huge wall suddenly appeared behind them, blocking their exit. They could even feel the walls gradually closing in, meaning they were being pushed close. Horde of root souls. That moment, a young man unexpectedly slipped through the wall, leaving everyone in shock. How did you get out there? The young man replied, confused. I do not know either. I do not understand how I managed to pass through it. That moment, someone noticed the number 49 appeared on the wall. Another person took a risk, tried to go through the wall, succeeding, and the number on the wall decreased to 48. Could it be that only one person hypothesized, leading to chaos as everyone scrambled to get through the wall? Seeing this, pathetic. All of us need to cool head and fight together. We might sustain some but that way there will be fewer casualties. When I first arrived here, about 40 people had died at the hands of the root soldier. Among all those who could not get through the wall, only 10 survived. This time is different. I need to clear this area and move to the next floor. Thinking to himself, Haksu drew his weapon and killed a root soldier charge, saving someone in the process. Riding the momentum, Haksu continued to use his superior skill, single-handedly taking down several more root soldiers. Much to everyone's astonishment, this was a bit uncomfortable for my body 10 years ago, but I got a bit lucky. Haksu checked his stat. His agility had increased by 0.1. The agility point not only increases the player's time beat, but also allows more act much faster. Just like now, Haksu was able to send a root soldier flying, just a single strike. As expected, the remaining root soldiers went wild with rage at the sight of blood, but of course, they were quickly dispatched by Haksu's blade. A significant number of those witnessing this felt power and no longer thought about fighting to get out through the wall. Bravely up their weapon, fight the root soldier. Haksu felt a bit more at ease. Usually, there is no need to rush things. Starting out, this is not the time to relax, including this place. There are still plenty of travelers. If you count the whole world, the number would be counted. In the first year, for the next 3 months, people will be protected in the guided area. Once the 3-month protection from the guided area end. We will be forced to fight 2C3, but no matter what, this is an opportunity. Chance to become strong, even if just a little. Sending me to this time was the right choice. Every battle comes to an end, and the team that wiped out Root Bin. This moment, the survivors are panning on the ground, their eyes filled with fear as they look at Hedeksu. Did he really take them all down by himself? Just with that short sword? What a monster. Just a moment after the battle ended, Barry appeared again, a bit surprised, saying, "You all did well. You must have worked hard. There are still quite a few participants left, so you must have figured out how to survive by now, right? Then I will remove Detective Wall. You all can continue like this. I still have work in other areas, so good luck." With that, Barry vanished amid crowd's anger. Taking advantage of the calm, Yaksu stepped aside to check that. Strength 14.3, Agility 10.9, 10.1, Intuition 11.2. That is all. It is enough for the training round. I also found something quite useful. Yaksu glanced at Hane's stick in his hand, then put it away, continued to think about his action plan. First, I need to find ways to become stronger quicker. Kang T. Candy. What would they do? Yaksu remembered one. Candian mentioned a hidden dungeon. Hidden in the training area, and is the highest difficulty dungeon. I could not complete the breakthrough in that dungeon. No one could pass. Candian said regret. So you only made it through a bit of that hidden dungeon and are already this strong. That is right. Is not my presence here as a member of easy proof of that? Candian smiled smugly and then said serious. If I could go back to the past, I would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. If I could do it, I could probably beat you. Hanzua. One thing's for sure. The higher the difficulty and the more impossible it seems, the greater the rewards for succeeding will be. Thinking of this, Hanzu secretly made up his mind. His goal had been set. If I want to do that, I need to take care of first floor of the training room where 100 people gather and act together. You will be allowed to operate in the area once a week and must do this hunting task 3 months. After that, when the second floor of the training completed, the safe zone will be open and you can interact with those who arrived before. Currently, there are 2 hidden pieces in the first floor of the training and no one has reached the end yet. To reach the end of the second, I need to get it. That is the only way to become stronger quicker. I need to get the nearest lettuce. It must be around here somewhere. While Hanzu was looking around, he was distracted by some arguing not far away. Seems a beautiful girl being forced to follow a group of thugs under the pretense of helping each other survive in training. But she refuses. I do not have time to pay attention to this stuff. I need to find the hidden because it will disappear in a week. Thinking to himself, Hanzu turned a blind eye. Just as he was about to leave, a young man called out, "Hey Hanzu, that is you, right?" Just when I am in a hurry. Hanzu sighed but politely replied, "You know me?" The young man was taken aback by Hanzu's response. That moment, blonde guy aggressively approached. "Hey Hanzu, are you crazy? We were just together right before coming here." "What do you mean? How does he know my name?" Rummaging through his memory, Hanzu finally recognized them as his college class. Blonde guy's name is Jin Tae-sung, and the guy with the wristband is Sang Jin. They had gone on a trip together, but after that, they all went their separate ways. So he completely forgot. "We will go with," said Jumi, beautiful girl from early. As soon as she saw Hanzu, took the opportunity to shove the thug's hand away, confidently striding straight towards Hanzu. Hanzu silently watched Jumi. Looks like that she would surely bring trouble. Thug that Jumi ignored, furious and planned to teach Hanzu a lesson. But when he realized who Hanzu, he hesitated. That bastard was the one who took out a bunch of goons earlier by himself. But if he attacks now while he is exhausted, thinking this, Thug glanced at his lack. They immediately understood each other and smiled wickedly. Now, Thug walked up confident, spoke Hanzu's group. "You guys need to shut up until someone else done talking. I do not know who that guy is, but he looks pretty beat up. So can he do anything about it? Come here while I am still talking nice. The sooner the better. You guys should come over before I come over there." Hanzu responded fearlessly. "People like this are everywhere." Excited after the first match, not even knowing who his opponent was while imagining. Hanzu stepped closer to Thug, his face showing intense focus as he asked, "You know what I am talking about, right?" Then, he nudged the thug aside and walked past him calm. That bastard. Thug was so angry he was gritting his teeth. "What else do you want to say?" Hanzu asked, while drawing his sword, ready to show the thug what a real fight. Then his leader appeared, trying to mediate, implying that they were not the bad guy. "Why do not you join us?" Looking at the current situation, "There is a lot we need to do. Would not it be better to cooperate?" Hanzu stared at the leader, assessing him with a scrutinizing gaze. He had adapted. There was no longer a reason to hide his true nature and act crazily like a wild. After all, he was a lawless man. Should I deal with him now? Canyon's word code in Hanzu's mind again. Eris had said not to kill unnecessarily, but do not pity the pet that might cause trouble in this great war. Shortly after, Eris's words came back. "Do not distance yourself from others, and do your best to protect and care for them. Eris, you saved many lives. It is not that I do not have time to deal with these guys right now. They will self-destruct when left alone." Thinking to himself, Hanzu left parting remark, "Whatever, just get lost," and decisively turned to walk away. That damn guy. Thug from earlier still wanted to show off, was stopped by Hanzu's leader, Sung-ho. "That idiot does not matter. Our goal is to establish order here, in this strange place, bizarre monster, and above all, that damn fairy. There are still things I find agreeable." Thinking to himself, the leader happily said, "Here, the strong are the law. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity?" Sung-ho. This moment, Sung-ho said nothing more and obediently left Hanzu's leader. Can people be scarier than goth? Sung watched the back thugs leaving and then, following Hanzu, thought to himself that he knew Hanzu was a strange guy. But is he always like this? He was just a guy who always sat dumbly in a corner. So I did not think much about it. Suddenly remembering, Sung questioned Hanzu. "Hey Hanzu, why are you acting like you do not know?" Hanzu came up with a lame excuse about having amnesia. The answer received a look from Dad that was 3 parts judgment and 7 parts like TX Sung. Seriously, why is he talking like that? Is he acting like a fake old man? He was amused by Hanzu's expression combined with TX Sung's word. Once again, Hanzu silently looked at Mai. It is such a pity. She could have lived a comfortable life. But here, beauty is a double-edged sword. Used well, can be a powerful weapon. Well, I am sure they will find. Besides Mai, Tifeng Sung, and Sang Jin, there were also 1 or 2 other friends in the group. They all followed Hanzu close. Looking at the desolate scene in front of the blonde girl could not help but ask, "We have been walking without saying a word. Do we have a specific destination?" Hearing that, Mai chimed in, "Yeah Hanzu, where are we going? You will know when you see it." And with that, he suddenly stopped. First destination is the underground train station where hidden pieces lie. Gangnam Station. But why here? Can't be bothered explaining the little detail. If it were not for what Eris said, I would have gone alone. I had no other choice. To avoid having to explain a lot in the future, the introverted young man Hanzu decided to talk in a spiritual way. I have a feeling, Manhwa repeated in surprise. Feeling, Hanzu replied. When I think back, I thought of this place. I have superpowers. Everyone gasped in unison. Superpower. Seeing their reaction, Hanzu whispered, we have money here. Superpowers are not that hard to achieve. The blonde girl behind asked her friend quietly, are you sure it is safe to follow? Although the blonde girl spoke very soft, Hanzu still heard. He turned to her and smiled. No need to follow. I am someone who really enjoys being alone. If you want to stand still and watch, that is up to you too. Seeing Hanzu's nonchalant attitude, Hidung felt a wave of jealousy. No matter what, just looking at him made her uncomfortable. It is really unbearable. But in this situation, she had to endure. The group went down to the station, and Hidung, trying to be friendly, went up and patted Hanzu on the shoulder, asked, are you sure we are going somewhere safe? This place strange. Hanzu replied, we are going to meet some friends who have been here before. Hidung asked again, what? Who would live in a place like? Are they people you know? Just then, Hanzu suddenly spoke up. Wait, what is that? Manhwa just opened her mouth when she seemed to see something scary and yelled, Tifang-dung, get away. Hidung turned back in doubt and saw Hanzu standing beside, lowering a dagger in his hand. Hidung was pale with fear as he watched the dagger get closer and closer. What the hell? But right after that, Hidung discovered that Hanzu's target was a worm-like monster right beneath. Hanzu pulled the dagger out of the monster, peeled off a piece of ginger, then began to explain that this was a dungeon modeled after a southern iron mine, and these are the green worms come out after sensing sound from the ground. They hate sunlight, so they usually do not come out from underground. They bite. People's flesh easily be torn apart, so be careful. You will faint and die before you can react. I will show you a simple way to fight them off. After a while, thanks to Hanzu's guide, everyone gradually adapted and managed to kill the green worms themselves. Hanzu stood aside observed, noticing that 4 people were performing quite well. Meanwhile, one person who had been standing with a dagger all this time also caught his attention. That was Shang Jin. Hanzu walked over to Shang Jin and reminded him that he was not confident. He should walk on the intact marble slab, and if he saw a wet spot on the ground, stab the dagger down there, remembering to be careful with his hand. Not far away, Mihi had just finished off a green worm. She stood up to wipe wet and said, blonde girl, you will probably need to stab. Ground is bulging. Blonde girl pondered and replied, this is just like a whack-a-mole game. Seeing this, Shang Jin tightened his grip on the dagger, encouraging himself, I can do this. I have to do this. Suddenly, ground behind Shang Jin bulged up with a small wet spot. Green worm shot out from there, racing quickly towards Shang Jin. Shang Jin, scared, could not do anything else. Fortunately, Hanzu pushed him aside and struck down the green worm 2 swift blows, surviving the close call. Shang Jin smiled at Hanzu, saying, Hanzu did not respond but turned away, thinking to himself that Shang Jin's inability to participate in the fight not worth discussing. Ultimately, he would just become a bird. At this moment, Tisung approached Hanzu and asked, but it seems like you knew this would happen, right? How did you know that? You tell me. Hanzu interrupted, this is my superpower. Everyone was at a loss for words. Hanzu's response, so they focused on defeating the monster. The green worms around were completely eliminated. Hanzu walked over to the corpse of a green worm, and as he was peeling off a piece of ginger, he noticed the group staring at him intently. So he stood up, turned around, and asked, why are not you peeling them? Mihi replied on behalf of the group, we thought it would be better if you took all the ginger and protect us, since you are the one who will keep us safe from this. So just take everything. We can't be as strong as superheroes just by grabbing more of those relics. So just take them. If you protect us in return, would not that be better? Hanzu sighed and said, take whatever you want to come with. At least follow the most basic principles. Those who have wandered and explored this area for decades created the most basic principles. I will take what I can. In cases of group hunt, the spoils will be shared based on how much they contribute and their priority level. In life-threatening situations, relationships can easily be destroyed. They will soon realize how cruel and ruthless this place is. Sighing internally, Hanzu looked seriously at the group, saying that what everyone should believe in the most is their own ability. If you are used, you will be eliminated soon enough. That is the rule. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then Mihi was the first to react, turning to go to a deep green relic. The others exchanged glances and began to spread out to gather the relic. Hanzu thought to himself, soon they will get used. They won't need hold. They will fight on their own to acquire relics for themselves. Suddenly, Tisung shouted, look, there is a strange relic here. Everyone curiously gathered around to see that Tisung was holding a relic. The nature of this set is the occult dwarf demon. Tisung looked at the introduction from the system and grinned, thinking that if he would have super strength. Tisung's eyes were filled with ambition as this, I will gain superpower. Then, Tisung glanced at Han, who had an expressionless face not far away. Earlier, he said sharing items was just to say it. If I push too hard for a share now, he will definitely make things difficult for me. Thinking that, Tisung asked Han, this in my hand should belong to the one in charge. Right, you agree. So you want to change your mind later. Right. Hanzu nodded and acknowledged, internally weighing the situation. The nature of the occult dwarf tribe. It is good to have at the start because it increases defense and grants the user regenerative ability. Anyone playing this game needs those two things, which is why it is sought after by many. Plus, tends to lean toward passive relic. However, it makes the user crave food more. But as they grow strong, you can just steal food from others. So there is no worry about hunger. The level of a skill determines strength. Individuals with sharp mind and a large amount of common magic will have around 100 skill. In contrast, Kenyan has over 1,000 skill. However, we are not the same. Hanzu remembers that one time. In front of you, he laid out a few ancient stones of color, an orange stone to absorb, while Eris tried to absorb a green one and then regretfully said, just as I thought, can only have a maximum of 7 skills. If I had known this beforehand, I would have learned stronger skill. Each person can only learn skill. Setting a rule like that is unfair to the player, but Hanzu possesses an immense power, to the point where that limit means nothing. Thanks to that great power, Hanzu has infinitely evolved skill. The divine quality of the Dororo, originally only accelerated regeneration, then evolved so much that it could counter Kang's immortality technique, and Kang Lian accelerate, matching Ken Yen's specialty move of time travel. Honest, the blue gem Eris gave Hanzu placed him at a level where he could infinitely evolve 7 skill. Because of that, he could catch up and side by side, even though he was 20 years behind. Hanzu reminded himself, skill has defined who he is. It has made him return here on their behalf. Therefore, he must not make any mistake till the end. Eris said, right, choose 7 skills very carefully. This moment, Tizung could not wait any longer and decided to use the essence of the Lunacan demon tribe. The system announced, physical resistance has been added. Skill, essence of the Lunacan demon, efficiency 1%. Tizung his hand with with his finger. Open the personal information panel. In strength 11.1, agility 10 point, stamina 12.5 plus 1 5, perception 10.3, physical resistance 10.7 plus 0. Looking at the panel, T-Zung felt happy. He had gained physical resistance. The other stats also increased a lot. Then T-Zung turned his head, glancing at Hansu with a mocking look. You fool, with something this good, there is no way I am letting you have it. Just wait, I will catch up to you sooner or later. Hansu had no idea what T-Zung was thinking, and he did not want to know. He waved his hand to tell everyone. T-Zung ran up, acting friendly by putting his arm around Hansu. Oh, it is going to be really dangerous up ahead, so let us stick together. Whoever is strong should go ahead. Right, after all, you need me? Do not. Whilst T-Zung turned his head, looking meaningfully at my High. Noticing Zung's gaze, Michigan High felt a bit annoyed. Why is he looking at me and saying that? Hansu briefly glanced at T-Zung. Don't tell me he sees me as a rival. Well, if I am then I should not try to act cute. I also have no intention of letting go of what happened earlier. Hansu swatted T-Zung's arm off his shoulder as the group walked down the stairs. Michigan High curiously asked Hansu why they did not take another route. Hansu replied, catch the subway. Mai he asked in surprise. There is still a subway running. Seen and known. Answering Maya. Hansu recalled a time he was talking with a friend with colored hair. Friend with colored hair spoke up. That person's information is never wrong. What about all those dungeons then? Just then, friend with black hair chimed in. Those dungeons must be really lame. Colored hair friend responded. Who asked you to butt in? Black-haired one replied. It is because I have heard you on face too much. And on top of that, you are even wrong about basic knowledge. Then, black-haired friend came over, pushed the colored hair friend aside, and sat down between Hansu and said, I will tell you the best way to get strong. You need to touch the most important thing in the training area. It is under the subway. The subway stations are in location, and the structure of each station is also from the third floor up. They are all exactly the same. If you go through the gate, the middle of the stair, and go straight down, there is a subway train that has not left yet. If you can get on it, you are basically done. Problem is it is very hard to get there. Back to the present. Group had arrived at a large gate. Hansu looked at the gate and whispered, another day, the train will depart. It is something I have to resolve at all costs today. Let us see what it is. Behind them, Michigan He was also staring at the gate. It really is not the Gangnam. I have been to the Gangnam station many times, but I have never seen this gate before. Pressing her doubt, Michigan He asked Hansu, are you really going to go in? You do not even know what is in there. Hansu replied, I am just following my in. As I said before, anyone who wants to back out can. Tudung smirked said, I will go in there. My He, with a determined look, said, me too. I will go in there as well. Looking at my He, Hansu quietly speculated that she seemed worried. She must be aware of her own situation. Someone like her would face even greater danger from now on. Somehow, she has to get stronger, even if it means sacrifice. This moment, blonde girl in the group spoke up. We will stay here. Anyway, we can keep hunting. Surprising, Shin said again. I also want to go in there. Tudung mocked. What are you going to do in there? Just a moment ago, you were too scared to do any. Shin darkly looked Dung and replied, what I do is none of your business. Tudung felt insulted, directly pointing at Shin and shouted, what did you just say? You are doing poorly, talking too much. Take back what you just said. Suddenly, Hansu shouted, enough already. Don't argue over trivial. We do not have time, so just do what you can. Saying that, Hansu headed toward the gate, and Mihi followed, even walking fast, surpassing you. Tudung angrily glared at Hansu's back, silently cursing. How dare these bastards humiliate me in front of Mihei? Passing through the gate, Hansu began to contemplate. With over 1,000 types of monsters in the training area and diverse terrain, there must be some commonality. Suddenly, Hansu stopped, looking ahead and silently said, just as I thought. There it is behind. Shin exclaimed in shock. No way. Is that a convenience store? Hansu and the others entered the convenience store and split up on the items they needed. Hansu circled around, wondering. He said there is always a convenience store on the second floor of the train station. Is this the reward? Tuadung beer and pondered. Should I take different? Walking to a row of kitchen items. Hansu thought. He said it is more like a supermarket than a convenience store, but it really has everything I need. Noticing Hansu taking out a pot, Mihi curiously asked, Hansu, what are you doing? Hansu placed the pot on the stove, got a bag, saying, cooking. He opened the bag and poured the liquid inside in pot. Mihi was surprised to see the liquid and silently exclaimed, that is deep blue blood. She suddenly remembered that early Hansu often collected some mon parts into his bag. I wondered what he was doing. Now, Hansu took out a piece of goblin, tearing it into small pieces, putting them in the pot. Deep in thought, goblin skin will become very poisonous. When in contact blue blood, goblins evolve to resist blue worms and their talk very strongly. While Hansu was focusing on the cock, Tudung suddenly rushed over. Save me a piece. Okay, Hansu, with an expressionless face, replied, it is poisonous. Hearing that, Tuadung was startled, stepped back 3 meters, shouting, what? If it is poison, you should have warned me first. Hansu raised an eyebrow in rebuttal. You are the one who came here after smelling it. You should come close. I smiled at Hansu and asked, we never thought about how do you know how to do it? How? My brain is overflowing with knowledge. Hansu's answer made Tudung grit teeth and aim. Clearly, you are avoiding the question, you jerk. In reality, Hansu felt like his brain was about to explode from trying to remember all this. He recalled the chemistry lessons from Candy. Back then, Hansu struggled to sit below, feeling as if his soul wanted to leave his body. But up on the board, Candyun continued to ramble. Even if you go back, without knowledge it would be useless anyway. The amount of information you have is the most important. It is not just about collecting items, but also enhancing your strength is crucial. If you do not have brain, you want to understand why it is important, right? But you must not share this information with anyone. Remember, knowledge from the future will accelerate the collapse of the abyss. You must not become Prometheus from Greek mythology, god who could force you. You can only use this knowledge when absolutely necessary. Covering his spirit, Hansu looked poison pot and thought, if you do not know the exact ratio in boiling time, this will become useless. And that is it. When the poison pot was finished, Hansu poured it into an empty bottle, then sprayed some of the poison on his weapon from the bottle. Mice the side, anxious and asked, can we use that? Hansu replied, sure. Each use will cost half your strength stamina. Tudung shouted angry, you are being too stingy. I can give it to you free, but in the long run, that might not be a good idea. Hansu said that because he knew very well that a one-sided relationship could easily break. Mai spoke, I will give it to you in a bit. Let me use that first. Hansu turned around, focused on Mai for a moment, then handed her a bottle of poison. At the same time, he did not forget to remind her, if it gets on your hand, it will hurt a lot. Seeing this, Tudung silently bit his lip. He was going to do that. He would not be able to steal it. Defeated in his thought, Tudung could only say, I will use it first first and give you the stamina back later. Okay. Sangjin also spoke up. Me too. Hansu did not refuse anyone. He let them use the poison bottles themselves. Meanwhile, he began preparing others. Not long after, Hansu had 2 full back, felt a bit satisfied. Think this preparation is enough. The others were also ready and came over. We are all set. Hansu turned his head, not saying a word. Seeing him like that, one person opened their mouth to ask, "Why are you looking at us like that?" Hansu pointed at the bags on their back, said, "Wearing such big bags. Are you planning to be bait for others?" Then, Hansu demonstrated how to bury some items in the ground and said, "If you do not want to carry and fight at the same time, bury them like this. Moreover, if you take everything like that, others will chase after you with a hunger to live. Leave some stuff for others." Miha's eyes sparkled light as she looked at Hansu. At first, I thought he was just quiet, but he is really good. Can I have superpowers like that? Miha wondered as she sat down to learn the way Han did, her heart filled with determination. Hundreds of millions of people went missing yesterday, but no one can come back. I have to survive here for the rest of my life. I have to survive at all costs. To survive, I must do my part well. And if there is Hansu, looking at Hansu again, Mihei did not hesitate to chase after, keeping pace with him. Seeing this, T-Sung spoke up irritably. That jerk, acting like him. Then, T-Sung forcefully threw his back, saying, regardless of whether he agreed or not, and chased after Hansu to ask, "Even Hansu, the superpower you meant, can we have?" Hansu replied, "Possibly." Hearing that, 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Really? Hansu answered, "Yeah." Kendian had once told Han, among those who came to this world, some developed special abilities that they did not actually have. The exact phrase was, "Careful with those who come to this world. Some develop special ability they do not actually have, especially since the abilities are very diverse, and among them are some that are truly dangerous. They have very prominent characteristics, their survival ability compared to others. So if anyone is used, just get rid of, eliminate them." Muttering this last, Hansu's gaze became sharp, and his whole demeanor turned dark, causing T-Sung behind him. "What is wrong with?" Shortly after, T-Sung smiled and spoke up, "By the way, you really took a loss. Are you still holding that grudge again?" Hansu briefly stopped, turned to look at T-Sung. "I am not used to it, because I do not have much to talk about." Saying that, Hansu continued walking, feeling nostalgic about 5 years ago when he came here, fighting against creatures. Flooding gradually turned into despair, and despair clouded every. T-Sung followed. He looked at Hansu's back and thought, during the fight, did he hit his head somewhere? Why act like that? If it were not for that damn power, I would not have to humiliate in front of. I will wait until I am strong. Then Mihai and I will date. I will get rid of that jerk Sangjin and that bastard Han. Once again, I will. While T-Sung was still daydreaming, Hansu suddenly reached out and shouted, "Wait!" T-Sung asked, "What is it?" Hansu did not answer. He sat down and up some slime from the ground to examine it. "This is slam sound. This type is not the slam from the weapon. It does not smell sore, and it has not dried up, so it is not a zombie with sword. There is only one possibility left. A mermaid on land. This must be the trace of a mermaid. They are not quick, but if they hit us with their paralytic poison, it will be easy for them to catch." Grinning, Hansu brushed the dirt off his knees, stood up. Behind him, T-Sung complained, "Stop acting like you know best all on your own. Trust, you guys are going to be surprised when you see this. Come help." With that, Hansu went back to the convenience store. 3 of Mihei did not understand any, still followed to help. Soon, homemade bombs appeared in front of 3. Even though there is no kerosene, according to Hansu, it should be enough. My high fire bomb. "Do not tell me these are from the convenience store we just left." T-Sung bottled that. "This also a superpower. That is convenient for you. You must like this place more than our original world. I mean, you can do whatever you want. If I had the power to do that." Hansu looked at T-Sung, struggling with whether he should take out the guy in front of him. Noticing Hansu's gaze was a bit unusual, T-Sung shivered and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Sighing, setting aside his thought, Hansu drew on the ground with a stick and said, "I will lay out the plan. Listen carefully. When one person throws a bomb, the other 3 will move forward and attack. Whoever is in front will get priority for the prize." T-Sung eagerly volunteered. "Then I will go first. The skilled ones should go ahead." "Right." Hansu asked again, "Who is throwing the bomb?" Mahai and Sangjin raised their hands simultaneously. Seeing that, Hansu said, "Let us decide who will throw." After a little hesitation with Mahai, but while Sangjin was struggling, Hansu decided, "Then you 2 can take turns." Once decided, 4 started moving again. Sangjin thought to himself, "How much farther do we have to go? Can he back out now? I am just following along because I do not want to be left behind." "But are they all okay with?" Sangjin looked at everyone, and when he glanced at Mahai, he was surprised to see her body slightly trembling. Just then, Hansu reminded, "Stay alert. They are coming." Following that, strange sounds began to echo. Hansu immediately ordered, "Throw the bottle at the source of the sound. Don't be weak." "That is right. I can do this." Motivating herself, Maya took a homemade bomb out of her bag, lit it, and threw it toward the sound. The homemade bomb flew out, hit a monster, and exploded into flame, incinerating it. Mihei joyfully exclaimed, "Did it? The 3 of us will attack. Be careful. Do not let the paralysis hit you." Quickly reminding T-Sung and saying, Hansu took his weapon and led the way toward the monster. Inside, T-Sung felt jealous. That jerk is hogging all the glory. Kenny losing to. Suddenly, a monster lunged at T-Sung from the side, making him jump and yell, "Get away from me, you freak." T-Sung instinctively swung his, slashing at the monster. Damn, that was close. As T-Sung was worried, he suddenly realized the monster collapsed on the ground. He could not help but admire the poisoned weapon in his hand. "This stuff really works well." Hansu asked, "Poison I gave you is worth getting the glory, right?" T-Sung did not respond. His eyes greedily on the weapon in his hand. "Think with this, he can catch up to that jerk soon." T-Sung eagerly joined the fight alongside Han. Mai and Sangjin were also doing well with Ask Hansu a sign. As a result, the battle was tipping in favor of Hansu's group, and the number of monsters was steadily decreasing. Hansu thought to himself, just as I expect in a battle with paralyzing poison, bringing fire bombs is a smart choice. Fire bombs are worn out, but it is okay. After all, I prepared the poison for this. While fighting, T-Sung was distracted by some glory lying on the ground. Those glory pieces belonged. T-Sung greedily reached down the glory, not noticing a monster spitting poison. As a result, one of his legs got hit by the top, causing him to fall to the ground. T-Sung cursed internally. Damn, everyone is watching. How embarrassing. This moment, more monsters emerged from the shadow, heading straight for T-Sung. T-Sung screamed in fear, "Get away from me, you damn Dave." Mai saw T-Sung in danger and tried to pull out a fire bomb for rest, only to find her bag was out of fire bomb. She quickly said to Sangjin, "Switch places with me." "Okay, wait a sec." Responding, Sangjin intended to light the fire bomb in his hand. However, the lighter seemed to be malfunctioned. It would not spark. Sangjin trying to ignite it, repeatedly praying, "Light up, please." Finally, Sangjin succeeded in lighting lighting. But before he could ignite the bomb, a monster suddenly crawled up to his. Startled, Sang-jin dropped the firebomb, shattering it. Team Sung yelled angrily, "You idiot. I told you to light the bomb, not destroy it." Fortunately, Hansu had dealt with the monster and rushed over to rescue him. Hansu sliced the monster that was about to pounce on Sang-jin, then calmly said, "Stay calm and just follow the plan. Just follow along and there won't be any problem. Take a break, collect your stuff." After escaping danger, Tisung exhaled and said, "I thought I was dead. It seems thanks to my skill. My legs have healed now." Hansu looked at Tisung and said, "If you improve your fitness and rep, you will heal fast. Go get your stuff." Looking at the pile of stuff I was given, Tisung felt unhappy. "Is that really all I have?" This bastard calculated everything down to the last detail. Then, Tisung noticed Sang-jin and a bad idea popped to his head. "What if I took that stuff too?" Tisung grinned and walked over to Sang-jin. Asked, "Choi Sang-jin, is the Choi family tradition really that rude?" Without waiting for Sang-jin to finish, Tisung grabbed him by the neck. Sang-jin, hey you idiot. You did not even throw a fire. Have you forgotten that earlier because of you I almost died?" Sang-jin stammered. "That is because you." Mahi rushed over angrily. "Jin-Tisung, what the hell are you doing? Like, or he is going to die like." Since Mahi spoke up, Tisung had no choice. Throw Sang-jin around, saying, "You are lucky today, you jerk." Tisung sat down in front of Sang-jin, grabbing his hair and threatened, "From now on, you better watch close. Do what you can. Not long ago you were looking down at the ground picking up trash. Looks like you forgot. Just keep following others like your dad and do not cause any trouble." Then, Tisung shifted his gaze to Sang-jin's pile of stuff. "I am taking some of it." Saying that, Tisung reached out to grab the stuff, but a spear flew in, blocking him from the pile. Tisung pulled back his hand and shouted, "The hell is this?" The one who threw the spear was Hansu, who looked at Tisung and said, "That is not yours." Tisung stood up and asked with a laugh, "Are you planning to give this stuff to that useless guy? Don't you see that would be like throwing it in the trash? What can he even do? Come on, can split this stuff. To be honest, without this guy, we would not have a problem, right? Am I wrong?" And Su calmly replied, "We have to divide it fairly. From the beginning, you should not have someone else's livelihood, knowing nothing would change." Tisung turned away. "Goff, livelihood? What a joke. Do not regret it later." And Su looked at Sang-jin and reminded, "You should also keep an eye on your share." Mahi observed everything from the side, glanced at Ansu, and approached, shyly asking him, "Do you find us annoying? Given the current situation, I just think seeing others fight would really upset." Ansu replied, "For me, this is already good enough. Even if you mess something up, I won't complain at all." Mahi asked again, "So does that mean you will stick with till the end?" Hansu, "It is just that you act like leave at any moment." Hansu did not look back. He walked away while saying, "Whether you want to follow me or not is up to you. You guys are doing really well, so there is no need to worry." Noticing the power and stamina orbs falling from the monster, Hansu pondered, most of what they drop power, stamina orbs. Senza could not ignore the characteristic of the second level creature. It is not bad, because right now, power and stamina are both important. These are also the stats I need. Hansu raised his hand to open his per stat. Power 25.3, stamina 24.5, agility 14.1. Just need one more half. Thinking to himself, Hansu took a stamina orb and absorbed on his personal stat. Hansu's stamina changed 24.8. The system announced he had achieved his first mile. Accompanying the system notification, Fairy appeared in front of Hansu, announcing that his total stamina and power had exceeded. "Congratulations, you have become the first traveler." Mahi was startled by the sudden appearance of Fairy, exclaiming, "Why is that thing? Where did it come from?" Hansu smirked to himself. "Looks like it finally showed up." Fairy flew closer to Hansu, and upon seeing his, it was amazed and pointed at, saying, "Are not you the traveler who raised their hand before? I was wondering who was progressing fast. Seems my assessor. We always like those who strive hard, so for the most active, I will give a small gift. You are curious about what it is, right? Should I tell you?" Suddenly, Mahi raised her hand. "Oh, well, is not that unfair? From the beginning, our physical stat diff. Why would you need to be so scared? Because once it starts, you and I won't interfere with each other. We won't kill you just because we do not like you." As she spoke, Fairy flew over to Mai, leaned close to her ear, grinning like a devil and whispered, "There will always be a right, and you could be one of." Mai's face turned pale with fear. Seeing that, Fairy laughed loud. "I was just joking. It is never boring. Haha." Soon after, Fairy stopped smiling and glanced at Mai. "What is that? That is not fair. Come on, you know it well. You have some qualities that are better than the other, to the point where no one can catch up, right? You do not eliminate it to level the playing field with others. Life has always been unfair. Forget that. Fairy, what do you think of Mai?" It joyfully flew over to Hansu and said, "Talking about this nonsense is such a waste of time. Now, it is time for you to receive your reward." Hansu thought quiet. "I know what the reward is." Fairy continued, "The reward for surpassing a certain total score is 3 optional ancient language. You can choose any ancient language, whether it is precise, perceptive, or healing, even though it can only be used once. If someone has a hole in their stomach, it can heal that, and it can also cure most kinds of blindness. This is like having an extra life." Hansu quietly added, "But if your limbs get chopped off, won't he help at all?" 3 of Mai lit up upon hearing about the healing ancient language. "So that means you can survive a peril at least once." All 3 looked at Hansu with hopeful eyes, thinking that if things out, he would at least save one of those ancient languages for them. "Right." Ignoring the 3 of Hansu asked Fairy, "By the way, they're an ancient language that is resistant to magic." Fairy was a bit surprised, still smiled and replied, "Of course, there is." Hansu continued to observe Fairy, seeing that it had no unusual expression. Pondered, "It does not seem to care much. So that means being resistant this level is still okay. The healing ancient language, good. Getting resistance to magic, physical attack, is hard to find during training. Special cases like enhanced boosting physical strength only affect action speed and recovery, while resistant physical and magical attacks falls under basic defensive or immunity ability. Can use experience counter physical attack bit, but magic attacks are different." After a while, when Hansu received the reward he requested, personal stats changed. Strength 25.3, stamina 24.8, accuracy 14 point, perception 15 point, magic immunity 13. Hansu wondered if this was enough to not killed right away. After the reward was given, Fairy said goodbye. "I am done with my work now, so I am leaving. Also, I am counting on you, so remember to do well in the future." Beautiful. The 3 of Mahai gasped and exclaimed, "Oh, thing is a girl. He intended let us go. He intended to tell everyone to continue on their way." But when Hansu saw their weird expression, he asked, "What is with your expression?" 3 avoided his gaze and replied, "It is nothing." Not long after, 4 of them arrived at wall 3. Mahai had just taken down a monster. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to herself, "It is definitely easier than before." Suddenly, she noticed Hansu's act. He is doing something again. Must be something top. otaku, right? But it seems like Hansu's act still the same as before. Out of curiosity, Mahai went over to ask, you have a lot of old saying. Why has not your speed changed? She is sharp-eyed, complimenting silence. Hansu raised his wrist and said, it is because of this. Mahai curiously asked, what is it? The other two also stopped they were doing and paid attention to this side. Hansel demonstrated while explaining. You can collect old sayings like, raise your hand and think of the old sayings you have gathered. Mahai exclaimed in surprise, how can you do that? Hansu replied, my superpower. I should give it a try. Mahai excitedly put an old saying to practice, but Hansu said, following me won't help much. Mahai, confused, asked, but why not? First, it will slow down the process of gathering. So basic, you won't keep many old sayings. Then these old sayings will be useful. All the old sayings I collect this way will drop if I die. Sangjin curiously asked, so why are you collecting them? So that I can use them for trading later. He added in his mind, although it is very unlikely now. Once I set some rules, I can use them as currency in the training area. Hansu advised, you guys can't do it. Just them up one by one. Tihin Dung angrily questioned, just because we listen, you think you can look down on it? If you can do it, why can't? Hansu sighed internally. These people do not even know where they stand. Once they go down, completely overwhelmed, they will wake up. But before that, some adjustments need to be made. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Hansu turned around. Seriously, listen carefully. Whether you follow me or collect old saying, do whatever you want. I do not care. But instead, right now I need you to listen. Give me all your weapons. As expected, T Dung vehemently opposed. You think you are a robber? If you already have your own weapon, why do you want mine? I mean, can't the monsters? Hansu threw his weapon down and continued, it hurts too much to you. I need a new one. Got it. T Dung shouted even louder. Do you think saying that means I agree? This jerk is really ridiculous. You take all our weapons. What are we supposed to fight? We have to fight Monsu. What do you want us to do? Are you trying to hide sneakily behind me? This moment, Sang Jin suddenly spoke up. If so, I will also give you my weapon then. He had not even finished his sentence when T Dung interrupted. You jerk. Hansu did not want to waste time, so he asked direct, do you want to fight that monster down there? T Dung responded without hate. Fine, no need to stress. I will handle it. I have always hated that contemptuous in your eye, so let me show you this time. T Dung's answer surprised Han. Thought he would refuse, not expect him to agree, so oh right. He does not know what kind of monster is down, but my limit is just here. Thinking to himself, Hansu gave everyone two choices. I will withdraw, and you all can fight the monster by yourself. You all step aside and watch me face it alone. What do you want? Sang Jin firmly said. I will step aside. He had a similar answer. Me too. If you are saying that, then the monster must be really dangerous. Seeing this, T Dung tried hard to persuade. That is why we should cooperate. Let us help each other when in danger. That coward wants to abandon his friend, keep all the rewards for himself. Are you guys going to let him do that? He does not care if the loser Sang Jin backs out, but if Mahi does too, it will be really difficult. Friend, that is a beautiful word. Even though I have some memories of being friends with you should be glad Ken Dian has not come back. He is probably wandering in the space zone right now, he said. I can stay here too long. I need to get there as soon as possible. And Su listened to T Dung ramble on for a while, and finally could not hold back anymore and reminded, that is enough. Let us head down and about it later. If I would known you guys would argue like this, I would not have said anything. Finally, we are going down then. You should have done it sooner, instead of rambling. Thinking Hansu had come, T Dung smugly said, deep down, just look at how he is trying to get down there alone. It is clear this jerk knows something important is down there. But not long after they went down, he was the first one to run out. Mahi was running right behind him, screaming in fear. I told you so. I said the monster down there must be really dangerous. Whatever, just run. T Dung shouted just as loudly as he reminded them. Remembering the image of that gigantic monster just T Dung could not help but shudder. How could he know that monster came from a completely different space? I can believe he plans to fight it alone. His nerves must not be normal. After T Dung and the others ran away, Hansu faced the giant serpent alone. As soon as he saw it lunging closer and looking up, Hansu immediately covered his ear. Right after that, the monster let out a scream. From its mouth shot out a beam of light aimed straight at Hansu. Since he had prepared in advance, Hansu almost immediately jumped to the side, successfully dodging the giant snake's attack. I guessed the attack, and I could withstand it a bit thanks to my magic resist. The strong shockwave means it has quite a bit of magic, and its scales are so tough that no ordinary sword can pierce. This is not an easy opponent, but I know it's weak. Scales may be hard. The area between the scales is very weak. Knowing this, Hansu dodged the monster's attack while accurately targeting its weak spot with a throw of his star. The monster howled in pain, then frantically attacked Hansu, but as he was stunned by the sound of the shockwave and the toxic gas, it whipped its tail hard, sending Hansu crashing into the wall behind him. Finally reacted when its weak spot attacked. This is its lair, so even its physical resistance is quite high. I am still weak against poison. It's out. Right now, Hansu has 5 knives in, and the reason he has so many is naturally, besides Maihei and Shang, that guy Tviv Sung also wisely offered them to him right before running away. Hansu is not in a hurry. He sits up from the pile of debris, staring at the monster, thinking to enjoy himself a bit until he achieves his goal. At the same time, while running, suddenly stopped. Her eyes filled with worry as she looked toward the inside of the cave. She was fighting quite far away, yet the sound still echoed here. Is Hansu okay fighting alone? Tia Sung noticed Mai's strange expression and asked concerned, why are not you moving on? We do not have any knives on, so we need to run quickly to the convenience store to hide. Mai fell silent. After a moment of internal struggle, she decided to go back to help Hansu. These fools have ignored what I from the beginning. Although angry, Tia Sung, for the sake of still pretended to be reasonable and turned back with Mai. Hansu, are you okay? Before Mai could finish her sentence, she was startled by the scene before her. Hansu's left arm was actually being held by the monster without letting go. Hansu took advantage of the moment the snake biting his hand, stabbed poison knife in his hand at its weak, causing it to howl in pain, and in turn, his arm was freed. Alright, I finally stabbed it 3 times. It took a little too long for it to bite my hand earlier. Thanks to my clothes, it did not hurt too much. Luck, my endurance has increased, so it should heal quick. In the later stage, these creatures will evolve to a new level, so their attack and recovery capabilities will also increase significantly. At that point, using poison will no longer be effective, and their use of strength special abilities will make it even harder to eliminate. That is why using poison is so at this stage. If it were not for the paralyzing poison, I would not have made it, but now it is much easier. Watching the monster gradually succumb to poison and lose resistance, Hansu quickly dealt a finishing blow that took the monster out. Hansu, are you okay? Mahai called out loudly and ran over to Hansu. Hansu had been so stunned on fighting that he did not notice. But now hearing the call, he recognized Mahai's group but did not show any reaction. He silently walked over to his backpack and asked, "Are you all still here? Came back because I was worried about you, but it seems like it is unnecessary now. Is your arm okay? It is just a minor injury. It is healed already, so do not worry. Can't believe that guy could take on a monster like this alone." Taedong looked at the dead monster and then at Hanzu, his eyes a bit cute. "I know he is really strong, but is the gap between us really big? How can I catch up?" Just then, while Hanzu was collecting his rewards from the slain serpent, he suddenly exclaimed, following Hanzu. Mahai curiously asked. Hanzu silently looked gem in his hand. Perhaps because this was also a strong monster, the reward is a rare item. But if I had a magic stone ready, this would be even more useful. It needs magic to activate, so I can use it right now. Taedong saw the gem and ran over to Hanzu to ask, "Are you planning to use it? Looking at the size of that monster, it must be a good one. I am so jealous." Hanzu replied honestly, "I am not using it. You can use 7 magic stones. Keeping it with you won't do any good. Besides, you do not like emitting sound waves at all." Hearing this, Sang Jin with an eager expression said, "Can I use it then? You won't be able to utilize. Know where your place," Taedong said while pushing Sang Jin aside. Then with a longing look at Hanzu, "If you are going to give it to this guy, stop right there. Give it to me instead." Sang Jin rubbed his chin, where he had just been elbowed by Taedong. "Plain. You already have one. Do not you? Do you think you can use this magic stone? You little sneak who just if I had your strength, take down monsters like you. And no, I could do even better." Taedong felt insulted and shouted angry, "Better. Wasn't it enough that I just fought? Do you want me to beat you again?" Mahei saw the back step while Hanzo laughed. "I never said I would give it to anyone. I want to sell it. If someone can buy it now, I will give a 5% discount. Let us see who can seal the deal first." With that, Hanzo immediately shut down Taedong and Sang Jin. After a moment of regaining his composure, Taedong asked in confusion, "Can I pay in installment? That is, then choose someone to represent all 3 of you." Hanzo gave them time to decide, and after a while, Tin asked, "Have you all decided?" Mahei nodded and replied, "Okay, I will take." Just as I thought. They do not trust each other, so now only one person is continuing the deal. Moreover, I noticed that earlier he secretly gathered some magic stones because he killed the monsters himself and collected, so there is no reason to hide it. But it is not surprising. The more someone hides, the more advantageous come. It is a survival instinct. Right, it seems he has quite a bit of potential in that regard. After collecting enough items, Mahei handed Hanzu a speed stone, 3 sensory stone, and 7 strength and endurance stone. "Since I said I would give a 5% count, you only need strength stone." Saying that, Hanzu returned 1 strength stone to Mahei. Mahei forced a smile and replied, "You really are meticulous. Don't say it like I have always been the bad guy. If you get used to receiving free situations like sooner or later you will end dead. In this world, nothing comes without a price." Hanzu stated a moral and then turned to walk away. "Well, let us just start, shall we?" The appearance of that snake indicated there is Zootorium around here. Sure enough, before long, Hanzu found Zootorium, carefully broke off a branch of Zootorium, then went to collect some grand S and started to process some. Throughout the process, Mihai and Sangjin trailed behind, observing Hanzu's every move and guessing what he was doing. Even Sung, upon seeing Hanzu set down the gathered material pot, could not hide his curiosity and asked, "What are you planning to make? Are you making poison again? This time it will be something." The scales of the snake quite tough, but not strong enough to be used as a weapon. This time, you need to create something else. The 11th weapon among the 134 weapons that can be crafted from monster parts and materials gathered in the tutorial area. Weapon 111. This one has a limited damage range, making it hard to make the opponent bleed. However, you can accurately identify your opponent's weakness and have the confidence to strike, then this needle is the perfect choice. Hanzu looked at the result he just crafted, feeling a bit disappointed. The head of the needle is a bit rough. Oh well, I made it by hand, so I can't expect too much. Hanzu tested the needle by striking it. Dag check quality. Seeing that the needle showed no signs of wear gave him peace of mind. Alright then, at least it should be this strong. Considering the time that I'll put in to create a weapon, this is the best weapon that can be made from the base materials found in the tutorial area. I need this pierce through its scale. The monster I need to defeat to get the second frag. Hanzu wrapped one end with cloth to make a sword hilt, completing the creation of the new weapon. This one is stronger than one, so if I can defeat it, I will be able to make a better weapon. This weapon is not bad either. It is the best option I have right now. Even Sung stood aside, watching and noticing how hard he was working for things. It must be much better than his current weapon. Thinking to himself, T-Sung hinted at wanting to buy Hanzu's sword. This one is really hard to use. If you are interested, I will sell it, but I can't make any more right now. I just used up all my material. Hearing that, T-Sung's hatreding, so this jerk used everything up by himself. How self, there must be better things ahead. It is best to hold back for now. T-Sung reassured himself, followed everyone to Hanzu. This place must be the final stop. There is electricity, and the train is very clean. Seeing that guy who is always in a battle-ready state being so calm now, it seems there is no need to fight anymore. Can comfortably take the test now. T-Sung was secretly happy, following Mihai and Sangjin onto the subway like Hanzu, when Hanzu's question made him, "Why are you guys getting on the train? Only one person is allowed to get on here. Get off." Seeing the 3 of them still stand still, Hanzu turned around to "Are you not listening? Only one person can ride the train, so all of you get off." Sangjin, "You must be mistaken about that. Is suspicious. How do you know this train only allows one person?" T-Sung chimed in, "And what rule let go? After all the battles we have been together, why are you so only thinking of yourself? You got this far because we helped you. Oh my, is this the hypocrite deal?" And then cries full in legend, "I hope the author gets rid of soon. I am already feeling a headache." Back to the main topic. Hanzu sighed at T-Sung's cold word, drawing his advantage. These fools. It is true that seizing opportunities for oneself is not well. There is still one thing they have not realized. Of course, there is no rule that says I have to go, because in this world, there are no orders. Hanzu pulled out the new sword to threaten. "Now you have a choice. Either go down or settle this here. But if you choose the second option, write a letter to the United Nations later. Maybe they will listen." With that, press the sword against T-Sung's neck, smiling mockingly. "What do you want to do now? That bastard. Is he serious? Talks like some old uncle who is set. But he does all this crazy stuff. We all attack together. We might have a better chance of winning. I will take all his weapons and artifacts. We lose. We just need to apologize. And that is it. He won't punish all 3 of us. Right, it is worth a shot." While T-Sung was quietly caught the intense gaze of Hanzu. So not long after, the train departed with only Hanzu as the passenger. After coming to his senses, T-Sung could not stop blaming himself. "Damn it. If I had just moved a little bit, he would have killed me right there. He can do much more than that. Why Why did I freeze just because of Hanzu's gate? We should not push him away like that. We owe him for bringing all three of us this far. We should not have provoked him like that. Let us go on. We need to move forward. Sung internally scoffed at my head. Those damn bats. That is why you guys won't make. Where's that desire for power gone? We are not here just to get strong. Does the cost not matter? I will become strong while waiting for the train to the next station. Hanzu thought, if I summarize the information I have here, this is what I have collected. The underground train will stop 20 stations throughout the journey. The items found at each station are random. 3. Once I pass a station, I can go back to that station. It is a structure that creates mental conflict. Even if I reach the final point, there is no guarantee of a good out, so caution is necessary. Currently at the 12th station, the Ring of Laren, Kento's Claw, Ograng's Steel. I have collected 8 weapons. Maybe because they are weapons be collected through a hidden. Their quality is quite high. The Ring of Laren combines sensory indicators to reveal the weaknesses of monsters, but I already know the weaknesses of all the monsters, so it is not useful to me. I have many weapons, so I hope to find something, maybe something to increase mobility. With it, I can move freely in battle, or at least as Hanzu stepped off, astonished by what was appearing before him. The cigarette from Maniac's cigarette. When you put one in your mouth, the artifact indicator starts to rise. When absorbing, the stat will continue to increase. You finish smoking and inhale all the smoke. All artifact indicators increase 20%, and the lasts for 10 minutes. Hanzu could not help feel excited. Even though it can't be used outside the training area, it is still a useful item. Holding the pack of cigarettes, Hanzu suddenly remembered. Are you smoking again? Telling you every time you do. You look so fake. You know that. Keep it up and you will ruin that handsome face of yours. Don't worry. This time will be different. Hanzu thought to himself, then went back to the original touch. When you turned back, group from Mai had already left. Hanzu did not care either. Heading alone to the convenience store. Picking up the pot he used last time to make weapons. There are still 4 days till the next hidden piece appears. And in 2 days you have choice. Focus on hunt collecting ancient tech. Participate in the remaining mission. No need to think twice. I have completed a few missions along the way. I do not know what I will from those missions anymore. But now I just have to focus on the mission. Good rewards first. Among the remaining missions, there is one with a pretty promising reward and a short completion time, which is the Stone of the Volunteer with a magic companion. Boosts my basic stats by up to 10, including its own bonus stat, heals wound, fatal. Promising rewards and achievements like that are quite rare, not just in training but also in the upcoming Red Danger Zone. Who would have thought could be a way to activate mission? That would be her. Anvi Arendt, a member of the Death Squad. She was dragged into the abyss while volunteering in prison. I heard that people she trusted most were there, but when training started, they all betrayed, and her rage awakened her power. In 7 weeks, she tore apart and wiped out everyone there, and ripped their hearts out. After that, she tried to end her own life, and this mission appeared. Thinking of this, Hanzu decided to skip this mission. It does not suit him and also contradicts his goal of saving as many people as possible. It must be dark now, so sometime limited night missions will appear. Wait, the night after. Hanzu remembered. There is this food bag from Fita. First, I will use this anyway. I need to make sure I have enough stamina. I will make sure to protect it under the moonlight. First, I need to eat. Hanzu looked at the convenience store, which now looked empty. Even the food he buried underground had been dug up clean, and now there were just 2 moons worth of food wrappers scattered on the floor. These kings, the moon will rise soon. They still dare to do something so stupid. Let us see how brave they are. At the same time, after cleaning out everything in the convenience store, a group of girls was transporting the items outside the station. The Mai group had reunited. Blonde girl and friend. They just stood aside watching the girls carry the food away. After a while, the blonde friend complained. How could they steal everything like that? We stopped them now. We were in such a rush to escape when we heard them coming that I could not any. They even took my share too. How could they steal everything in such a short time? Mihai hesitantly said. We might be stronger. But Angjin continued. Mihai's thought. They have too many. Even if we have higher numbers, we could still be in danger if they swarm. Xu has not returned yet, so do not rush. Blonde girl looked blank, then turned to whisper her friend. I have never heard him talk this much. Me neither. The other guy replied. Mihai looked through. Suddenly, I can believe they know the location of the convenience store. I thought we had time. This is too fast. Hurry up. Sungho ordered his subordinate. Noticing Mihai's group, he smiled and waved, startling everyone. Did he just wave at us? They are trying to provoke us by bragging that every— No need to respond, Tiu Sung said and turned to leave. See, curse, idiot. Why did he wave it anyway? I am still doing pretty well. Why did Sungho wave it to Sung? Simply because not long ago, Tifane Sung was the one who actively sought them out, then personally led them to the convenience store. And the reason he did that, simply because he underestimated Hansu, thinking he would have to fight these guys, and since it would not easy beat so many, he would need his help. Reflecting on that moment, after hearing T Sung's soft help, Sungho laughed in his face, said, Why should we trust you? It looks like you are trying to set us up by Hansu guy. Tiang Sung, confident due to his Akun tribe heritage, act fearless and grabbed Sungho by the collar, looking down on him. Don't you understand the situation you are in? Just follow me. What the hell are you saying, you punk? Do you realize our boss is helping you? Before Sungho finished, Stephen Sung physically impacted, causing him to stumble and fall. T Sung stood over, showing superiority, saying, You three are not even in my league. Pathetic. Why would I set a trap for weaklings like you? Think carefully. I am giving you a chance. Back to reality. After the group left, Maihi's group decided to stay at a store near the station to wait for Hansu. As soon as Maihi saw Hansu through the window, she happily called out. All her worries seemed to lift inside Sung. Seeing Han, smiled with, No need to worry. More of, no one knows I set that trap. Even if I get caught, I will have a reason to get out. As soon as Hansu walked into the store, Maihi immediately told him the current situation. We are in trouble. While we were bringing Jiaxian and Yang Ji, they were taking everything from the convenience store. And Su calmly replied, I know. I saw how much food we had left on the way here. Steve Sung replied, Maya, not much. We tried to gather as much as we could, but you know, a lot has happened. Now that you are here, we just need to take it back from those guys. Right. Although it would be tough for you to handle all these guys alone, I can help if you want. And Su did not understand his nonsense too well, but he did not care to point it out, just smirked disdainfully and quietly sat down to eat. Seeing Hansu's smile made to Sung fury, he immediately approached Hansu and demanded, Wait, that is not a— You really do not know how to read the room. We risked our lives this. Should not you offer something in return? Hand something over. If you give me something good, I might reconsider. I could not help but be shocked. Tiang Sung, what is going on? We are sharing this with everyone. Tiam Sung countered. So we just give it to him without any reason at all. Put our lives on the line. Food. You should too, even among friends. There should be fairness. And Su did not lift a finger while we were working hard to gather food. Didn't anyone tell you not to ex anything free? Yang Yu and Jake-san nodded in agreement. Tifeng Sung felt even more excited as things was going according to plan. This is my chance. If I can pull everyone to my side, this guy won't be a problem anymore. Let us see how long he keeps up that annoyed look. Thinking that, Sung smugly turned to Hansu, waiting for the moment he would compromise. This is embarrassing. I have nothing to offer you in exchange for food. What should I do now? Sung was just waiting, immediately stating his demand. Come on, you have plenty. Share what you got in there. Jake-san, hearing this, curiously asked, what is he saying? What did you find in there? He must have gone into some secret place. You see, he must have found something good. He should share it, right? Sung turned to explain, and then handed Hansu an energy bar, smiling as he said, come on, share it since you will be sticking with us anyway. Why do you have to be like that? Don't do that. Hansu glanced at Sung. You have learned very well. What do you mean? Stop changing the sub and just answer. Hansu did not bother to reply. Type Bell left door. It is not like I am keep as I need anyway. I do not need their ancient language. I came all this way because of what you said. I have done everything I could. If it were Kang Tifeng Sung would have been gone a long time ago. No need to wait until now. Anyway, whatever. Stay safe. Wishing you strength. Hansu said and decisively stepped out the door. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Jake-san hurriedly stood up for some lick. Come on, everyone. Let us not argue. We got here without any mess. So why stir things up? We will bring him back. Let him go if he wants to. No need to stop. Sung said boldly, cursing. Whatever. Get lost. Acting all high and mighty until the last minute. Damn it. He acts tough, but if we offer him something free, he will leave. What do we need him for? We can handle it ourselves. While Sung was rambling, he was startled to see He suddenly stride towards the door. What are you doing? Are you leaving us to follow that guy? He felt a bit shaken, but in an instant, she decisively grabbed Hansu's sleeve and said, I am going to. Hansu, can I go with you? Hansu did not even look back. Can't take you with. Right. As soon as He disappointedly let go, Hansu added, but did not I say it is up to you if you want to come along? His face immediately lit up. Bright smile. Can't go. Sung yelled. You have not gotten your ancient language yet. I can give you my ancient language, but not yet. Right. He was worried inside. Do you think I would let you go? I can let everyone go, but not you. Fine then, because I will go with them too. Sang-don unexpectedly spoke up, slowly walked toward Hansu, but when passing Tifeng Sung, he was halted. Do you even know what you are saying? Can't act like. Do you really think my dad will just let your dad off? I raised a stray dog, and now you have the guts to leave. You crazy. Do not you know who your boss is? I should. Tifeng Sung had not finished. Sang-don pulled his hand away, asking back, what will you do? Can't go outside right now. The others do not know we are still alive. So how exactly are you going to explain this to my dad? At this point, none of that matters anymore. I have no reason to listen to you like I used to. Got it. Sung turned to look at Don and Lee, feeling like going crazy. Whatever. Just go away. We will have all the food soon enough. Do you really think things will be different somewhere else? Eventually, you all will come back. So let us see. The Hansu group walked a bit, or Don worriedly about food. Are you sure we should not bring some along? We do not have much in our bag. You are right. But a clothing store right by the road caught Hansu's attention. He admired a brand new jacket on display, then put it on to replace his tattered shirt from the fight. Telling the two behind it, does not matter. It will be pointless anyway. We have things to do. So let us go. Seeing the faces of Mahai and Sang-jin, Hansu kindly explained more. Because it is almost midnight. Mahai repeated, then excitedly pointed at the sky. Something strange is happening with the moon. They all looked up at the moon, which was normal until suddenly an eye appeared, and that eye slowly opened. While Mahai was still in shock, he heard Sang-jin scream, what is going on? The food turned to sand. No way. All the food we bought. Mahai quickly opened his backpack, and where there was once food, there was now only sand. What the hell is that? It is glowing. Mahai scanned in the direction Sang-jin was looking, and it got even weirder. Is that a person? They are glowing. Their positions are appearing. Mahai instinctively raised his hands to look. Are we glowing too? Sang-jin looked at himself, then at Mahai, and proposed a theory. I think maybe standing next to each other we can see it. But everyone over there is glowing, even through the wall. Mahai thought of something terrifying. So can see each other. That means we are going to have to fight each other. Sang-jin recalled Hansu's earlier, asking Hansu with fish. Did you know this was going to happen? Hansu chuckled and replied, come on, I have superpowers. That does not mean I can see the future. But you look so calm about it. Sang-jin thought to himself. Just then, arguments started to break out from their side. Damn it. Took it. Who took all the food? You ate it all. Did not you? I will deal with you. Hand over all the food. We do not have any either. Hansu sighed quietly. Truly, this world is complicated. That is why I told you not to take everything. Because once that moon, which only exists in this world, here, all the food everyone has will disappear. Meanwhile, Sung just realized food they had stored had vanished without a trace. What do we do now? Should we go look food? By now, everyone must cleared out convenience store. Sung heard Ji-sun and Youngju talk. Fists clenched. Hands knew all along. His hands playing me. That jerk has superpower. Just then, Ji-sun noticed something. He called out T-sung. Outside. Gang is out. Look. Where's that con art? How dare he? Let us go find him. T-sung quickly hid behind a wall. Worried. They come to the council. They won't stand a chance. Should we try to escape them off one by one? In a desperate situation, Ji-sun suddenly had an idea. Let us go to Hansu. T-sung protested. You mean we should go back to that jerk who abandoned us and beg him for help? Do you have any self-back? Ji-sun well, what do you want to do? Can you even handle that? Staying here won't do us any good. Think about it. If we can find, they will go after Hansu. We can help them if they get into trouble. Right. Yang Yu also supported Jais. Yeah, we can talk to them a bit. Right. They have a point. A temporary alliance is not a bad idea. I do not like it, but if we can take advantage, then sure. Thinking to himself, Yu-dung agreed with Ji-sun's idea. But as soon as he stepped outside, something caught his foot. The heck, damn. Won't he let go? Pull me up. Ji-sun and Yang Yu were about to step in to help, but suddenly stopped. Fear in their eyes as they looked behind Tiv-dung. Hurry up. What are you two staring at? You idiots. Not yet. If you try to drag him along, you might end up in a wheelchair. Or do you want to come? I just want to talk. The gang leader threat. Ji-sun and Yang Yu immediately bolted, leaving Id-dung to fend for himself. You two dog. T-dung yelled. The leader's closer to Tef-dung. Come on. Why so? You are still so young. And saying that, he looked at T-dung's tied up leg. What do you think? It is called Oren's fly trap. While you were busy with your silly, I got them ready. Gang up on them. What is the fun in that? Alright, we have chatted enough. But why are only 3 of us here? Where's everyone else? Seeing that T-dung did not respond, the leader immediately raised his foot, causing T-dung to scream in fear. As a result, he only suddenly stomped the ground. But that alone was enough to make Tidung jump in fear. Quickly obedient said, I will tell you everything I know. Ask me anything. I can show you where they are. I am really glad you understand. Buddy. Earlier agreed. Earlier. This guy had something to say to you. Saying that, the leader turned to look at Sung-ho. So let us wrap this up and move. Sung-ho smiled happily and approached Tidung, saying, here we are again. How have you been? If I did not do the same to you, I would be really mad. Tidung gritted his teeth. This trashy bug. Those bastards had not abandoned. Since he will be working, we need to keep it under control. The leader left with a parting remark. Then they all charged at Tidung. Tidung held his head, watching Jixin and Yang Yu run away, gritting his teeth. He thought, how dare they abandon me? I will take care of your whole family. Jixin and Yang Yu soon found Unexu's group, who were sitting around the kitchen eating heartily. What are you guys doing? You guys are setting up for Hygeia. Looks good. Let us eat together. Jixin tried to act as natural as possible, and then walked over to the two pots steaming food. They must have known that all the food had disappeared by now. Hanzu sat, pointing his sword at chewing food while warning, do not come any closer. Why are you acting like a kid? We are not fighting with it is Tidung. What are you going to do if I come in? Hanzu smirked and replied, my superpower says you guys want TB say. Yang Yu, looking displeased, said, that superpower tells you that nonsense. Hanzu turned back food and replied, it also told me other, like you two are in danger. You are quick. Familiar loud voice made Jake Sean and Yang Yu turn around and cry. They saw a group of girls led by the leader standing not far away, looking at them with great amidst the rich people's food delivery mission. Hanzu remained calm, savoring a delicious piece of meat, while others looked on in confusion, wondering if he was okay. Meanwhile, T-Sung, looking disheveled as if he had just fought the whole world, was unleashing his fury on poor Jake Sean. Despite Jake Sean trying to explain himself, T-Sung was unrelenting, his rage burning hotter than the stove dinner. At that moment, someone from behind interrupted, telling T-Sung to calm down. New guy, you might want to cool it a bit, the squad leader reminded. He then turned to Hanzu's group, saying, good to see you again, young man. You have got skill. Where did you find that piece of meat? Be a good boy and tell me. Not bothering to let the leader finish, Hanzu chewed on the meat and replied casually, it is everywhere. You know, I do not think I need to explain what meat looks like to you. The others watched Hanzu eat the meat, delight, shocked, wondering if he really dared to eat that. They had their pride. Their locals were dehydrated, while he acted like it was nothing. The squad leader remarks, like you have figured out how to prepare it safe. And once again, Hanzu seemed to predict, without waiting for the question, he answered, with goblin blood. It will be fine. Go on. That is all I will say. The squad leader looked at Hanzu as if, say, you little punk, there is a lot more I want to say. Then he recalled that the guy had mentioned he had powers. He also said that those powers helped him collect a valuable item at the train station. Today seemed like a good day to him, though he had combat experience, could use meat to overpower, and besides, his opponent was just a 20-year-old kid. He might be used to fighting monsters. That did not mean he was accustomed to fighting, the leader thought, smirking slightly. He then called out, Dung, what are you doing, new guy? Then he ordered, go on, have a taste, talk to your friend. It is no big deal, right? Hearing this, Tidung cursed in his head, think who would want to be friends with? Why is he suddenly ordering me around? He clicked his tongue, but this would benefit, as he would not have caused a scene in front of everyone here. Seeing that they intended to approach, Hanzu also slowly stood up. Even Jumiya stood up nervous. Tidung forward and spoke. He is right. Let us talk for a bit. Jumiha, seeing this, nervously shouted, do not come any closer. Do not cross that line. But Tidung was determined to ignore him. Insist, get out of the way. You are just as bad. You jerk. Just wait. He even quickened his pace, muttering, this is the end. So you chose death. Then thought self. Do not blame me. Okay. Eris then swung the weapon decisively. That moment, Tidung suddenly collapsed. Gasped. What did I do? I did not touch anything. Then he fell flat on the ground, trembling, mumbling. When he saw his leg lying far behind, Tidung painfully held it. My leg. Damn it. Crazy. Have you lost your mind? People over there were once again silenced by Hanzu, completely stunned. Even Jizun and Yangyu were equally shocked. Tidung over there was still shouting, damn it, my leg. Where's your humanity? How dare you do this to me? Just over a piece of meat. Clearly earlier. Even though Mihai had stopped, it was because he did not realize. Now she could only sigh. Perhaps only Mihai knew Hanzu would act like, because even Sangjin was surprised. Just like the other. Tidung then turned to the Kono leader. Think carefully. He is doing this just because he does not want to share food. If he were stronger, do you think he would let you go peace? He would kill all of you just that food. Tidung then urged them continue. You should kill him right now. Do you think you can befriend? You fool. Kono leader, after hearing this, immediately turned to his subordinate. Ready. But Sung-ho was already frightened by Hanzu, immediately saying, Baba. Sung-ho then fell silent, reassuring himself, looking at Hanzu, thinking to himself, that guy is not wrong. He does not intend to fight now. But if he becomes stronger later, he could easily take us down. We would be completely wiped out, and his body was glowing from the moonlight, so he would not be able to escape. We need to handle him now. Then he looked closely at Hanzu's cold, trembling. Think, damn it. What kind of college student has eyes like that? What has he been through to look like this? Hanzu did not need to say anything. His face exuded confidence. Those who are scared should leave. Hanzu saw the others rushing forward, calling in his mind. Eris and Candian often argued even though they decided to cooperate. Eris said they should not create enmity. Candian said, the enemy is right in front of us. We must crush because if not, one day they will take us down. Both Eris and I agreed. Hanzu thought. Then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. After that, he raised his hand, summoning several pieces of food, the smile gradually losing its humanity. This expression immediately threw the others panic. What are you planning to do now? Since it has come, let us just chop it up, brother. They then charged in, collectively shouting, kill him. Seeing this, Hanzu tightened his grip on his weapon, giving one last warning. Since you guys started before the night end, he then bounced on his feet. The big guy went and leaped into the air. Rushing towards Vunvizia, he said, let me try these moves on you guys. That moment, Sung Eiko realized he had mistakenly touched the Grim Reaper's side, felt mental, wondering how he could move like that. By the time he finished thinking, Hanzu had already rushed, shouting halfway through, right now, among the 360 strategies, fleeing is the best option. If you do not run, you will die. The remaining guys realized this, immediately running away for their lives. Only the leader was still standing, frozen in a wicket stand. At that moment, he suddenly realized he had collected all the ancient language. Just like this, right after that, he shouted, don't run. We are more numerous. We will take you down. The minions were not that. Whoever was scared could leave. I'm scared. I am going home. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people were left. The leader knew he was hanging by a thread. Even knowing death was near, he still had to maintain his presence. He tried to puff himself up, challenging, you think I am going to back down? You punk. Think carefully. You think killing people means you will live in peace? This is way harder than killing monsters. Right now, what you are doing is killing people. Killing people. How could a kid like you do something easily? Hanzu would not let him jump any. With a sharp sword stroke, the leader was split in half. Hanzu was so fast that by the time he landed, body only started to react, rising up and then exploding like a balloon. After the intense battle, battlefield was flooded with blood everywhere. Fallen lay scattered, their moans echoing in the air. Suddenly, crackling sound rang out, as if someone had been skewered, blood splattering everywhere. Startling Yang Yu and Jigsaw nearby. Hanzu calmly approached, checking each person on the ground. Anyone still moving would get skewered a few more times. Please join their he smirked, his eyes challenging at Yang Yu and Jigsaw. Asked, still here. Want to fight some more? Seeing that expression, both turned pale with fear. They could only remain silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Hanzu said nothing, just turned around, skillfully swinging his staff in the air. The two saw this and immediately bolted, not daring to look back. Putting the staff away, Hanzu walked over with a cold demeanor. Like a confident swordsman, Hanzu returned to his seat, leaned down, pulled out a small knife, and casually dug into the meat to bring it to his mouth. Mai looked at him in confusion, wanted to ask, what the hell are you doing? Hanzu chewed on the meat, then turned to Mai, saying, if you staring like that, I won't share my food. Mai blushed, stammering, and no, it is nothing. After that, the whole group sat down to rest. Wrapping up the last two giant pots of meat, the sky was a deep blue, with not a single cloud, but it felt anything but romantic. From afar, blinding light suddenly, and a spherical object slowly descended. It looked like a bulging eye, scanning back and forth across the city. Then it quickly closed, disappearing into the space, and the three of them moved quick. Hanzu walked while grimacing, feeling uncomfortable from eating too much, to the point of wanting to throw up. In his mind, conflicting thoughts arose. He felt he had ruined every task related to humanity, but holding the small bag in his hand, Hanzu could not help but smile to himself. At least he had secured food for the next week. That bag had a magical ability, keeping food safe from moonlight, and storing items in a separate. Hanzu led the way, walking with confidence, while Sangjin and Mai trailed behind, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere grew so tense, came uncomfortable. Finally, Mai could not take it anymore. She stopped and asked if he thought it was okay to not kill them all. Hanzo bowed his head, his face darkening, remaining silent. After a moment, he looked up, sighed, and said sarcastically, girls like you are really scary. I am always afraid of you human. Mai blushed at that, her cheeks puffed, stammering in reply, that is not true. I am just worried about you. Hanzo did not say anything more, just stood there, knowing full well that even if he tried to stand up, they could not do anything. Hanzo was getting strong, and that made all their efforts resist. The journey continued, and the two quickly caught up to Hanzo. In their heart, they reassured themselves they did not need to worry about others anymore. Hanzo wanted to kill them, the ancient language. That would only make him strong. Hanzo put his hands in his pocket, silently assessing Mahai. Her demeanor showed that she had started to understand dangerous situation. He guessed that she had the right on everything, even though he was in front. Glancing back to observe, in his mind, thoughts revolved around how to save as many people as possible, minimize conflict, and unite the forces he needed to establish rule. He understood that to achieve that goal, he could not just kill people for the ancient language. While killing and using their ancient language might bring power, could not compensate for their loss. Hanzo realized that if he continued to kill indiscriminately, his image in the eyes of would only be that of a ruthless killer. To impose rules and control the situation, a powerful figure needed to step forward, and he knew he could not show any. The atmosphere grew even tenser as thought flooded Hanzu's mind. You know that soon enough, someone will find those ancient, and that will change everything. Suddenly, Shang Jin stopped and declared that he would not go any further. Mahe was surprised to hear that, asking back in disbelief, what did you just say? Shang Jin replied bluntly, without fear or hesitation, I do not think I will go with you guys anymore. Mahe was shocked, unable to understand why he had made such a decision. Hanzu showed no surprise, calmly saying, do whatever you want. He spoke simply. There was a respect for Shang Jin's decision. Hearing that, Shang Jin turned and left, running far from the group, as if he wanted to escape all the bad things about to come. After Shang Jin left, Hanzu quietly asked Mahe, why do not you do what you want? The question startled Mahe. Hanzu looked straight at his eyes cold, and asked again, are not you afraid of me? Mahe was still in shock, unable to believe what was happening. She avoided Hanzu's gaze but admitted, I'm afraid. But looking at Hanzu standing there amidst the battlefield full of corpses, thought, as long as I do not cross the line, everything will be fine. Mahe lowered her head, sadly approaching Hanzu and saying that if she left now, she would not be able to come back later. She decided to, as far as she could. Hanzu looked at her, his eyes of someone who had been through too much, but still held a hint of affection. After Mahe spoke, her mood became calm, her eyebrows furrowing. Even so, Hanzu just chuckled and turned to walk away. Then let us go. And so, two continued their journey. Meanwhile, the guys Hanzu had just knocked out began to wake up. Junjae, Long Combo J, Churui Lan, these useless, only good at running their mouth. That dog had not hit. I would have killed all of you already. He had his leg injured by Hanzu and could only drag himself along the ground. He swore that when his wounds healed, he would kill those bastards, and then it would be Hanzu's turn. With his body full of wounds, struggle. Jinti Sung dragged himself on the ground, filled with hate. I won't let you go. His face was bruised, but he still spoke defiant. Just as he was about to continue when he suddenly froze. In front of him stood a figure, and it was none other than Sang Jin. Why is this idiot only showing up now? He was overjoyed, thinking this was his chance. Sang Jin, help me, he yelled. Sang Jin stood still. Hurry up, Kunti leave. We have to work together. Tried to pressure, playing on Sang Jin's psychology. This is your chance. Strong from afar. The leader of the gang also woke. Damn it. Seeing that he turned around to taunt. Who are you talking about? That living dead thing. Pressed a knife into Sang Jin's hand and ordered, kill him. You are good at, you idiot. I will share half the spoils with you. Sang Jin picked up the knife, his eyes full of intensity. Continued direct, kill that guy. I will share with you. But as Sang Jin moved close, he started sweating in fear. Why are you doing this? Sang Jin grabbed his collar and pulled him up. He shouted loud, his nose and tears streaming down. What the hell are you doing? Let me. Sang Jin's face dark. Now I understand. Seeing that look on his face, he was shocked. How suddenly is he so strong? He looked straight at, cursing like a dog. Could not even wipe his face in time. I have to seize the opportunity. I should have done this a long time ago. Right. He is easily provoked. What nonsense are you saying? Let me. His cold, fierce gaze looked unable to hold back anymore. Grabbed Sang Jin's shirt, but Sang Jin struck first, stabbing the knife straight in. Cursed loud. Damn it. You son of a bitch. You said I should know my place. Now it is your turn to know your. He looked straight into his eyes, cursed fierce. You are nothing. Do not you see me smiling when you used my dad to clean me up? Sang Jin let him go, looked at his hand, and then burst into laughter. The knife, covered in blood, slowly dropped to the ground. Sang Jin collapsed, feeling confused, trying to reassure himself. Do not be weak, especially over something so trivial. His gaze shifted to the ancient stone fragments scattered on the ground. This is just trivial stuff, thought, but he could not shake off. Why did not you stop? Hanzu. He stood up suddenly, continuing toward the gang leader. The leader, Hong Hedi. Hurry up. Vaccine. Hey man, can we talk? If you let me live, let us cooperate. We will be stronger. Inside Sangjin. Turmoil brewed. Do you think I am that pathetic? He reminisced about the past, feeling a ripple in his heart. If I had the courage to fight alongside, if I were not so weak, you would not leave me behind. Hanzu tightened his grip on the ancient stone. His eyes filled with determination. I will prove myself. I will be stronger just like you. If I can use these fools, catch up, and he won't spare anyone. He was finished. Sangjin turned to leave. His mind focused on one. Soon you would have to see me. The city lay in ruins and death, with not a soul in sight. Black crowds like demons, their wide mouths screeching. They swooped down to tear apart anything left. Amidst the black rain of crowd, Mai stood there, her eyes wide, watching the frenzied creatures swirl above her. She took a deep breath, the sound echoing so loudly that it startled the crowd, making them shiver as if they heard a faulty version of Jian's song. Just one scream. She knocked them out, causing them to fall down in heat. Suddenly, from behind, a gigantic crow appeared, diving straight for Mai. Blue light flicked, and Hansu appeared, striking the crow right in the beak, making it freeze. Mai felt a chill, fearing she would become roast crow herself without help. After dealing with the crow, Hansu handed her some ancient stones as a reward, and advised her that relying on others and acting alone are too completely. If a skill has weak, relying on teammates is essential. But remember, this is a relationship. I will keep half of the ancient stone. It is important to accurately assess strength and weaknesses of your skill. Mai looked at the system screen attentively, reminding herself, has it already been 2 days? Today is the 3rd day since we arrived here. She kept pressing buttons, deciding to buy skills from Hansu to increase her magic recovery speed and endurance. Without these skills, keeping up with Hansu would be tough. She glanced around anxiously, trying not to depend too much on Hansu. Mai sighed tiredly while the information screen flashed for Hansu. His stats had increased 4. He was delighted with the result. I needed 42 crows already. Best method is all stats balance. Since Mai has strength and endurance, I do not need to exert much effort to adjust stats. Suddenly, a chattering voice rang out. Hello. Testing mic 123. Can everyone hear me? All base. Let us start at the starting point. If you are late, there will be penalties. Mai and Hansu immediately, realizing this was the voice of the assistant, Hansu responded, man. The two walked side by side, the sound of their footsteps going in the quiet space. Mai felt a bit tense and glanced at Hansu. He sensed her gaze and felt a bit embarrassed. There is anything you want to say, just say it outright. Mai's cheeks flushed, struggling to find the word. Deep breath, shut her eyes tight together, and shouted, Hansu, do you have a girlfriend yet? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and she felt frozen. After asking, Mai felt her question was quite clumsy, wondering if it was too personal. Even though she knew she should not think like that, she could not help feel flustered looking at Hansu's confused expression. Mai fidgeted, feeling shy. She actually wanted to ask something else. Seeing Mai standing awkwardly next, Hansu felt help, thinking she seemed shy, quite comfortable in her way of speaking. He thought Kang Tivan would definitely enjoy this question, even if it was just a casual one. Hansu recalled when Mai had been so nervous first that she could not even speak. She looked like a lost bee and said, it is nothing. Just a simple question that made Hansu think so much. Girlfriend. Here she is, just someone I have never met before. Can't let her slip away again. Finally, he spoke up. I do not remember. Hansu's answer made Mai feel like she was falling into an abyss. The conversation ended there, and the two continued their journey in silence. Eventually, Mai and Hansu reached the starting where everyone had gathered like ants. Mai recognized many familiar, as if she were participating in a real-life version of a familiar faces show. The atmosphere around them became strangely awkward. Suddenly, a yellow-toothed demon flew overhead, laughing loud. Have the explorers checked in yet? Everyone gathered too. It was as boring as watching paint dry. It looked around comically and continued. Well, let us get straight to the point. I have 2 pieces of good news for you all. Demon raised a finger. First, if you survive the next 72 hours, you can leave this place. It was flying and talking, looked smug like it owned the place. Got some good news. Give a wet round of applause. Crowd's reaction was a stunned silence. They stood still, as if unsure how to react. The demon's eyes almost popped out. It had no reaction at all. Finally, everyone clapped in unison to avoid hurting the demon's feelings. Even though their enthusiasm seemed somewhat forced, the demon cheerfully responded, I am glad you are happy. Continue to show off. Now let us introduce the star of this. Suddenly, the palace began to shake as if there were a storm, causing everyone to feel lost and disoriented. This palace, which you are seeing, is undergoing a significant tremor. This is the most important place for this event. The demon explained. Everyone shouted, what is happening? In the distance, a large building appeared. It was the magical altar. Mai saw that enormous thing before her eyes, felt surprised. The altar, she thought. A large claw emerged from inside the altar, along with a big set of teeth. The demon continued. There is a very pet waiting for all of you. It looks small and adorable. The demon flew forward and asked, have you seen it? It introduced further. This little boy here is a flesh-eating monster. Everyone felt a chill, faces pale with fear. The yellow-toothed demon continued, especially for you. I have starved it all day. The sound of heavy came from inside the altar, indicating that the monster was anxious to break free. Barry tapped on the altar, giggling. This altar looks impressive, but it is actually pretty weak. Could shatter in an instant. Those stone fragments falling. The monster inside the altar screaming. Barry continued. This little boy gets out. I wonder how many people will survive. Those standing below looked at the starving monster, felt nerve. The altar collapsed. We have to fight that monster. Barry, with its yellow teeth, grinned and said, now I will announce the second piece of news. Lazily searched for a pillow to lean on. Fell asleep. There is a way to make it sleep. The altar will be safe. 1T break free. Right. Fairy blew 1,000 kisses down below and continued. I wonder what that method can anyone get. If you do well, I will bless. People below felt colder than the monster in the altar. We do not need that. Hearing that, Fairy lost sight. What a boring group of act. I will let you know. It laughed with a sly expression. The method is very simple. 5 people a day. Just feed it 5 people every day. What an effective and efficient method. Everyone was panicked hearing this news. Needing 72 hours means you have to feed it 3 times. Right. Hansel looked around and thought that with more than Fairy's plan was a quarter of them become the monster's food. Fairy continued to explain that everyone could choose to keep fighting, give up. For those having difficulty making a decision, Fairy had prepared a video. When he snapped his finger, green screen appeared, showing scenes of people who had fought the monster before. They screamed in pain, their bodies full of wounds, and the monster with lazy blood-red eyes devoured some of them, chewing fiercely. These people quickly became a tasty meal for the monster, turning into its feet. Very emphasized. This video illustrates people from different regions who decided to fight the monster and the consequences of that decision. Began to whisper about fighting back against the monster, claiming it was unreasonable. Suddenly, one brave person raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. This person asked how they would choose those who would be sacrificed. This question left everyone feeling confused and off. Very lazily replied that like coercion or drawing lots were up. Very stressed. Only thing they needed to do was sacrifice the living. Then announced that they had 1 hour and set a timer. Within 24 hours, they would have to choose additional sacrifices. As the screen activated and the countdown began, Fairy disappeared, leaving everyone frustrated. Me, a bit scared, turned to ask Hansu what to do now. Calm and unfazed, Hansu replied that the outcome had already been decided. Person who had asked the question earlier now suggests fairly choosing 5 people on the first day, 5 on the second day. Hearing this suggestion, Hansel laughed and asked why it had to be done that way. The others were stunned and she stood in the back, panicking. Sangjin also stepped forward, looking straight at everyone and stylishly asked why it should be fair. It was an ordinary day, but not at all ordinary, as Sangjin, usually insecure, suddenly switched to being number 1. While the group stood around Jun, trembling in fear of the giant monster, Sangjin walked up, looking completely relaxed, as if strolling in the park. What did you just say? Someone in the group jumped up, probably shocked by Sangjin's comment. However, Sangjin did not seem bothered at all and replied casually, as if he was always right. I just said that. Is there any reason fair? Hearing that, the other person was left speechless, still tried to act tough. So what do you want us to do? Can't just talk without offering a solution. Sang still as calm as water. Why not? Then he turned around and walked straight to a utility pole, placing his hand on the pole, as if he was about to do something big. He said, we have a simpler way. After saying that, he suddenly smashed the utility pole, breaking it in half without a second thought. People standing there looked shocked, as if they did not even know where they were anymore. The broken pole fell to the ground, making a loud noise that echoed in their ears. Sangjin looked at those people with a gaze seemed to say, impressive, right? Not stop. Sangjin continued his performance, starting with the weak, most useless one. Just throw in 5, right? Then he turned to look at the other, as if preparing to choose who would be lunch for the monster. Looking at the faces of his teammates slowly losing color, Sangjin felt satisfied, even smiling at how cool he was. Continued, now's not the time to waste time. We need to sacrifice the weak so that the strong can live. Fighting the monster, forget it. We do not need to do that. We need to cooperate for a greater purpose. And to do that, we do not need weak people like. Then Sangjin shot a friendly glance at a guy in the group, but not stopping there. Sangjin continued, so clearly we should throw the weak ones in first as bait. Right. At this point, Sangjin turned to Han, who had been standing silently the whole time. What do you think about Hanzu? Sangjin asked, expecting an agreement from the strongest guy in the group. Hanzu looked at Sang, face calm but probably thinking, he is scared of you now. But before he could say anything, Sangjin continued to defend himself. I am not as weak as I used to. Hanzu, you see that, right? Now I am much stronger. I will help, because I do not intend to make you my enemy. I will get even stronger, and to do that, I need your help this time. I am sure you will make the right decision, because my opinion is the best. Hanzu crossed his arms, sighed, and replied, that idea is not bad, but let me suggest, if everyone agrees, we can all survive. No need to sacrifice anyone. Hearing Hanzu say that, the others felt like they had just seen a miracle in the desert. They all chimed in. Yeah, is there really a way? Only Sangjin started to worry, thinking to himself, do not tell me. Then suddenly, a guy in a red beanie from the group blurted out, do not tell me you are saying we will fight that monster together. That is unrealistic. After seeing that footage, you should realize that, even if we plan to overwhelm it with numbers, fight against a monster that regains strength every time it eats someone is really nothing short of a cruel joke. The group could not understand why they had to fight someone so tough. And then Hanzu, with an expressionless face, calmly said, "Hey little one, who said you all have to fight?" The guy in the red hat looked at you like, wait, what else are you saying? Are you saying you will go alone? And then Hanzu smirked, proudly saying, you guessed, that is exactly what I meant. After hearing that, the whole group started buzzing, but it was more of a worried buzz than laughter. Then suddenly, a bald old man who was both fat and ugly shouted, what are you talking about? This is not about goblins. He even considered the time as if it were a time monitor. We have less than an hour to decide what to do. Hanzu continued through all the chatter, but everyone felt a wave of tension. On the other side, Shangjin sat there feeling turbulent inside, mumbling to himself, I thought I was almost up to his strength, but now he is strong enough to take down that monster alone. He seems caught up in his own world, where only Hanzu exists. Hanzu suddenly says, I will fight it, but not right now. Shangjin immediately sees hope. Do you need help, right? But Hanzu rudely interrupts, that is enough. Do not say anymore. You guys just love cutting me off. Do not. Truly, the heart is hard to chew, and a man's mind is hard to predict. Shangjin is angry, but tries to stay calm. Asks, so what is your suggestion? Hanzu then falls silent, deep in thought. Mahi, standing beside him, looks at him and starts thinking, Hanzu will probably take me along when he fights, but then he contradicts his own thought. No way he would do that. Hanzu thinks for a moment and says, it is simple. If everyone gives me their ancient language point, I will take responsibility killing the monster. Immediately, the others start to stir. Some were suspicious. Others just rolled their eyes at Gyu, who would give their ancient points to someone else. Hanzu ignores the buzzing around, calculating in his head, power 100, stamina 100, speed 50, perception 50. If I can maximize these stats and use some recovery item skill, I could win. The second hit, even Kendi, Air, and Kangti could not defeat it. The only one who figured it out was the Wrath King, Krementai. Even he, his innate ability, had to be nearly dead to take down that monster. I must obtain this hidden. I am much stronger and fast. While thinking, Hanzu instinctively tightens his, showing his determination. He speaks up, I do not care who gave. Once I gather enough to take down the monster, I will go to the altar and face it right away. Further delay will only cost us our advance. This nearly 20-minute path. On the other side, the bald old man starts to react, roaring, a weakling like you can't have that many ancient points. If we had that many, we would be much stronger. He turns to the crowd, shouting, damn it, everyone, give me your ancient points. I will fight, or we will draw lots to decide who will sack. Can T decide? Then let us do that. But no one responds, just staring at him as if watching a monk in a zoo. Another person stands up, coldly saying, you selfish jerk. The old man turns back, angrily. What? Who dares say that? Behind him, a muscular long-haired guy, smirking. Yeah, that is you. You were the first one thrown in. We start with the weak. Why should we give our ancient points to a weakling like you? The gap between the leader and the last person is like an inert. Or is it because you only have a few ancient, so you do not want to share? The long-haired guy stepped close, his gaze threat. Clearly just a weak guy like you trying to hide. Can't help with any any bald old man trembled, trying to stay calm. How dare you say that, you dog? But the guy continued to insist. Do not be stupid, old man. Or do you want to get chopped up? Ronan, as he spoke, pulled out a weapon, causing the bald man to jump back in shock. Is this how you treat your elder? Don't you know how to respect lazy? Don't you know about lazy as democracy? The old man shouted loud. The long-haired guy just smiled cold. Fine, let us vote. Let us see if we should save a guy like you or sacrifice an anonymous vote. Just like you like democracy. Bald man knew he was at a disadvantage. Running to the side to seek help, you can easily get the ancient right. If you kill a few strong ones, you will have enough without taking risks. Before he could finish, a strong punch to the face sent him sprawling. What are you saying? You want to die? Turns out it is a guy in a beanie. Bald man tried to cry for help. Dave, I will give you all the ancient tech. I have a family. Please have mercy on me. It was such a touching scene, but no one cared. The beanie guy shouted, throw him in front. The monster is not satisfied. We are all dead. Hanzo did not. You looked at your watch. Seeing only just over 38 minutes left, you sighed. Shut up. Go home and argue. Chaotic scene left Hanzo. They never knew when to back off and when to move forward. As always, this was not surprising. We need to deal with this sudden situation. Hanzo spoke up. Everyone. Silent. Crowd immediately stopped. I am giving everyone some option. Find the one to be sacrificed. No one is willing to hand over the ancient. This is a command for the weak. Hanzo pointed out 5, including the bald man, beanie guy, and a family of 3. They all froze. Trembling. No way. Are you saying we have to sack? Some people shouted, but Hanzo just smiled coldly. Done. Clock kept. Now only 29 minutes, 56 seconds left. The ticking sound echoed steadily, creating a feeling of anger. For the pure white altar, Mia stood there with a worried expression. Being like this. Just let me go with. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out beside. Maybe he will let you follow, Jin said, prompting Mia to call his name. You still do not know what kind of person Hanzo is. Mia's face flushed, and there was a hint of sarcasm in Sang Jin's voice. Statement instantly left Sang Jin stunned. Few seconds. His face becoming stiff, his gaze immediately turned toward. I want to go with him too. Mia sighed, her gaze drifting far away, no longer teasing Sang Jin. But how can I follow him forever? Right. Her voice dropped, her expression turning serious. Sang Jin fell silent, fear of being left behind rising in his heart. Sang Jin asked me, so what are you planning to do now? Just sit here and wait. No way. Mia replied, then turned to leave. If I do that, Hanzo will scold me harshly. She turned back and smiled. Then I am no different from those people. Her voice had a hint of bitterness. In another, Hanzo stood before the trembling crowd, coldly asked, while others were busy. What are you doing? Hanzo did not care if they were putting in effort or not. He stated, once a choice has been made, you must take responsibility. Hanzo's gaze was serious and cold as he looked at the dense crowd. It is not because you are weak they left behind. It is your weak that caused you to fall behind. Hanzo crossed his arm, his voice firm. Continue. You are here and still wanted the easy way out. Hanzo looked proud, avoiding his gaze. His voice light yet authoritative. If you want a chance to survive, each of you needs to bring out 2 old coins. All 15 of you. Hanzo looked at Mahai, his tone confident. I can only help you up to this. Your job is to go hunt and return what you have borrowed within the next 72 hours. If anyone tries to run without returning, just let me know. He smirked slightly and casually said, I will cover for you. You guys have got. Then go ahead and try it. Mahai heard that and turned to leave. But before she went, she did not forget to tease saying, Hanzo always keeps his word, so he will definitely handle this himself. That means I need to speed up. Gaze sharp, showing her determination to catch up. Sangjin, unfazed, lied. You just need to come with. The others also want you to join. And that made Mahai pause, turn back, smile. But it is still not enough. I will get back to you later. Right after that, she continued to walk away. Sangjin watched Mahai's back as she walked away, filled with thought. He did not need to see her fight to know. Since the last time they met, she had become much stronger. He silently clenched his, telling himself that he must show them too. This is not enough. I need to be even stronger. While Sangjin was lost, voice suddenly interrupted emotional flow. Guy with long hair tied back forward, followed by a group intimidating. Under their piercing gaze, Sangjin simply responded, but internally he was guessing the purpose of this group. Before he could fully assess the situation, a sharply dressed man from behind, gently patting the long-haired guy on the shoulder and saying it is all good, bro. No need to be tense. This man confidently introduced himself and then asked Sang if he was the leader of that other group. Sangjin was confused and said they were just friends. Park Soyeon insisted he was the leader. Everyone usually listens to him. Threw a compliment at Sangjin and suggested they chat about Hanzo, someone he had seen earlier. Meanwhile, Hanzo was leaning against the wall of a magic altar next to a door leading to another space. Checked the gear on the ground, telling himself poison from the root is used and that he needs a paralyzing poison. Picked up a small vial and assuring himself that it should be enough. Then Hanzo looked at a small recovery item he had swallowed while hunting and decided it in. He gently stepped down the stair. Now Hanzo's stats were no longer balanced, but he had no way back. Fight the terrifying monster in front of him. He knew that his current state was not enough. The monster has a bizarre shape, bull's head, horse's face, but a body and legs like a dragon, creating a hideous. Hanzo could not care less. Just pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. He knew he would have to spam this a lot and drag from a cigarette. It had been a while since Hanzo felt this, and he thought to himself that it was understandable. Watching the wind blow up from below, Hanzo knelt on one knee, hands on the ground. Fitting ancient language appeared in his mind. When the ancient language stat threshold of 100, colors will mix together, creating a unique ancient language, starting from colorless and gradually shifting to red, amber, and yellow. Current Hanzo's stats include colorless strength at 0.01, colorless stamina at 0.0, agility at 0.5, nerve at magic at 26.4, and magic resistance at 1.56. All these stats are affected by mania, fluctuating by 20% depending on the situation. Hanzo realized that although the regular ancient language with a stat of 99.9 is no different from the colorless ancient language stat of 0.01%, the difference becomes more terrifying at higher levels. He looked at the monster in front of him, thought that, even though it had not appeared in the first training round, the colorless ancient language was still strong enough to handle it. Hanzo told himself that he had the premium S from the dwarf demon. Dealing with this monster would be much easier. He muttered a curse under his breath. He approached, gripping his weapon. As he got closer, Hanzo reminded himself that as the only one to complete the mission, be sure that the harder it was, the greater the reward. He looked at the monster, which was paying attention and was determined to charge in. He raised his weapon high, preparing to unleash a skill, when from the mysterious door leading to another dimension, several people started to enter. Park Soyeon reminded everyone quiet as they entered, cheerfully greeting greeted Sang. He asked if Sangjin felt uncomfortable for not bringing a friend. Even though the people around seemed unhappy, Sangjin just replied softly, then hurriedly asked for directions to help Hanzu. The racial skill of the carnivorous monster is not only an inherent trait, but also something they use skillfully. The disgusting monster faced Hanzu, slammed the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. Hanzu quickly jumped up to dodge blow. The monster, no push-up, quickly caught onto Hanzu's presence. Its 3 bulging eyes lit up, staring directly at Hanzu, leaving him dazed and frozen for 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the monster used its enormous hand to swipe at Hanzu at terrifying speed, creating a powerful wind strong enough to blow everything away. But Hanzu was no rookie either. He dodged to the side and landed softly on the ground. He understood the monster's fighting style, paralyzed its prey with fear. Then, by using its antennae on the prey, carnivore's skill would heal it. Looking at the monster in front of the loud roar of the creature made him a bit anxious. The monster, after spewing blood, used its life-draining skill, and he would not be able to defeat it. Hanzu realized scattered wound not do any to the monster, so he decided to focus on limiting its movement. He observed the blood vessels on the monster's body, knowing that inflicting pain on the main nerve point be. Once again, the monster reached out to grab Hanzu, and he cleverly dodged, not attacking immediately, focusing on waiting for the right moment to stab the stick into crucial points to immobilize it and achieve a greater effect. Finally, Hanzu saw the perfect moment. As if he had just found gold, he was determined and directly plunged the second acupoint between the joints on the monster's body. Immediately, the ugly monster let out a scream, pig being poked as the pain spread throughout its body. This should be fine, Hanzu said with sky-high confidence. Let us see how long it takes for it to freeze up again. Countdown clock showed only 12 minutes left. Hanzu's playground. A loud noise rang out again, and Hanzu remained steady, continuing to take the hit. The giant monster continued to attack wildly, forcing Hanzu to retreat, blocking blows and dodging like a ninja. Hanzu gently braked to avoid being knocked further away. The monster seemed human, even though it looked like it had run out of mana. Its 3 eyes opened wide again, causing the surrounding rock dirt to float. Hanzu immediately recognized that it was its power skill. The fear, the monster roared again, but Hanzu remained completely still. He thought that the impact of the skill depended on each person's spirit, and magic resistance also reduced the damage compared to the monsters he had fought in his past life. This one was just child's play. He scoffed, confident in his ability, feeling like there was nothing to be worried about. To survive after facing many aggressive monsters, he had learned to heighten his sense and read his opponent's act. Hanzu recalled Kang T's words, fighting, just about seeing the enemy's act. He laughed loud, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, continuing to bask in his thought. Now I finally understand what he meant. He thought, watching the monster, seeing where it would strike next. When the monster attacked, Hanzu simply dodged to the side. Kang greeted direct, and Hanzu realized that even though he had anticipated some of facing the monster was not easy at all. He worried that if he did not increase his strength and stamina from the start, he would not be able to continue attack or dodging like before. Fighting in this space is still really tough, he told himself while looking at the number of cigarettes and the remaining time, feeling the need to act. Meanwhile, from above, Park Soyeon stood with her group and observed. His strength is really something else, Park Soyeon thought. Even with that long hair over his shoulder, can T believe he dared to go solo against monster? He even had time to smoke. What a crazy guy. It seems like he was confident to handle it before, but now he looks rough. Time is running out. Park Soyeon emphasized that either way, Hanzu did not need to take their old saying, and doubted he might try and gamble. While Park Soyeon was, Sangjin's expression became serious as he assessed the situation. There are not many ancient sayings, boost that. Probably can T win that monster, the long-haired guy said, then quietly reminded, keep it down and head downstairs. However, Sangjin stealthily moved close to the edge of their position. Suddenly, Sangjin shouted loud, Hansu, we are here, help. His shout made Hansu, who was fighting, turn his head back in a cold sweat. Sangjin continued to yell, hold on a sec, we will be down in a minute. This made Park Soyeon panic, jump in surprise, and yell, what the hell are you doing? I told you to quiet down. What if we get found out? Park Soyeon grabbed Sangjin's shirt, sweating, and said, do not do that. Try to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Sangjin just pretended not to hear and replied, yeah, of course Hansu should know we are here, but if shouting like that, the monster will know where we are. Park Soyeon realized, making Sangjin just rub his head and say, you are right. I did not think through. You did not think. Yeah, it must be a coincidence. Haha. Park Soyeon stammered, awkwardly laughing with a cowardly expression. As he turned to leave, he did not forget to mumble the word idiot. Oh man, this guy. Can't he do anything without thinking? Sangjin suddenly broke into a wicked grin and said, oh boy, I feel really sorry. Down below, Hansu laughed and said, haha, look at that guy. We might get in trouble because of that idiot. Park Soyeon whispered to the long-haired guy standing next. His face was tense, as if the situation had spiraled out of control. But do not worry, Park Soyeon continued. Try to stay calm. Once they let their guard down after taking care of that flesh-eating beast, we can send both of them on their way. They won't have time to pay attention to us anymore. He gently stepped down the stairs, looking below where the chaotic battle. Park Soyeon felt an ineffable anxiety as he observed Kang Hansu's actions down there. He is dangerous. He is not like us. He is a tiger that is still hungry. His wild black eyes send chills down my spine, as if he is waiting for the prey to come right. The image from the first night still haunts. Kang Hansu single-handedly took on that group without flinching, seemingly enjoying every moment of the fight. Can't let a threat like that roam free, Soyeon thought, a wave of anxiety washing over. Once I handle the remaining lackeys and Manhwa will be mine. Manhwa will be used, and I won't miss this opportunity. He turned to look at the long-haired guy and ordered, go down and check the situation below. At this point, there was nothing left here. The movements of the flesh-eating monster slowed to a crawl. This immediately caused Sang, who was standing behind, to hesitate slightly. Then, he suddenly broke into a smile and looked away. But when the long-haired guy was about to leave, he noticed the doubt clearly on it. The long-haired guy turned back, worriedly saying, that idiot suddenly went completely silent. Just then, the staircase they were standing on suddenly collapsed. A large rock fell loud, causing the long-haired guy to shout, careful, it is about to cave in. He angrily cursed as he felt himself lose balance, fall freely. Damn it, what the hell is this? When they hit the ground, fortunately, the casualties seemed minimal. The long-haired guy coughed loud, said in confusion, why did the stairs suddenly collapse? He looked around and continued to think, we are trapped now. The monster seems to be getting tired. Do something. However, the monster began to swing its long tail and looked at them with a hungry gaze. Everyone felt heavy pressure as they faced 3 enormous eyes of the monster. Damn it, what are we going to do? They cursed silently, sensing fear rising. The monster monster growled menacingly in front of Park Soyeon uneasy. He thought, can't attack, beat it, but we have Hansu here, so it should be fine. However, he noticed Kang Hansu standing still, no intention of intervening. Where are you going? The long-haired guy asked loudly when he saw Kang Hansu leaving the broken staircase. You should be down here helping us take down this monster. Park Soyeon also turned, surprised and anxious. We work together. We can take it down. The long-haired guy's face turned pale with fear, seemingly about to wet himself at any moment. Don't tell me he is planning to give up just when things are about to end. Kang Hansu paused a moment after hearing, exhaling a cloud of smoke and said, I was planning to, but now everything's fallen apart. That monster has started to flood again. You look at thinking to yourself, it was tough enough to dodge attack thanks to smoking. They do not have what it takes to feed it. Once it takes them all down, how much paralysis toxin do I have left? Hansu turned away, leaving them surprised and worried, then continued to think, I need to level up and try again. Go ahead and try to kill it. The long-haired guy got really angry. So are you planning to run away? He raised his voice. Looks like you forgot your friend is here too. Maybe we should use him as bait. Bring that idiot here. He turned to ask Park Soyeon, but got no response. Annoyed, Sangjin calmly stepped down from the stairs and asked, who are you looking for? He smirked. Think I fell down there because of the explosion. The long-haired guy and the others felt scared. That bastard. No wonder he is quiet. The long-haired guy thought, he destroyed the stairs because he is wary of. I will kill you. Sangjin replied nonchalant, come up again. Then looked at the monster waiting behind them. But do you even have time? That monster is waiting, just waiting for you to panic again. You know. The monster continued to grow, its eyes filled with excitement and thrill as it looked. Park Soyeon anxiously shouted, if it regains its strength, it will only be bad for you. If you leave us like this, things will get worse. Park Soyeon yelled again, we have to work together. That is the only chance we have to survive. Hansu replied casually, you do not need to worry about stairs break because of the monster. Didn't everyone voluntarily come in here to be sacked? Soyeon asked back, confused. Their shoulders trembled as they looked at the monster. Fairy's loud voice suddenly rang out, along with its figure appearing. This method is very simple, said. Just 5 people every day. Feeding it 5 people a day is fine. The monster opened its mouth wide towards Park Soyeon, and the others could only scream in fear and let out a desperate cry. Finally, a loud, desperate cry echoed as they realized the situation was beyond safe. I am very grateful for everyone's spirit of sacrifice, Kang Hansu said slyly while maintaining a polite demeanor. He gently stepped up to the high wall and approached, saying, asked, why did you do that? I know you brought those here for a reason. Continued, but be careful with your words from now on. He looked at Sangjin, thought, I finally understand. Sangjin suddenly said and smiled mysterious. A way for me to be used, he said softly. Now use me as a tool. Sangjin looked seriously at Kang Hansu, but he still did not rush to respond. He just looked at it, calculating gaze, as if considering every next danger. Sangjin did not take his eyes off Kang, his gaze determined as if to say, I am not enough. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu stared straight at him with a serious expression. Hansu leaned forward and challenged, you want me to see you as a tool to use? Why should I do that? Sangjin did not need to think long and replied immediately, because I know your purpose is not like the other. Hansu took a drag of his cigarette, remaining silent, while Tae listened to Sangjin's word. Your friend here continued, you always have a long-term vision and never stop acting. Sangjin added a thought of his own, that even though he fought Jin Tae-sung men, he still did not kill any. This surprised, silently noting that while it might benefit him now, could backfire later. Sangjin went on, others might harm you later even if the altar appeared. You could easily use force to get rid of it, but you did not. I do not understand why you did not take care of it. I guess your true nature is not like that, is it? Hansu remained silent, not responding immediately. Sangjin, determination and a hint of daring in his voice, emphasized, so me, I will do the dirty work. You. He held out his hands in front of Hansu, his voice sounding almost pleading. This time, Kang Hansu could not hold back and laughed, leaving Sangjin shocked. I do not even know, Hansu said, brushing past Sangjin casually. After you caused such a scene, Sangjin was forced blank, this time because there was no other way to resolve the situation. He was also offended, but next time, I won't let anything happen. He turned to look at Hansu with certain, next time will be promised. There will always be someone wanting to get in your way. In Sangjin's mind, a series of thoughts emerged. You are so prominent, so for those you can't handle yourself, I will take care of one, so you can focus on your goal. Sangjin thought, if you tell me your goal, and in return, you let me follow you, I will become even more powerful. The stronger Hansu is, the stronger I will be. Suddenly, Kang Hansu stopped and turned to look at Sang, leaving him stunned. Even if I agree with, what will you do if a situation arises prevent from joining? Hansu glanced at Sangjin with a knowing smile. What if you have to retreat? You said. Sangjin immediately replied, then I will become stronger and come look for you. After that, you should continue to see me as an ally. Hansu softly replied, you should go down. Then, he turned away, enjoying the cigarette in his mouth. Sangjin stood there, confused, thinking, damn it, he is still rejecting me. Before Hansu walked away, Sangjin closer and shouted, Hansu, give me a chance. I will correct the mistakes I have made until now. That moment, Hansu just stepped on the burning cigarette, saying nothing more. Sangjin kept shouting, pleading with Hansu to use. Suddenly, Hansu stopped, turned to look at him, and coldly interrupted, do not misunderstand what I said. Sangjin was stunned, and before he could react, Hansu continued, tomorrow at 1 p.m, meet me here. Hansu walked on, slowly saying, because at that time, the monster down there wanted to be here, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, preparing to smoke another one. Sangjin muttered, his face still blank as he did not understand what he meant. Hansu added casually, and take all those old sayings down there with you. You have used up those 10 guys, so taking their old sayings might be enough. He opened the cigarette box, blandly saying his last word before leaving. Well then, see you later. Hopefully we will be in a better mood. Bye. Just like that, Hansu left Sangjin standing, bewildered, lost in the empty space. A few seconds later, while Sangjin was excited like a child about the opportunity, Hansu quietly thought, I am still not sure about it, but I will need him later. In his mind, Eris' image appeared again. She once told him, no matter what, you are going back past to save humanity. But ironic, there will be people who want to block your way. Prepare yourself, Punisher. Hansu silently repeated Eris' word. They are the ones who do the dirty work and help him get closer to his goal. He looked at Sangjin struggling to gather the old sayings below, telling himself, I will give him a chance. But I am not sure he will stay loyal when the second training round begins. When everyone is forced to move late, will Sangjin change his mind? But with 8 old sayings and a few cigarettes, if I can get an effect, Punisher. Hansu thought, this investment might be worth, but if I fail, I won't be able to do any. He turned away, focusing only on the important task ahead. To obtain the hidden, I will prepare thoroughly again and take it down. Hansu certainly thought, let us see what I will get. Flesh-eating eating monster roared again as, if you look conditions of the second, it is actually very. He exhaled heavily, still biting the cigarette, his whole body thinking with his weapon. Before the monster broke the altar and escaped, the stones were once again thrown into the center by a strong force. Manhwa, while he was still focused on his thought to himself, defeated. Truly someone who talks the talk walks the walk. At this moment, Kang Hansu stood alone, on top of the beast. Nobody really thought anyone could meet this condition. Kang Hansu said warily. In front of him, golden door leading to another realm appeared, along with a notice hidden mission was completed. He stepped through the door, reaching for the glowing object in front of. Corners of his lip lightly lifted as he held it in his hand. The ring of the Lord Numahan. He looked at the metallic ring with a glowing stone and remarked, that girl, along with that royal army. I am still curious where she got this from. While smiling, Hansu wondered, so this is the reason no one could get it. The ring of Numahan, a metallic ring adorned with a glowing stone. Treasure. In midair, magical items shimmered in brilliant color. Hansu pondered. In the magical world, there are countless ways to classify the levels of artifact, but nothing is as important as color. A regular item only has basic color, while high-end artifact special colors and a shimmer like starlight. However, life is not like a dream. There are always dizzying except like the way travelers create ancient language, change the colors of artifacts, making them look unique in the world. Among them, the highest item is the numbered series, a rare magical item with a bright purple shimmer, only with the number 9 shining on Numahan's ring. The iconic artifact Clement, one of the special numbered series. Hansu was surprised. Images of Clementine flashed in his mind. Person with silver white hair and red eyes like a ghost. Thought to himself, Clementine was the sole owner of Numaha before. That is why it became his symbol. This item is powerful enough. Anyone facing the 8 powers of the ring would be overwhelmed. Hansu could not believe his eyes. Oh my, do I really have? He held the ring in his hand, smirking slightly, unable to hide his satisfaction. Amazing. Can't he believe? Hansu put the ring on his finger, proud of his achievement. Looking back as he had gone through, he realized this item was not easy to obtain. The ring now belonged, and a somewhat sinister smile spread across his face. He muttered to himself, it is just a numbered item. The system immediately displayed a notification. The ring of Numaha. Colorless. Current. Only 1 power can be unlocked. And Hansu felt a bit doubtful. I heard the ring of Numaha has 8 powerful abilities. Why is there only 1 power now? The system displays information about current power, destruct power, and the ability to disable a trait capability of the target, including internal organs and skill. To elaborate, just activate the ring, and you can directly affect the target, making the opponent be attacked. The effect duration will automatically end. The time runs out. On the red frame, the system shows the time limit for destructive power 0. After hearing that, you felt as happy as a blooming flower, because the reality is you can disable the opponent's skill, which is a huge advantage that must be maximized. Hansu predicted to use this ring function. At least one of your stats must have a colorless ancient language. You check the stat, and the system displays Hansu strength 84.3, agility 85.8, endurance 42.1, senses 42.2, magic 22, magic resistance 13. It has been a while since you have been training. Your strength and defense stat skyrocket. Truly a diligent student. Faint purple aura radiates around hands. You stroke your chin, face full of mist. So now you need a lot of magic roots to use all 8 powers. As for balancing the stat, you will focus on that later. From the magic portal, familiar footsteps out. Exact. It is none other than Hansu, returning from the barrier and the shattered real world, devastated as if after a fierce storm. Seeing you return, Mai runs toward, shouting, Hansu. She joyfully assumes you have won. I heard from Sang Jin that you defeated that monster. Right. Suddenly, an earthquake shakes the entire city, causing panic among everyone, including Mai Hai. Meanwhile, Hansu remains calm, his eyes on a certain point, as if nothing is happening. Everyone gasped, their eyes wide in astonishment at the scene before them. One person screamed, the altar. It turns out the altar is shaken. The system displays a notification. Time remaining 0. Mai sees the altar disappear, exclaiming in surprise. It is this moment. Hansu calmly speaks. I told you so. Mai seems plus, but Hansu smiles bright. If I were there, I would probably have to put on sunscreen first. I am responsible for taking it down. Right. Mai's heart. Face is flushed. She turns away, her hair framing her feminine face. Her heart racing as she softly replies. Meanwhile, Sang Jin stands beside, secretly pleased. He feels very lucky to have chosen the right. He succeeded. I believe in him without a doubt. Hansu turns to Mai and says, there is still some time before the next training. After saying that, Hansu quickly turns and walks away, determined to get a little more done in his free time. Now let us go hunt. Mai's face darkens as she calls out, Hansu, I want to split from the group. Hansu stopped, turned to look at her. She hesitated, showing signs of worry. I am not worthy to stand next to you. When I am near you, I become dependent on you. So Mai forced a smile, justifying herself. Luckily Sang Jin said he would go with. I know a lot of people here too. When Sang Jin heard that, he was surprised. Wait, is that really true? Did I say that? I do not remember. However, Sang Jin still had to cooperate with Mai, complete the play. Glanced at her, saying she was very welcome. Everyone really liked her. Mai reassured herself, feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking that distancing herself from Hansu was the best choice now. Well, if I can manage on my own, that is even better. Hansu seemed to read her feeling, thinking to himself, we will separate anyway when training 2 starts. So she is ready to think about being independent now. That is a good decision. With a heart full of praise, Hansu turned around and continued to walk. Mai felt a bit empty, but since it was her own decision, could not say anything more. Moment. She yelled out, wait. Hansu casually stopped. You turn back. Mai promised, next time we meet, I won't just give up easily. She smiled bright, her hair flowing, eyes shining with determination. See you again. You hang in there. Hansu smiled at that, seeming to look forward to their next meeting, wondering what surprise she would bring. Turned away, leaving Mai and Sangjin standing there. Then you continued, saying, surprised to hear your name called. You said you wanted me to take advantage of you. If you are serious about that, just tell me. The decision is yours. Hansu's words made Sangjin happy, his eyes shining like a crying squirrel, mouth breaking into a bright smile. 1 week later, the gathering fairy hovered in the air. It spoke in a proud tone. You have been waiting a long time, have not you? Then let the second training begin. Damn fairy is loud. Eek seemed surprised to see more people than expected, but its expression remained cold. This round is more crowded than I thought, but who cares? Fairy smiled oddly, revealing yellowing teeth as if it had not brushed them in decades. Continued. Predicted this? Hansu's cold eyes on the fairy, as if wanting to pierce it with that deadly gaze. Fairy grinned back, then snapped fingers to signal. Alright, let us change the location. Fairy laughed while spreading its hands wide, and immediate blue light burst from the ground all over the city. People panic. What is going on? Are you freaking out. Is there light under our... A young girl next to her clutched father's arm, crying out in fear. Daddy. Hanzo remained calm, his expression focused as if he had anticipated. Finally, it is starting. The blue light has shifted, and Hanzo has landed safe. Sukana's real. It takes everyone to a unfamiliar space. One person wondered, where are we? In the room. A strange voice. Everyone is already here. Right. The little girl who had just called for her dad was now so scared she wanted to cry. The voice continued issuing orders. Before entering the second practice, let us check the number first. Those present. A short-haired guy was sweating bull. Asked how many people. The system explained the rule. From now on, there will only be people around Warang, calling the terrifying increase from the first training session. This is going to end badly for everyone. I guarantee there won't be more than 7 people in one room. That is the rule. If you are scared, you can leave. In the room with 4 solid walls. The light is dim. The system issued another command. Make sure there are no more than 7 people in one room. We will continue after the check. Brown-haired guy with glasses raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the room. The smell was overwhelming. He exclaimed unpleasant. Damn it. There are 8 people here. The voice was sharp as a knife. I do not mind if we have to reduce the number even more. Each room may have different situations, but the beginning is always the same. Don't you all think so? Discuss among yourselves. The short-haired girl in black, who had been silent until now, thought to herself, well, everything is going too smoothly. So what do we do now? Crossed his arm, his gaze fixed on Han, who was standing quietly in the corner of the room with a strange needle-like weapon. This weapon is unlike anything I have ever seen. Girl with long black hair, wearing a light jacket, quietly observed Hanzo from afar. Is this Hanzo? There is nothing special about it, but that gaze. He is not someone to underestimate. Truly, a beauty like me must have a discerning eye to see clearly. She spoke softly as if calculating. After all, the others would fight together, so someone has to lead. Right. We can't overlook this important matter. Her voice was sweet, but each word shot like arrows to everyone in the room. Why do not we introduce ourselves? Persuade everyone. She spread her arm, her face feigning innocence yet full of intention. The entire room fell silent, all eyes focused on, scrutinizing and waiting. Suddenly, someone boldly stepped forward, their voice full of self-satisfaction. I will go first. The one stepping out was a tall guy with a fierce appearance. In his hand was a sword engulfed flame, radiating a terrifying power. He raised the sword high, his gaze full of arrogance. This is the first time you have seen something like this. Right. I'm the king. Do not think any skill here. I am not an ordinary guy. Hansu, from the corner of the room, stared intently at Kun, his gaze calm yet profound. You really want to shed a tear until you see the technique. He is using a technique. In Hansu's mind, thoughts flashed like a fire ignite. What is this tech? It is an ancient skill, using magic to enhance all stats. He can even reinforce weapons by enveloping them in magic. Can he use it properly, or is he just a boastful show-off? Everyone in room as looked, thinking he was truly strong, but as you scrutinize the weapon in his hand, you coldly assess. Toy looks strong, but its effect probably minimal. Still, it is better than nothing. Brown-haired guy with glass suddenly thought of an idea. His eyes flashed with arrogance. He stepped forward, brimming with confidence. Consider the important skill. Then I have the advantage. I'm Kemen, and I have healing skills. Seeing Kamen introduce himself, another guy did not want to be left out. He wore a white shirt, black hair, up and said, I am a chink, and I have combat skills. Anyone can fight. It is just a matter of strength or weakness. Isn't it obvious? In the corner of the room, a family of 3 began to worry. Father immediately asked, voice filled with fear, why did they say someone has to die? We are a family. Can we be the exception? The mother and son trembled. They hugged each other tight, their eyes pleading. Exception or outlay. It is unclear who will decide their fate. The 3 men in the room exchanged intense stare. No one spoke, but each had their own calculations in mind. Suddenly, Khan turned his gaze toward the girl with black hair, voice challenging. Girl, you have not introduced yourself yet. You were the first to suggest. Set an example. Girl forced a smile, but her eyes were still full of calm. My name is Jimin. She walked gracefully, her slender figure alluring. This was no ordinary charm. Everyone watched her every step, sensing the danger radiating from this girl. Jimin walked, her voice soft yet full of meaning. As for my ability, I will show everyone right now. Her drew closer to Dekan, causing him to instantly back away. Panic. Why are you coming so close? Jimin's gaze began to reveal a fierce. What is she planning to do? Everyone held their breath and watched. She ignored Dekan's threatening words, continued to advance. He shouted, raising his weapon. You will regret it if you dare to attack. Jimin did not hear his word. He did not understand. In an instant, a stab to Dekan's back made him scream. Echoing throughout the room, everyone was shocked, eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to believe what had just happened. Father covered his mouth, as if seeing a ghost. How could this happen? He stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Though scared, clenched his fist, stepped up to protect the trembling mother and son. Khan lay there, blood pooling, soaking the floor. Shocked and horrified gazes were all directed at Jimin. What did she just do? Unfazed, Jimin said. How lucky. Fake smile appeared on her face as she walked over Khan's corpse. I can't believe this actually fell out. I will take this skill. Jimin now holds a bright red version of a female variant. This is exactly the skill he has been bragging about to everyone. Jimin turns back, softly yet powerful, saying we will share the rest together. Okay. In the corner of the room, Dong Hin-Chien steps back, his eyes filled with doubt, expecting something for nothing. Is it really that simple? She is definitely not. I should be more careful. There is no porridge to suck on. Bose's head, deep in thought, clearly unable to trust Jimin. From afar, and Su stands with his arms crossed, letting out a sigh. So a useless person has something beyond his capability. Things are easier now. Coldly observe the situation, feeling the atmosphere around becoming more suffocated. The girl seeing that scene is terrified, trembling in her mother's arm. The mother tries to daughter, saying do not worry, but inside she is also trembling. Father thinks deep, his gaze solemn. Those who died in the past are now here, in this room. Current of fate has changed. Hence his lips curl up, feeling intrigued. Current situation. This is getting in. When there are exactly 7 people left in their group, Fairy appeared, gracefully floating in the air. You all are the first group to reach 7. Her voice is cheerful, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Great, now let us start. Explain. Shall we? Fairy waves her hand, and a magnificent scene unfolds for everyone. Floating islands hover in the sky, amidst the misty cloud. This is the heavenly ladder. Fairy explained, her voice full of excitement. The mission is very simple. You must continuously climb 3 months and reach the dormant volcano at the center of level 2. That is the first objective. Fairy pauses a bit, her eyes glinting with mischief, but getting there might be harder than climbing the Himalayan. Careful ahead. She smiles bright, revealing her yellowing, looking strangely unappealing. Then Fairy starts, pointing to the beautiful scenery outside. Once you pass this tutorial, the adventure world will open up before you, a world full of wonders and power. Her voice is like a Swiss, filled with dangerous implications. Finishing. Damn, Fairy wave. by and vanishes into the air. Before leaving, she does not forget to leave a sarcastic remark. Good luck. Fairy's words leave the group standing, some worried and scared, others indifferent as if nothing is happening. Are they ready to face challenge? Who will survive until the end? Just wait. We will see. Hansu. Along the swaying suspension bridge, 7 of them moved forward, with Hansu leading the group. The atmosphere was chilly and as everyone kept their distance, seemingly afraid of, and Chien was always trying to connect group. Speaking up, we will be together for a while, so let us stick together. Watching Hansu coldly walk ahead felt like his words were meaning in Hanchien's mind. Hansu looked like the main character in Pham Daiton's story of life and death, indifferent to everything around, only caring for himself. What is wrong with that guy? Why is he acting so arrogant? Hanchien wondered internally. Flash of anger rising. Suddenly, the dad who had been trailing behind with kids shouted in panic. Wait! He turned around and realized the terrifying truth. Bridge was collapsing. Planks behind them started to fall one by one, gradually forming a deep pit. The group did not need to think any further. Following the dad's lead, they ran forward with all their strength. Collapsing bridge behind them. The sound of hurried footsteps and breaking wood behind them only added to their panic. Finally, they reached solid ground, and Hansu stood there, looking fine while the others gasped breath. He seemed unfazed, while the others collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Just then, that damn fairy appeared again, pointing up at the sky as just remembered something. Right, forgot to mention that over time, the lower part of the island will start to sink, and the bridge will sink even fast, so be careful. It said carefree as if nothing serious happened. Why did not you say that from the start? The group looked at it bullet-like glare, silently cursing. We fell for the trap. Who plays like that? After the rage and help, all eyes turned back to Han, and Chien saw him just walking away, ignoring and asked, "Where are you going?" But Hansu did not respond, continuing to walk ahead. Watching Hansu's behavior, the group began to feel annoyance, dislike. This selfish jerk definitely knows the rule. Did not tell it. They thought to themselves, anger gradually spreading. Ji-min, who was losing her patience, suggested, "What if we just follow?" And Chien was surprised. What? She did not hide her thought, saying it loud enough for Hansu to hear. Oh no, he looks so confident. He must know where to go. A sense of agreement seemed to spread in the group, although no one dared to speak up. They had no other choice, and the remainings decided to follow Hansu deeper into the island. Walking for hours, sweating light, and Chien began to feel tired and frustrated. We have been walking for hours and still have not seen any bridge. Does he even know where we are going? Ji-min started to doubt. I do not know. Do not talk to me. She snapped back, face scrunching up at the appearance of the tiny but annoying bug. These little bugs. She huffed, trying to swat them away, while Hanchien sighed in frustration. So annoying. They all seemed to be losing, while Hansu continued walking, cold and indifferent to anyone. Are we going the right way? That question echoed not only in Hanchien's mind, but also in everyone else's worry. Just then, Hanchien noticed Hansu munching on something delicious. He walked. What are you eating? Chien asked, his voice full of curiosity. Hanchien replied short, it is a light antidote. Up a piece of bark in your. Hansu's note system displayed a small oak bark antidote. Hanchien was even more puzzled. Why do you need an antidote? But before he could ask more, a strange noise from above caught their attention. A giant green snake suddenly diving down from the branch at a terrifying speed. Hanchien jumped, and before he could react, Hanchien quickly grabbed his collar, pulling him out of the snake's attack path. Hanchien shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" Hanchien did not answer, just stared at the snake. Hanchien seemed to have anticipated thought, collapsing to the ground, pounding with fear. Meanwhile, Hanchien stood there as if nothing had happened, his eyes reflecting a strange light. Found it, he muttered, as if talking to himself. Just then, Hanchien looked like a god, calmly pulled Hanchien's shirt, avoiding the lethal strike from the snake. Once the situation calmed down, Hanchien looked at Hanchien, questioning eye. How did you know a monster was about to attack? Hanchien did not care much, calmly chewing on a piece of oak and replied, "It is a superpower. You believe it?" Power. Hanchien asked back, confused like a deer caught in headlights. The situation became more, and not long after, the snakely slithered and bit hard into Hanchien's right arm. He let out a pain scream, damn it, but not letting the pain overwhelm. Hanchien forcefully swung his arm, sending the snake flying away. This stubborn little pet, he mumbled irritably. His gaze faded on the snake writhing on the ground, continuously twitching after biting into one of his daggers. It was a fully grown mimic snake, and as Hanchien knew, temperament would change erratically depending on the arrangement of the ancient symbols on its head. The ancient language changes random, making the monster extremely unpredictable. Looking at the deep bite mark on his arm, caused by the sharp the monster, Hanchien gasped, trying to say, damn it, they keep attacking us like this without giving us a chance to heal. Hanchien muttered, that guy named Enixu showed us how to trap, but now I am injured like I do not have the strength to catch them anymore. Anger rising, he yelled toward a small family of 3 huddled behind it. Why are not you fighting with? Stop standing still. Come out and fight. Father of the family stepped forward, his tone still very polite, leaving Hanchien, please understand me. I still have to family. Can he take the risk to help? Hanchien stood there, his face dark cold, faint aura of killing intent radiating from him. Thought to himself, damn it, but what if you have a family? We are fighting up front, trying to make sure everyone does not die. After failing to persuade them, Hanchien turned to Kang, who was leaning against a small tree nearby, calm as if he were meditating. What about you? Do not have a family? Hanchien asked angrily. Hangman pushed his glasses up, a sly smile quickly appearing at the corner of his mouth. He replied sarcastically, you can guarantee I won't get hurt while fighting. Can you? Who will heal me if I am not here? Hearing that, Hanchien became even angry, thinking to himself, this guy, is his sword just for decoration or what? Turned his head to another side, his tone wary. Well, because you are the healer. Before he could finish, the healer added, and let me inform you, you want me to heal you for a strong ancient language, you have to pay me that much. If not, 1.5 flexibility points or a bit of mana will do. Hanchien angrily glanced, his eyes burning with fury, thinking to himself, this damn guy, unable to bear it any. Hanchien turned to Ji-min and shouted, are you just going to let them push us around like this? Ji-min, standing behind Hansu, was silent for a moment before asking back, what else should we do? Despair spread in Hanchien. Damn these youths, thought to himself, looking around at his group. Meanwhile, Kang Min happily did the ancient language from the father of that small family, starting to heal his wife, while Ji-min and Hansu fought frantically up front. Right, I must be the only one who sees the current situation as ridiculous. Hanchien muttered, feeling trapped among these useless. Kang Min kindly raised his hand. What are you standing around for? Go fight. Hanchien's face darkened with anger. This jerk is acting all high and mighty just because he has healing skill. This is ridiculous. I only chose a bunch of useless. I think. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Hanchien's head. Chiong, can you hear me talk? The tone from the other end caught his his so Enchian, how are you doing? The other person asked. Enchian raised his hand to his head, mumbling, do not ask anymore. How's it going on your side? It is not too bad on mine. It seems there is a rescue ladder up, so clear the way and climb up. The other person replied, try to find some new teammates on the way there. Our group will be strong, right? Hearing that, Enchian sighed, rubbed his head full of worry, mumbling, I want to do that too, but I do not know which of these people can go with me anymore. He thought to himself, then glanced at Hansu, claimed to have superpower. Ninja, crazy girl with the sword. Next was Kangma, fierce lady, and finally the three useless family members. Isn't the most important thing to survive? Cap, I will meet you later. Enchian replied warily. Meanwhile, all of his actions did not escape Hansu's attention. He looked at the mark on Henchian's wrist, thing that helped them communicate, and thought, their royal traits are developing too fast. Part of a player's trait, and all royals like Red, furious ones possess the ability to lead a group and make strong. The royal gives group members a unique mark, and those with the same mark connect each other, thus enhancing tactical understanding. As Hansu stabbed the staff, the sword thought, the number of people a royal can summon is limited, but right now everyone is busy looking for members. It will be quite challenging. Grabbed the serpent's neck, his gaze deep, contemplating. After a dramatic fire dance, corpses of the serpent lay scattered on the ground, while Hansu just let out a light sigh. It seems the monsters are decreasing. It looks like they have left their territory. He lightly brushed aside a branch. His eyes brightened upon seeing a wide expanse of land, smiling to himself, I am getting close to the target. The lair of the mutated serpent is not far now. Just as he was feeling joyful, a gigantic ancient serpent appeared before him, coiling around a large tree as if doing yoga. When the serpent spotted, it immediately roared as if wanting to charge at him right away. Father in the group suddenly interjected, wait, do we really need to mess? If we do not provoke, it won't attack us either. How about we take a detour? Hearing that, Hansu turned back, smirked, if you want to go around, go ahead. I have some business to take care of here. After saying that, prepared to move forward, making the man panic. Wait, what is the point of fighting? Hansu calmly replied, it seems you have misunderstood. I am not with you guys, just passing through, but eventually, everyone has to go their own way. After saying that, he swaggered away without looking back. Jimin quietly turned to the group, smiled faint. Then there is nothing more to say. When the father frantically asked, wait, who will protect us then? Jimin shrugged, he is not our bodyguard. He has taken care of himself, and if you want, just stay here. He stood there, swallowing a cold breath, unsure of what to do. Jimin simply threw and led the way out, but Henchiwan still stood there, eyes intently following Hansu. He is really stuck, but I can't leave him behind, he murmured, scratching his chin. Kang Min sighed beside, why have not you left yet? Henchiwan chuckled, I am trying to figure out how to get him to come with. Kang Min shook his head, come on, do not linger. All this, everyone needs my treat, but he never does. It is really scary. He fights like he is just taking a stroll. You can't control someone like that. Therapist turned around, muttering, with a solo fighting style like that, sooner or later he will be done for. And Chiwon followed behind, but his mind was racing. He is that skilled, but I can't do anything to pull him into the group. It is really a shame, and he is hard to manage too. Over here, and Su was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive python, his eyes shining with determination, ready for a heated talk with this Yogo opponent. The giant python suddenly bit into a tree near Hansu, forcing him to dodge to the side. However, he remained calm as usual, constantly calculating in his head. When his strategy activated, it dodged away immediately, but when it senses no danger anymore, it will strike at me right away. That moment, the energy on the python's head shone bright, or it could attack, and Su quickly used his hot weapon to stab heatedly at its art. In his mind, he still calmly thought, it is stronger and faster than the last snake, but it is nowhere near as fierce as the monster that nearly ate me before. He observed the python, strategizing in his head, when attacked, it would switch defense mode, making my strikes weaker. This fight drags on. It won't be difficult, but it will be a hassle if something happens. And Su took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes never leaving the python. Looking at the area the python trying, he smirked. This is child's play for him, thought casually. Forget about the snake. Attack bot first. Saying it, he charged forward, leaving the python behind. Instinct, it would relax, defense, protect its neck, revealing its weakness. They were there when the snake seemed to have caught you. Suddenly, you slammed to a stop, and quick as a flash, you jabbed your stick into its vital point, making the snake scream in agony. As the haze cleared, Hansu stood there, beaming like a hero from a Marvel movie. You stepped past the python, casually saying, turns out this was quicker than I thought. Then, you moved toward net, where a large egg was hidden. This ancient artifact, you began, but before you could examine it closely, the egg suddenly stirred. Hansu gently lifted the tiny green egg, fitting in the palm of his hand, and brought an ancient artifact closer. The warm sunlight warmed the egg, which was treated with care like a treasure. Suddenly, with a crack, the egg broke open, and a bright golden-eyed baby snake out, looking fierce. Oh my god, cute, you exclaimed upon seeing the tiny snake paired to its kind. The system popped up. Ancient snake, juvenile stage, with a head larger than its body. It looked cute, but was very dangerous. Here, eat up. And Su handed Gyu to the little snake, with sparkling eyes and a tongue sticking out in a heart shape, looking like I love you the most in the world. Here, eat up. This snake is very special. It can eat 3 ancient artifacts of any kind, and spit out 2 at its owner's will. It looks innocent, but it can swallow ancient artifacts as big as body. Eating 3 out of 2, a bit over the top. The little snake is still super dedicated. After finishing the ancient artifact, spit out the one Hansu was holding. Chow. That is awesome. From now on, freely eat ancient artifact. Hansu happily petted the baby, which looked thrilled. Now let us boost your magic resist, physical damage resist. Hansu thought, then told the baby snake to rest. Crawled into your wrist, and Hansu looked at it fondly. With you, I can achieve great things. Should we just leave now? Hansu pondered. A small family was fumbling around trying to find their way. The little daughter, Dad, where are we going? Just quiet down. Father replied. Father stared at the map. His face, the map of the island was too vague when we left the room, not clearly showing the way. Who knows what is here? Where's safe? They have abandoned it. The wife suddenly exclaimed. Honey, do you hear that? The husband froze for a few seconds, then broke out in a sweat. A monster. The other 2. Doesn't he matter what they do? They are done for. He spread his arms to shield his wife and child, who were cowering behind him. Suddenly, from the bush, Su stepped out. Exu, you are back. The uncle was overjoyed. And Heksu looked, why are you all here? The uncle laughed. Did you run away because you were scared of the monster? Heksu replied nonchalant. Killed it. His face was as cold as ice, brushing leaves from his hair, while the uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually killed it. Heksu had only been gone for a moment, and was back already. Just a light scratch like a feather. Where are the others? The uncle fell silent. His wife glanced nervous, and their daughter avoided eye contact in fear. Flashing back to a while ago. What were you all saying? saying, "What do you mean by get lost?" The uncle shouted at the group. His wife held their daughter, her face full of fake worry. "It is really dangerous to go off alone. Do not separate. We do not need to be at odds like," the uncle said with a worried expression. Hancheon snorted. "So you plan to just sit back and wait for it, trailing us forever?" Jimin's gaze was ice. "He is right. You are really cool just separating from the group like that. Having a few more people blocking the way is really annoying." Kang Min looked at the uncle with, "Anyone would want to be with a stronger person." After saying that, the group went in another direction, blocking the uncle from following. He was in utter despair, thinking to himself, "These dare to look down on others." Meanwhile, Hansu intended to leave. The uncle panicked. "Wait, where are you going?" Adults should listen when talking. His wife and child just stayed silent. Hansu turned away, dismissively saying, "I am leaving. This is a waste of time." The wife signaled. The uncle understood and nodded. Hansu walked away, family tailing him close. Hansu turned back and asked, "What are you guys doing?" That uncle stood frozen. "Didn't you say you were not going with? Just go. We can handle it ourselves," the uncle said. His wife nodded, and Hansu thought to himself, their attitude changes so quick, then replied, "It is up to you. I am used to going solo. It is a bit tough, but my stats are sky high." After saying that, Hansu charged again, his weapon swinging skillfully. The little snake crawled out from the collar, silently making its way toward Gyu. Hansu felt pleased. Boosting his resist was the right move, and the little snake was happily swallowing the enemy. The stats board appeared. Hansu had 0.13% strength, 88.8 durability, 88.4 mag, 84 speed, 801 cent, 32 physical resistance, 32 magical resistance. Hansu gently held the enemy, now attacking lightly as if it were a feather. That family could only watch. Hansu took a small knife. For now, the daughter's eyes wide. He is getting stronger and stronger. Peak performance. Parents sighed in relief. He does not care about us. The daughter asked her dad, "Should we fight Mom?" Dad reassured, "Calm down. Being together is already a blessing. As long as you are safe, that is already lucky enough." The daughter obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Dad signaled. The whole family followed Hansu again. Seeing Hansu enter the dark cave, they were surprised. "Where is he going?" "A tunnel." They saw Hansu enter the cave, his face emotional, sunlight piercing through. Family trudged behind. Dad tried to peek, and the two women looked around anxiously. When they arrived at destination, Dad exclaimed upon seeing Hansu's destination was a busy place. They looked at the new bright face, safe and sound, alive. Thank goodness. What luck. Hen was shocked to see those left behind still alive. Looking at Hansu, thought, this guy made it back intact. Those rumors about him swallowing the monster must be true. Fairy appeared, arms wide. "It is too late to be noisy now." Fairy's expression was clearly displeased. The uncle was startled by her sudden appearance. "You all are the last." "Close the door." Fairy. As the door closed with a damp thud, everyone was stunned. Fairy grinned mischievous, snapping, and began the real fun. It soared high, going loud. "Welcome to the first floor of chaos. 75 people left. Not bad. Fewer casualties than expected. This special event is a ticket war." The digital ticket appeared before everyone. The little demon continued. "You will use these tickets to travel from the collapsed first island to another island. There is an island full of monsters surrounded by lava, but if you are lucky, you might reach the central island or the southern one, full of chaos, but that would be too boring. So we have some game rules." Fairy spread her arm, explaining the dare rule. 3 people per boat. At least 3 tickets required. 3 people use 2 tickets. They will be scattered on different islands. It is just luck. 2 people use 3 tickets. They can stay together, but can't choose their destination. If 1 person uses 3, can roam freely. Everyone was sweating. Even the uncle and his family were pale with fear, but Hansu remained calm. The islands were starting to collapse from the outside in, with varying depth. Everyone wants the good spot, right? Fairy was annoyed and pulled out her exploration gear with binoculars, looking over the ship thoroughly. "In 30 minutes, the entire first island will collapse. 25 boats around the volcano's mouth. You all know what to do by now. Survive by any means necessary." Fairy grinned maniac. "That is what makes it fun." Everyone began to frantically grab, fighting and betraying each other for survival. "Hand over the ticket. You dare betray me. You are done for. Do not leave me behind." Hansu watched the chaotic. It would get even crazier soon. A voice rang out. Even Hansu glanced over. "You bet. Just this one. My family." The uncle knelt down and begged pitifully. Hansu looked at the uncle kneeling desperately for him. The uncle lowered his head. "We need more tickets to reach safety in the center. You can easily grab tickets from others like it is nothing." The uncle's insincere smile made Hansu want to throw a rock at him immediately. That kneeling act was just for attempt. Cover up uncle's shameless. The uncle raised his head, continued to plead. "You just need to swipe a few tickets from others and get them for us." The old man pleaded, probably thinking that if the kid nodded, everything would go smoothly. "You are saving an innocent life. Please." The old man begged desperately, but Hansu only looked at him with an emotionless gaze and replied coldly, "You have to take responsibility for yourself. Mind your own business." Even though the old man holding on, trying to convince, Hansu showed no signs of changing his mind. The old man would not let go. "What is so hard? You are so cold-blooded." Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. "Shut up, you dog." And Shion appeared and the old man away. He grabbed the old man's collar, glanced at Hansu, and said, "This guy is really annoying. Serious? Are you just going to sit there in silence? You just need to get it, and it is all done." And Shion laughed. "Come on, Hansu, join our team. I will get you a ticket if you need it." He mocked the old man's family. "Even though they are my teammates, I do not like them at all." And Shion continued to persuade. "You see that, right? I know you are strong as hell. Why not join those at your level?" And Shion held out the badge in his hand and continued, "This is the power that my teammates have awakened. It is different from skill. The leader is okay with. You can have it too." Turn towards Hansu. "I have already told the leader about you. The leader will approve. It is lonely to go alone." Hansu looked at his hand with an expressionless face, shook his head in refusal. "I refuse." And Shion was taken aback, could not believe Hansu's reaction. After hearing that, felt like he was a stiff blow. Completely shocked. But Hancheon did not give. Continue. "Wait, we are different from those nameless guys. Maybe you do not understand the value of a guild." Hansu thought about the past, feeling that the bond had once been very important. His gaze was determined. This time he would not serve under a king. That could really make him lose his way. Hancheon leaned back and said, "You won't even listen." "Damn it, I am out of options." He tossed the ticket. "Take. I stole it from that poor guy." The old man shouted, "That is my ticket." And Shion said to Hansu, "I regret that you reject, but I do not have time to argue with here." And Shion scoffed, "I will meet the others at the central island. Just think of it as a gift for the future. I am sure we will meet again, and I will ask about it then." Hansu thought to himself, whatever he does is useless anyway, at least for now. The crowd began to stir when a ticket fell at Hansu's feet. They rushed in to grab the ticket like starving tigers. One person snapped it and shouted, "This is mine." The man earlier clung to the leg of the ticket. "That is my ticket. Give it back." The other would not let go. He shouted angrily, "Do you want to die?" Hansu glanced at them them with an indifferent look. As he intended to stab the daughter rushed in to intervene. Dad grabbed the girl by the neck. Is this your daughter? Then let me give you a proper death. Then let me give you a death worth remembering. Fairy watched this smiling. From the beginning they had shipped this family together for us to witness this moment. In the end, what they wanted had come true. No matter how they struggled on the staged floor, your deaths have also been prepared. Its hands were weaving countless threads, controlling the players. A voice rang out at hand. Why did you refuse? And Cheon saw. Personal reason. What do you want? Jimin slowly walked over. Behind her was a scene of bloody fight. I also want to make an off. She narrowed her eye, pulling off her gloves to reveal hand sealed with mad. Come with. She smiled at Hanzu's dismissive act. I can already guess your answer. But before we go, I have a question. Jimin looked at Hanzu with sharp eye. You do not feel any pity anymore, do you? Glanced back, gaze turning ice. No humanity left. Is there any pity? Chuckled. She was the last one. Everyone had left boats that had set sail. Now there was only one boat left, and no one knew what would happen next. The remaining people on the shore, like a pack of animals cornered, screamed and begged Hanzu, you know me? Please, just this one can save us. Hanzu looked his heart heavy. These are the people I should have saved. The monster in the guidance area is too strong. I can't save everyone. That is why I have to do what I need to do. Because if I fail, everything will be meaningless. You think? You turn back, facing the desk, pleading with, grip your hot weapon tight, your heart filled with passion. But I know all too well the fate of those cannot reach the next land. Beneath the poisonous sea, the monsters watched them melt with delight. Cries of anguish rang out. Don't kill us. It is too painful. Hanzu, my face dark, and blame me however you want. Instead of enduring while being exploited to death. Your gaze is ice. I am mourning in my own way. On the boat, Hanzu let himself carry sea breeze, his whole body facing the blue sky. You fed Tiny the ancient gems to your pet. You are quite some. Fairy, her tone laced with surprise. I did not expect you to say such. Though it is a pity everything ended too easily. Fairy laughed, just as expected from a rising star. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it. But her expression changed as she squinted at Hanzu. Then I will wait for you up ahead. Hanzu maintained his calm expression. He would not regret it. I am not turning back to save everyone. I am here to win. Clenched your fist, determination boiling inside. Can't hesitate here. You have to keep moving forward. The lonely boat took Hanzu to the central island. The white tower appeared before like a challenge. The announcement echoed. Congratulations, 1921 travelers have arrived here. Welcome to the land of opportunity. Central Island. A white tower appeared. Where there is an unspoken rule everyone must know. First, protect the tower, painting the Chris fight in the dungeon to gain power. And finally, the author did not mention. Outside, the monsters preparing to crush the fort. Hordes of monsters beneath the dry corpses waited for their chance to charge at the people. Players like all urged each other, block the monsters right away. We are really short on one by one. People are falling, but the monsters are still overwhelmed. They are climbing the walls to push deeper into the fortress. Everyone rushes in to block the powerful attacks from the monsters, putting all their effort in fending the fort. Come on, do not give up. Some can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. After fighting for a month, I am out of strength. They are all in it together, maintaining the defense line. A hand slammed down on the table. A serious voice said, we need to establish some rules right now. Can't let this situation continue. A man stood in the middle of the room proposing to change the strategy with the other. Our defense was almost broken in just one day. The damage is too severe. How much longer are you going to just stand there watching this continue? We won't just fail, Tekris, but all of us will be slaughtered by the monster. This man is Park Jung-guk, our guild leader. And Ju, the guild leader of Gwajong, asked, should we wait for the other guild leaders to arrive? Hong Xia, the guild leader of No, replied, powerful people are already here. If we wait at this, we are definitely done for. Liga, the guild leader of Smog, added, what do you want us to do? Park Jung-guk, serious. Biggest issue is the lack of force. Therefore, let us bring in from outside the guild. Even if we have to use force, everything is about to fall apart. What about controlling the wandering traveler? Xia asked, we will handle it, or I do not think words will work. Those who do not understand that another attack will come within 3 hours, and there is no guarantee we can hold out this time. Take question. What if our guild alliance has not rooted combined force? Do you think we can do that? Park Jung-guk pointed out need to be resolved. The increasing number of people heading to the dungeon is a serious problem. They are now on par with the member guild alliance. Those people have formed a ridiculous group called the Alliance of Dungeons. Since they started acting, they have been out of our control. My question is whether the guild alliance focused solely on defense handled. We can't let ourselves be at the bottom of society like. Jung-guk turned to the clan leader, said, why not send the frontline guilds down to the dungeon first? Hyoan immediately flinched and replied, then who will castle? That is the plan. The smaller guilds should lead to minimize damage. Xia thought to herself, the whole group is just focused on their own petty fault. It is so noisy. If only the 1,900 concentrated on defense from the start. She bit her lip in worry. Damn it. If everyone had just stayed back then, we would not be in this mess. The strong got what they wanted and started leaving the weak struggling. First, everyone participated in defense. Their survival depended on it. But when some returned from the dungeon with fancy items, they began to pull back one by one. While she was worrying about how to bow, Jimin walked in cheerfully, saying, I have news for you. Xia quickly brushed him off. Come on, Jimin. My head is already hurting. Jimin clarified, I am not here to annoy you. I have important news. I got a report that someone is fighting against Dungeon Alliance. Xia was startled. What then? From somewhere, a scream echoed. Help me. I told you I am not going anywhere. Clan leaders immediately panicked on hearing the scream. Everyone turned to one man, who earnestly said, plan to go for 2 more days. Then I will come back. I will join when I am strong. Let us negotiate. Without much talk, an arrow was shot straight at the target. Flying swiftly, it struck the shoulders of the man who had just been pleading, and he barely had time to react. A young man's face appeared, cigarette in mouth, saying, all right then, starting tomorrow you all will fight up top. Today you can be lazy, but tomorrow you have to work hard to make for it. Pleading man urgent said, Dante come near me, thinking to himself, clearly, his stats are lower than mine, so why can't I beat him? It is the one with a cout snake draped over his shoulder. He raised his hand, man, we need weapons. Hangman panicked, said, that guy. Next to him, an older brother angrily, who gives you the right to boss me around? Without saying much, he gripped the knife tightly and charged straight at Hanzu. Calmly observed and analyzed. So the knife has a skill that enhances its cutting ability. With a colorless item, this is quite a tool. Is not. Hanzu had to be gentle, revealing a shiny ring. His mouth tight clenched around the cigarette, his face becoming more serious. With just the force of his arm, he easily knocked that guy away before he could even touch. Everyone cheered excited. Take him down. Yeah, kill him. That guy. Frustrated. Thought. The knife skill is gone. It can't even pierce through. This bastard. How much resistance does he have? His hands trembling. The knife slowly slowly losing its effect. Is it my turn yet? Enough chit-chat. Hanzu threw a straight punch to his face, making it distort horribly. He just thought, fighting you guys without killing is really annoying, but oh well. Who told you to be such a valuable resource? Not listening when I saw. He fell to the ground, knocked out of the game after just 2 punches. Everyone could not help but be amazed by Hanzu's strength, while he calmly said, I only have one thing left, but it is enough. Kangman and the people around began to watch, felt fear towards Hanzu. Guild leaders rushed over to see what was happening and were shocked to witness. Asked, who is that guy? Jimin beside him was smiling bright. Finally, guild leaders had gathered fully for a meeting. Everyone was thinking of one Hanzu. Guild leader Pon. Turns out he is the one Hanzu meant. Hanzu spoke first. Starting tomorrow, Kun Tunnel Alliance and the Guild Alliance will work together, alternating between hunting and defense. If anyone has any objection, just speak up. Although his cold and imposing demeanor was quite intimidating, cute snake on his shoulder lessened some of that fear. Continued. After all, it is hard to command them without strong people, so bring as many capable people as possible and let them join our guild. I guarantee those out there will follow your order, so there is no problem. He seriously discussed matter. Guild leader Sia thought to himself, this is beneficial for us, but what does he really want? Gyut replied cautiously, what do you want? Guy who is not on anyone's side and strong like you. Just cause this mess. Do not you have other intentions? Hanzu just smiled calmly, responding that as long as the basic rules and system are established, I have no intention of intervening. However, Gyut still doubted. Who knows? You might suddenly change your mind and want to eliminate the alliance. He stood up and interrupted. I do not care about petty, but if you are worried. Hanzu showed off his strength to everyone. People panicked, started shouting, he is going to attack. Get ready to fight. Everyone quickly shifted into a fight stance. Ruin, get reassured. It is just a simple illusion skill. Can T move from that spot? Hanzu quietly spoke up. You think I can T attack you from behind? From somewhere. He had moved behind Gyut, pressing a weapon against his neck. Gyut was just realized. Could it be that this was not just a simple trick, but a dragon that made him lose his? Hard to believe he caught me so easy. Hanzu slowly said to everyone, I have a new item before coming. We should prepare. Right. On the other side, panicked and shouted, the Lord. He sheathed his knife and reassured everyone. Calm down. I have no hostile intentions towards you. Current situation forces us to work together. Can you see that? That is all I want. People continue to look on guard. Listen, until now, we have always been against each other. It is going to be hard to unite right away. There is still time, he said. Clan leaders frowned at him with listlessness. Fusion. This is just the beginning of what is about to happen next. Pondered as he left the meeting. A voice stopped. Wait, are you just going to walk away like that? Jimin asked. This time I want to hear an answer. What do you think? Hello. Hanzu. Do you want to join our meeting? Each word slipped out of Jimin's small mouth. I asked you before. Do you want to join our guild? She lightly closer, her breath carrying a faint floral scent. This time, I am making a sincere invitation. It is lonely to go alone. Or are you dreaming about somewhere else? She continued, her tone slightly teasing. I heard you went with a girl named Mahai in Gangnam. What is this? Your face did not even change. Still cool as ever. She rested her hand on her chin, her eyes sparkling as she looked. No reaction. Then it is not grass. Bright smile bloomed on. So that means it is okay, right? It would be great if you joined our guild. You did not make a sound and swift passed by, leaving her with a shocked expression. What is this? Your icy demeanor left her astonished. I am heading to the city wall, she exclaimed, wide-eyed, not believing her ears. Can't even pretend to listen. Frustrated and disappointed, she yelled, you jerk. He just sighed in annoyance, not bothering to respond. In another, screams rang out amid chaos. Bring the bodies here. We need more relief supply. Those with support skill. Get over here now. Gray-haired man asked the soldier in front of Surgeon. The southern wall has been reinforced somewhat. Dung Hanchian replied to his subordinate. The injured should go down, and the rest can rest. What else do you want to ask? How is our guild doing? Gray-haired guy jumped in right after your question and said, we have been doing better than last. Thought back to the scene of death, said, we have positioned people everywhere without missing a spot. The newcomers from the Kun Alliance were not cooperative, but they have done quite well. Thanks to them, we did not suffer too much damage. Hanchian stood there, sweating and stunned. In a situation like this, could not afford to slack off, especially with monsters guarding the defense line. Hanchian imagined Hansu in a scene filled with quietly said to himself, guy can handle a whole bunch of monsters by himself. Pictured Hansu stabbing his iron sword into the ground, wiping the sweat off it, and taking care of a large number of monsters effortlessly. He shifted his gaze to Dung Hanchian's angry face. Thought, if only he had a bit of decorum, I could recruit him in guild. Images of Kang Hansu popped into his mind. Even the heavens do not give everything to anyone, do they? He thought to himself. Even so, this rate, we can hold on. Suddenly, one of his subordinates shouted loud, wait, there is a sergeant in the sky with a watermark. Suddenly, a weird face appeared. Oh my, that is the guy Fairy Deadbeat. He gently waved his hand, floated down, sporting a goofy smile. Hey guy, I have you waiting. Right. Have you gathered enough over the last 2 days? Hanchian's expression shifted, surprise, panic. Think, oh my, whenever this demon appears, something bad is bound to happen. Fairy clapped his hand, excitedly saying, get ready. Folks, you are about to receive a Kang death mission. Today, the demon will appear in defense battle. Demons are really powerful, but do not worry. The zombies you have fought before are just a warm-up. But hey, feeding 4 demons will yield small crystals. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all. Everyone opened the system at once. The item could exchange. Even Hansu is intently looking at the shop, blurting, can exchange these crystals, premium artifacts, at an exclusive store here. And it is not just art. You can also use the crystal, buy it out of. Isn't everyone just eager to get out of this godforsaken place as possible? A voice calls out from behind Hansu. Did you hear that? We can escape from here. Hansu turns around and sees a middle-aged man, full expression. Are you serious? Fairy just said we can buy crystal. Around start buzzing. Hansu looks at the system shop and sees a new item. A ticket to leave the tower. 600 crystals. 600 crystals. Hansu muttered, that is a real steal. Then let us gear up and start the demon. A massive crimson void suddenly tears open the sky in front of the palace. From the hole, a long, twisted arm with countless razor-sharp claws slowly emerged, thickening the air with fear. The grotesque face of the monster gradually materialized, its mouth lined with blood-red teeth. Haha! Its savage laughter echoes throughout space, making everyone freeze in fear. Damn, it is coming. That monster is advancing toward by step. People start to panic, shouting in terror. Who is going to lead? Please. We do not know how strong that demon. I want those items too. But mid the chaos, calm voice rings out, causing everyone to stop. Hansu leaps forward, wielding a sword bigger than a, leaving everyone wide-eyed. He charges straight at the massive monster with light beam, swinging his sword directly at it. The monster simply raises one hand to block it without giving him a moment to breathe. It launches a terrifying attack toward Hansu. Barely dodges in the nick of time, but its tremendous force shatters the ground beneath, shouldering his sword. Hansu, this truly is a demon, even if it is a weaker version. Can't deal lethal damage with normal attack without any buff. I have enhanced my defense and resist snake skin. He looks up at it, continuing his calculate, but his attack power is not enough. Now, I will make the most of the artifacts I have acquired from the dungeon. For this inferior monster, Hanzo's image becomes cooler than ever. He braces his leg, channeling his strength into that position. The system appears. With Rozu's light, I will fight it with speed. You think and act at the same time, countering the monster. Whoosh, you jump high, raising the heavy sword ready to strike down. The monster is surprised, its eyes following your super fast move. Using its hands to block attack, it exerts its immense strength, creating beautiful slashes. Each swift slash creates a trail of light. Your expression becomes more serious, preparing the next strike. Can't but forced to endure the full force of your terrifying slash, not to be underestimated. Gathers strength in it, creating a sphere to counterattack. That immense power aims straight at you, and you quickly use your sword to block. Boom. The explosion erupts after you block the monster's attack. You get slammed against a rock, survive that ultimate move. The system offers you assist, instantly nullifying any skill upon contact. Everyone starts discussing, oh my, he is soloing that demon. And Qian asks in disbelief, how strong has he got? The person next to him nudges, ready. And Qian, we should take this opportunity. And Qian asks again, Cap, do you want us to join the fight? I am not sure that is the best decision. Captain Dung Jek replied, even if we do not, others will try to seize this chance. Everyone jumps down. All together, there is only one demon. Everyone uses their power. I will take it down. We will join in. Jimin sees this and suggests to Sia, I do not really like, but should not we join? Sia quickly replies, just wait. Sia looks at Hansu and whispers, even Hansu, I need to see how capable he is. Everyone moves close, supporting you, and you glance at them. Thought crosses your mind. You sigh. What a hassle. Han is about to use a skill. Can't let those older travelers distract. Right in front is a powerful monster. Quietly laugh. You think to yourself, why has not he used it yet? Could it be? You doubt its next move. Hansu stands there, calmly facing the demon. While your mind is racing, you realize that each demon possesses race skill, making them unpredictable and dangerous. Thought in your mind helps you understand. This demon has not used skill yet. It might be waiting for the chance to unleash a powerful area attack. Can't underestimate any of its acts, because even a small mistake can lead to serious consequences. The monster raised hand, preparing to unleash a devastating skill capable of wiping out everything within reach. The tension filled the surrounding, and Hansu did not hesitate, shouting for everyone to back off. You know very well that this demon is not easy to deal. Anyone who dares to confront it directly pay with their life. Hanbin stood nearby, unable to hide the worry clearly on his face. Feeling of unease grew stronger, making him wonder they should retreat and let Hansu face the demon alone. Before he could say more, another guy cut in, insisting that they needed to stay close to be ready to strike the right moment. His determination burned like a blazing fire, not allowing anyone to stop. The monster bared its sharp teeth, grinning menace, its hands glowing bright, ready to launch a devastating attack. Zhang's hand enveloped, and with a powerful slam down, the ground beneath everyone collapsed, erupting into fierce flame. Ground cracked, as if being swallowed by a raging sea of fire. The heat from the flames surged up, making the air suffocating and hard to breathe. In that moment of chaos, a brave soldier stood up, trying to protect those around his steel shield. He told himself that he could easily extinguish these small flames, the relic just acquired. But deep down, selfishness, greed took over as he thought about the reward. He delivered the finishing blow to the monster. Still, fear lurked in his mind, making his body tremble in front of the enemy's terrifying power. Cries echoed everywhere. People panicked, trying to flee from the sea of flames consuming everything. Some were burned by the scorching flame, and the chaos worsened when someone frantically shouted that the monster was advancing, while others ran away. Hansu stood, the heavy sword resting on his shoulder, showing no signs of fear. He was the only one standing firm amid hellfire, unshaken by the situation. The ring on Hansu's hand began to emit a blue light, brilliant as if responding to the power of the flames surrounding. He understood that he had to pour all of his strength into the ring now. There was no other option. With steely determination, Hansu raised the sword, channeling all of his power into the blade. Blue light from the ring merged his strength, creating a powerful force. Preparing for the decisive confrontation, Hansu poured all his strength blade, delivering a slash so powerful ground trembled. His sword was sharp and strong enough through the oncoming flame, creating another earthquake, split the ground apart. The red flames were sliced too, revealing a clear path in front of Hansu. Hansu stood, his face calm yet powerful, looking like a true hero. Even after executing a powerful strike, Hansu knew that the monster was not an easy opponent. The ground was soaked under his slap, but that was just the beginning. His hands began to shake from the overwhelming power he had just unleashed. But he would not allow himself to falter. The monster slowly approached as Hansu thought about his mission. He was the only one who fronted the power of hellfire. The monster grinned with flames blazing in its hand. With vitality, it charged at Hansu, who was ready to face it. As the monster swung its fiery arm toward Hansu, channeled his strength to his knife, blocking the fierce slap. Smoke and dust rose in a cloud, obscuring everything around. Those watching from a distance, including Guk, could not help feel anxious about the intense battle unfolding. He looked at Hansu with a mix of surprise and admiration. He wondered if Hansu was just an ordinary traveler starting from the same point. Yet Hansu had far surpassed everyone else. Guk realized they needed to come up with a plan to catch up to Hansu. They did not want to be left behind. The battle between Hansu and the monster built drama. Hansu's blocks were not only but also demonstrated enough strength to withstand that terrifying beast. Blasts of light collided rhythmically, reflecting Hansu's unwavering determination. Fight escalated in speed, making the air feel suffocating. Those around, watching the duel, were all on edge. Some were shocked by Hansu's power. Some were horrified at the grim prospect, while others scoffed, thinking this was only natural. The monster prepared to launch its next attack, charging at Hansu like a cat pouncing on a mouse. A sinister smile was evident on its face, its eyes glinting with malice, signaling a difficult about to be unleashed. Hansu needed to act as the situation was becoming more dangerous than ever. As tensions rose, the members of the group gathered, preparing for the next attack. Shouts echoed everywhere, calling for everyone to change position, ready to handle any situation. The atmosphere was lively and urgent, but amidst the bustling crowd, Jimin stood silent, arms crossed in the corner, seemingly waiting for someone. A voice rang out from behind Jimin, cold and full of meaning, and Qian stood next to Jimin, his voice gentle yet persuasive. He advised her that waiting here was pointless, because every time he waited for someone, everything turned hopeless. He unconsciously scratched his head, showing his helplessness and frustration at the situation. Jimin remained calm, countering Han Qian's question by asking who he was waiting for. It seems like you do not want to admit what we both clearly know. Han Qian just chuckled lightly, feeling that there was no need to say more, as there was no one else to wait for besides the tension. Conversation continued in a more relaxed atmosphere. Han Qian asked Jimin if she was also following the monarch's order. Right. Nevertheless, Jimin tried to dodge, not wanting to reveal more, but Han Qian, persistence and calm, kept convincing her that there was no need to be overly cautious, as it was just the two of them here. He also mentioned the current state of the alliance, that it was shaken and everyone knew the reason. She wondered why Han Qian sharing this information when it was all so obvious, but before Han Qian could explain further, he suddenly stopped, feeling a chill down his spine as he looked around. Jimin, surprised by his act, asked him if something was wrong, and Qian replied that he just had a feeling someone was watching. However, despite looking close, he saw nothing suspicious on the quiet road. On a nearby high-rise building, figure quietly observed thing unfold. On a nearby high-rise building, figure silently watched all the events. He looked down at the two below, thinking about the current situation. It had been a while since Han Su started monopolizing, and the alliance not receiving any reports about this situation made the watcher even more suspicious. The watcher turned back to his close associate, his gaze full of contemplation. The servant was well aware of the situation, reporting that they had been closely monitoring every move of Kang Han Su. However, besides defending, hunting demons, and occasionally probing the underground lair, Han Su hardly took a break. This made defense easier but also raised another. Those who had not joined the guild continued to cause trouble, attacking members and creating potential danger. The watcher, the sharp gaze, thought full of disdain when hearing the report. He had predicted this, and Su's presence, someone not belonging to any guild, allowed troublemaker freely. This was understandable, as even the alliance followed Kang Han Su's word. While the watcher was pondering the situation, a group of people slowly approached the room where he was standing. He welcomed them with a calm smile and confident words, saying that he had prepared everything. Just as they arrived, the watcher opened his arm, welcoming everyone to the important meeting. He emphasized that if their authority was shaken, controlling things harder than ever, the future plan could not let this situation continue. While the meeting was played, in another part of the battle, a magnificent scene appeared. Han Su stands tall in the battle, having just defeated a terrifying monster. The sword in his hand glistens under the morning light. The monster's purple blood flows, creating a scene both horrifying and grand. Han Su looks down at the sword in his hand, feeling the power has nearly drained away. The sword, once perfect, has now become chipped and worn. He drops the sword down, realizing it is useless after battle. Su exhales, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His hand gently cradles the small snake slowly crawling out of his shirt, and he smiles with satisfaction upon realizing he has reached level 6. Thank God, finally got it, he tells himself, feeling of accomplishment and satisfaction flooding over him. He opens the crystal shop, showcasing high-end artifacts. Each item in the store is specially designed for guild, featuring powerful effects. And Su contemplates the fierce competition. These crystals fall into the hands of guild. He knows protect his interest and those of teammates. Preventing this competition from the start is essential. He scratches his head, carefully examining each artifact, thoughtfully considering how to protect and manage. The small snake, now nestled in his shirt, is no longer a bother. And Su continues to observe the shop and add, but there is also something very here. When the system notifies him of the successful exchange of and deduct corresponding amount. And Su smiles proudly. I can use most weapons, but it is best to see what I am familiar with, he says, as a chain slowly appears in his hand. This is the weapon he has mastered. The judgment of Decreto feels familiar and confident holding this weapon, making the fight seem easier. The serious expression and a bit of calm. Han Su prepares to test his new weapon. I have to practice daily, he emphasized, swinging the chain and getting ready for the next battle. On the ground, a pile of muck begins to form. New monsters start to resurrect, and Han Su spins his hand continuously, ready to face the skeletons slowly reviving. The surroundings begin to shift from the clear morning light to the crimson battlefield. He smirks, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination. There are about 10 days left before the defense battle ends, and Han Su knows he must prepare well. Manhwa, with a sly smile on his lips, has completed all preparations for the upcoming battle. His arm bears a red mark, signifying thorough preparation, high determination. Those invited by Gukta are also ready, equipped and strategized the impending battle. Everything is ready for a decisive battle, where everything will be put on the line. 10 days later, Fairy is smirking cunning, her eyes gleaming with thoughts of the exciting event. This group of travelers definitely make things in. For those who have survived the longest, they have prepared an event reminiscent saving Nam's twist. The deafening scream startled everyone. Someone panickedly wondered, what is happening? It is not time for the monsters to appear yet. People started discussing, confusion spreading. Monster corpses lay scattered everywhere, looking as if their armor had been swept clean. Then suddenly, Bonnie head moved, its purple eyes with dilated pupils glowing hauntingly. People around panicked, screaming continuously, not knowing what was happening. Corrosive demons gathered, the bodies of the monsters being drawn into a mysterious portal, gradually converging, and then, like a collection of something grotesque, they began to take on a new shape. A monster with power is being reborn. Everyone felt something horrifying about to unfold, as if a single thought echoed in their head. It is starting. The resurrection process, where a villain slowly returns, preparing for an unexpected battle. This is truly content-rich for those who are witness. The wicked woman appears with long white hair, thick lips, and a pair of huge horns extending past her head. The hidden mission at the central island, King of Demons, slave battle, and she is the demon queen, getting ready for the great battle ahead. Her eyes wide open, the non-existent human, only the bright red making her face terrifying. The skeletal grin revealing her jag. She grinned malicious, her laughter echoing everywhere. Power is unique, making heaps of hover in the air. Her massive black wings spreading wide once again. The red barriers were erect, blocking all. The blue sky suddenly turned a deep red. The wicked fairy laughed as she told the foolish player that if it were her, she would not close to the walls of the fort, because there was no way to escape that way. You only have two options. She sneered at everyone as confusion and anxiety. Then, she explained the rules of this battle. Either stay here and face the upcoming attack from the zombie, or escape using the crystal. But remember, those zombies are still, and if you do not want to confront, you can choose to face the demon king, who has just been summoned inside the fortress. The entire castle, once gloomy, now feels more dangerous than ever. Juhain turned pale, terrified upon hearing the name of the demon king. The woman standing next, probably his wife, immediately panicked, questioned, what did you say about the demon king before? Fairy remained calm, answering like that is just a minor minor issue. I do not want to mention the Demon King, because there is a high chance all of you will die. But now, there is no way out. No traveler has ever survived. Fairy continued to lay out the condition. Crystal would activate 30 minutes. The zombie attack and could only transport 500. Half of you will be left behind. But if you defeat the Demon King, everyone can leave. Even though this event is very special, I will patiently wait for your answer. Everyone was stunned at point, as if they could not believe what was happening. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same thought. I will be the one to survive. What down? Their gazes locked. They were seeing into each other's heart. The system began counting down the time. Kang, terrified, said in frustration, "Damn it. I thought we just had to survive for a month." The others were also losing their minds over this sudden event. Jixie tried to reassure everyone, clapping to remind, "We will be here for 30 minutes and escape using the crystal. Just hold on. Everyone, get ready. The Alliance needs to gather near the crystal." All those in front and clench a face full of determination, resolved not to let this situation defeat her. Kangman, unable to contain his anger, lashed out, "You think we do not realize you are just trying to help your buddies escape?" His gaze at Jixtae was full of resentment, as if challenging him to face the truth. Jixtae faced him back and calmly replied, "Isn't defending better than moving aimlessly? We need to think of a way to save as many people as possible." Kangman did not back down, responding immediately, "That is really the idea of someone who only cares about themselves, regardless of what happens to others. You just want to protect those who will obey you." Jifia smirked, but his eyes were still full of intensity. Continued, "Do you have any other plan? Even the demons wiped out dozens of our people with a single attack since day one. How can we defeat the Demon King?" He recalled the bloody battle with Hanzu and said, then, as if triggered, Jixtae laughed manic, taunting Kangman and those around. "What about you? Do you want to survive the next island, or will you rush in like moths to a flame?" He could not respond, remaining silent, biting his lip, wiping his face with his sleeve in frustration. Everything had changed. The atmosphere between them was now suffocating and filled with tension. Zuian thought to himself. A selfish idea began to form. "We should ally with the Fog Guild. Maybe that is the only way we safely get out of here." Someone stepped forward, approached the clan leader, and bluntly declared that the only way for everyone to escape was to hunt the Demon King. Zuian looked up, not help but be shocked to realize Hanzu continued to explain that if focused on hunting the Demon King, then all the survivors would have a chance to escape this place. Zuian was annoyed, thinking to himself, why does this guy always like to meddle in other people's affairs? He should worry about himself first. Looked at Hanzu, feeling irritated, trying to maintain a serious expression, could not help mock him. Someone so confident they will survive this? Or is he just playing the lead role in his own action move? Hanzu shrugged, sighed carelessly. Who knows? But if we just sit here waiting for the crystal, then surely over 500 people will die, and I think that number is not impressive enough. Be even more. Group invited by Gukt also started to agree, after telling themselves, well, can't trust that guild. There is no reason to follow them. Consider hunting the demon as a field trip. They turned to Hanzu, deciding that, well, fighting the Demon King might be less of a headache than hearing about those other plans again. Joining Hanzu, Juhyan silently calculated. Knowing the situation was spiraling out of control, he thought to himself, Ju has to grab a stop him immediately. First, he needs to find a way to break barrier. Otherwise, or he knows it, they will charge in like a swarm of disturbed bees. Juhyan activated the power imprinted on his arm, sweat beginning to pour down like a shower. Looking towards Hanzu and the allies who were riding the wave of enthusiasm, Juhyan could not help but think, now I have to worry about my life. If I am not careful, I will end up as a demon soon enough. Just as Juhyan was contemplating, Hanzu suddenly turned around, looking at him with a gaze sharp as a razor, causing him to flinch slightly. Hanzu smirked slightly. Do not think about internal conflicts anymore. I know what you are planning, but now is not the time. Conserve your strength to fight the monster. Hurriedly dodging Hanzu's threat wing, the chain struck down hard and ground, creating a violent impact. Hanzu retracted chain, his gaze power, then gave a cold warning. You won't be able to handle the consequence. Juhyan frozen in fear, not daring to move, while Guktae looked at him with a piercing gaze, clearly not willing to let it go easily. Guktae calculated silent. For now, let us try to cooperate. Wait for the right moment. We already predicted this situation. Juhyan looked back, clearly feeling that thing was off. Manhwa, another thought crossed Tae's mind, temporarily agreeing with plan, still looking for an opportunity to turn the table. And Chaeyon and Kangman have never liked each other, and now they are forced to be in the same group, making the atmosphere even more tense. Hanzo looks around, noticing the discord in the group, and says to his ally, it seems everyone has made up their mind, but hold on, we need to sort this out first. Hanzo smirks and slowly walks toward Crystal with a powerful swing, tightens his grip on the shard of crystal in hand, his gaze unwavering. Pressure from the grip causes the crystal to crack, fissures spreading in front of everyone's astonished eye. No one could stop it, and in an instant, crystal shattered into tiny shards, falling to the ground. Both Guktae and Juhyan were startled, unable to believe their eyes. Shouts erupted everywhere. What the hell is going on? But Hanzo just chuckled softly, his eyes full of satisfaction with his decision. He slowly replied, his tone calm yet sharp, we are going into the fort, so we do not need that anymore. Leaving an escape route will only make everyone weak. Hanzo's words hit everyone's spirit, breath of fresh air. They all chimed in unison. He is right. We need to look forward. Let us defeat the Demon King together. Following Hanzo, the cheers rose up, his allies fired up, ready to face the battle. But Hanzo suddenly raised his hand, signaling for everyone quiet. He told, his voice full of determination, do not follow me. Then he slowly pulled the chain back towards himself, as if preparing for a great battle. The air around them seemed to still. Time felt like it had stopped, leaving only tension and burning determination. The battle had truly begun. The heavy door slowly creaked open, revealing the entrance to the ancient fortress full of mystery. The inside was dark and gloomy, completely different from what Hanzo's group seen from the outside. They moved in, their steps quiet, betraying their nervous, and Chaeyon looked around, surprise evident in his eyes. He realized this place was nothing like the fort they had seen before. Inside, the light from the candles gradually turned into an eerie purple, making the space strange and threatening. The group continued to move, their feet heavy with the overwhelming tension. They ventured deeper in past, where the darkness seemed to swallow everything around them. Flickering embers appeared shining in the black, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Every small sound felt magnified, adding to the tension in each heart. Suddenly, the whole group stopped as they realized space around them had become increasingly strange, frightening. The darkness seemed, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Ahead was a black, faint lights flickering from afar. Not long after, a sinister laugh echoed from a distance, breaking the tense silence. That sound does not resemble anyone's laughter in the group. Carries a sense of of menace and dread. Then the queen appeared, her figure standing out in the dark, her eyes shining brightly and her smile mock. It has been a long time, you speak, her voice echoing in the space here in the silence. You all came here to play with me, did not you? Then I want to let you leave so easy. Immediately, the door behind them slams shut, the echo of it shaking the surrounding space. Panic erupted in the group as they realized they were trapped in this fort. The situation worsened when the system announced the fortress had been sealed. Before they could react, the floor beneath them began to shake violently, cracking sounds coming from all sides. Floor cracked, large sections starting to collapse under their feet. The whole group screamed in fear as they tried to maintain their balance amidst the chaos. Cracks wide, revealing dark voids below. From those cracks, grotesque arms rose slowly, as if haunting. Those arms were wrapped in blazing flames, as if they had risen from hell itself. Soon after, terrifying creatures emerged from the ground. Goblins with sharp fangs, their mouths wide open, emitting chilling sounds that shook the air. A young man in the group yelled fear, pleading as a monster prepared to charge. But in that moment of danger, Hanzo quickly used his chain to bind the monster, stopping it from attacking further. Hanzo told his group, voice calm yet authoritative, do not panic. These monsters are no from the enemies we have fought for. Hanzo's team gradually regained their composure afterward. They gathered together, preparing for the upcoming battle. Hanzo glanced at the young man he just saved, his gaze filled with determination and leadership. He ordered, stay calm and fight. We will get through this. Hanzo's eyes were focused on the cracked floor, carefully observing the small move among the rubble. In his mind, the real issue was the gate. To confront the demon, they needed to get past the gate. Suddenly, the ground shook more violent, and a column of fire erupted from the debris. Everyone immediately felt a surge of fear and began to step back to avoid danger from the flame. A knight with a sword appeared. Brilliant purple light enveloped the sword, as if it was born from the very flames of hell. The knight's eyes shone bright red, filled with hatred and death. Hanzo recognized instantly it was the gate demon, powerful enemy they had. The golden sounds echoed everywhere, tried to steer clear of the monster slowly rising from the ground. They appeared in droves, surrounding Hanzo's group. Creatures formed rank, their red eyes staring intently, as if wanting to devour each one. One of them screamed, the sound booming and powerful, swung its sword in a long arc, strong enough to sweep everything within reach away. Dust filled the air, obscuring the group's vision. After reassessing the situation, Hanzo commanded everyone to get ready for battle, clearly assigning tasks. We have two enemies. Those responsible, move to the back. Those skilled in ranged attack, move to the front. Those who are not skilled enough, manage the surrounding. Dunghat, standing nearby, nervously spoke up, wait, rushing in like this could put us in danger. But Hanzo would not let him say another word, cutting him off immediately. We will attack on the left first. Without waiting a moment long, Hanzo charged straight at the monster, leaving Dunghefi standing behind. Panic-stricken while fighting, Hanzo observed and analyzed at the same time the one guarding the gate. This seems to be modeled after the gate in the abyss, weaker but with similar moves. Based on that, Hanzo could anticipate its next attack. He wielded his weapon skill, rushing like the wind towards the monster. His chain approached the monster incredibly. Just when he thought the chain pierced its head, the beast managed to knock his weapon away. Hanzo did not fall. His mind raced. More important, could harness the power of Decado. These long, dozens of meters long, wrapped tightly around the sword the monster was wielding, preventing it from moving as it pleased. Hanzo easily controlled its move, completely suppressing the enemy's strength. Chain quickly causing the monster to collapse around. Now, demon was bound tight, unable to move, completely under Hanzo's control. He smirked, confident in his plan. Binding and suppressing the opponent had been successful. The chain not only drained the monster's mag, but also kept her, reducing its ability. Although this also drained Hanzo's own mag, still managed the situation. Chain wrapped around his arm was the most powerful weapon to deal with the demon. Looking at his teammate, Hanzo said, are you all just going to stand there and watch? His power left on. They stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes, amazed at Hanzo's ability. It took them a moment to regain their composure. Dungukli urged everyone, of course not. Get ready to attack. Remember, you are making a name. Gil. In response to Dunguk's call, everyone replied in unison. Another member also shouted, those with low resist. Support from the back. Everyone. Jimin's voice rang out. I will take the lead. The whole group surged forward, shouting loud, and attack. Weapons and magic floated in the air, completely obscuring the huge body of the demon. Waves of fierce attacks poured down. Lights from spells and fire erupted. Every demon recoiled. Its red, twitching eyes stared at the sword in its hand, ready to use its power to escape the bind. Hanzo realized, immediately deduced that fire. They want to summon hellfire. And as a burst of light struck down, ground cracked open and the group screamed in fear. The demon began to thrash, trying to escape the binding rope. Its terrible power broke Hanzo's control, and in that moment, roared fierce. Hanzo was thrown back, remained undeterred as he signaled for everyone to continue attack. Although the binding ropes were still wrapped around the demon's chest, Hanzo knew that once it broke free, resisting would become extremely difficult, but he remained determined not to give up. Closely following the demon with intent, he aimed straight at the monster's chest, the weak point he had noted during the battle. With a powerful leap, Hanzo plunged straight into the monster's chest. Fatal stab pierced through its body. The hellfire continued to blaze without any harm. Demon screamed in fear. That hellfire makes our attacks useless. However, Hanzo ignored the warning, continued to stab straight in demon's chest, despite the flames raging fiercely and burning his flesh. Burning pain seeped into every cell, but Hanzo still tried to endure. I need to remove the hellfire, thought to himself as he reached out to where the hellfire was being summoned. In a decisive moment, Hanzo used all his strength to yank, pulling it out of the demon's body. His hand was burned by the flame, but he did not care. With a tight grip, Hanzo crushed, causing it to vanish into thin air. Below, the onlookers were bewildered, whispering to each other. What just happened? Fire surrounding the demon had vanished. Hanzo pulled back the chain. Man, continue attacking. He turned to look, his eyes radiating strength, as if to say, there is no need to worry about this anymore. Keep attacking. Can't use fire anymore. Suddenly, someone in the group shouted, Hanzo, be careful. He heard it and immediately glanced over. In an instant, Hanzo perfectly dodged the attack from another demon, one that the non-guild members were fighting. Dunguk shouted, directing his gaze towards those who had just been taken down. Look there. Everyone in the group began to panic as they noticed some people out. They called out for help. Davis 2 feet of the monster were the defeated body, and it stood there, arrogantly looking down, filled with contempt. People were fearfully whispering to each other. Should not Kang Hanzo deal with that demon? What should we do? They were scared and panicked. Meanwhile, Gukti stood back, observing, laughing to himself. He said quietly, they are starting to panic. Now things are getting easy. Gukti slowly stepped towards Hanzo, a sly smile clearly visible on it. He stopped in front of eyes full of provocation and began to place all the blame on Hanzo. With a contemptuous look, he mocked, Kang Hanzo, you pushed everyone into a dead end and still pretend to know nothing. Pointed directly at Hanzo's Hansu's face, blaming him for everything they were facing. It is all your fault. Put us in this situation, so take responsibility. Meanwhile, Han Qian, despite struggling with the monster, could not stay silent in the face of Guk Tae's criticism. He was holding off the attack while shouting loud, "Shut up and come help," pushed the monster back with all his strength, then delivered a painful kick that made it stagger. Han Qian came up, reminding everyone that it was Guk Tae who was standing on the side, not helping but only spouting nonsense. Tae was unfazed by the criticism. On the contrary, he looked at Han Qian with a challenging gaze, declaring that he was not weak. "You think I am not fighting because I am weak? Let me show you how I am different from a loud empty barrel like you." Tae threw his coat back and shouted for his special force to advance. Han's minions immediately rushed battle, attacking the monster in front of, striking hard at its leg, while arrows flew straight into its chest. Finally, the monster fell to the ground in pain. One person in the group could not hold back, claiming, "That is awesome." Hansu quietly observed, then signaled for everyone to join the fight. He gently slung the chain blade over his shoulder, stepping forward to face the demon, preparing to swing its sword down. As its blade struck down, dirt and debris flew everywhere, but Hansu dodged and jumped high. The monster's eyes shone with rage, but Hansu remained calm. He spun in the air, swinging the chain, delivering precise strikes from the monster's shoulder down to its hip. After completing the strike, Hansu landed safe without a hint of disturbance. Zhu Yun watched from a distance, so astonished that he could not find his voice. He could not believe the monster they needed a whole bunch of feet was now taken down by Hansu alone. "What is he doing?" Zhu Yun mumbled in dismay. While everyone continued to follow Hansu's order, he remained calm, showing no signs of hesitation. Even though Gukti was trying to show off his strength special force, it did not distract Hansu from his focus. He swung the chains again, binding the monster tightly and pulling it down. The group immediately rushed into attack, causing the monster to roar in pain. Seeing the opportunity, Hansu coldly stepped forward, delivering a powerful strike that ended the monster's life by decapitating it. Its head rolled to the ground as the chain slowly fell down. The air around them became eerily silent. Hansu stood there, his cold eyes scanning the crowd. He were the master of battlefield. He, despite witnessing power, felt frustrated, but he could not do anything more. Anger and fear were evident in his eyes, but his legs stood frozen and people began to gather around the slain monster. Du Yun, holding a gem, raised it up and suggested using it at the shop. He awkwardly mentioned that their special force were built help guild, and investing in this force was important. Meanwhile, Ga, replying that this gem would be used by the Smog Guild first, since the special forces belonged to the Alliance. Hearing this, Dunguk was surprised, wondering when the Alliance created such a special force. Saya immediately replied that this was the result of covert schemes happening in the shadow. She frowned, looking towards Hanzu, reflecting on how the Alliance successfully controlled their lord. However, it seemed Hanzu was not in what was happening around. Quietly walked over and opened the shop, continuing his work. None of this concerned Seo, and Dunguk approached Hanzu, worried that the Alliance might quietly provoke. However, Hanzu simply smiled and reassured him that he was already aware of everything, and there was nothing to worry about. Saya was still puzzled. What did he know? Hanzu replied in a calm tone, saying that unless they had a real plan, they should just watch do. After saying this, he continued his work, ignoring the concerns around. Next to him, the little snake remained obedient, like a silent companion. Hanzu knew that he was well prepared, and that nothing catch him off guard. At the same time, Hanxian and Jimin approached, discussing how the Alliance members had gone to the front line. Hanxian was optimistic, believing that the situation would be easier now. They were not just standing still in the back. However, Jimin was still frustrated, doubting whether the Alliance's unity truly exists. Jungkook emphasized that if they wanted to get out of there, they had to work together to take down the king first. The whole group agreed, task ahead, challenge, but no one at this moment. In that tense atmosphere, a strong voice suddenly rang out. A girl approached Hanzu's group, introducing herself as Seo Jae-young. She stepped forward confident, reassuring everyone that the only way to escape was to defeat King. However, when she put her hand on Hanzu's back, several people in the group felt surprised and uncomfortable. Jimin could not hide his jealousy, while Si and Hanshin stood by, helped Hanzu with his usual cold Seo demeanor, immediately brushed Ji-yeon's hand away. He did not care about this sudden intimacy, continued signaling for everyone to move. A guy from the development team led the group forward. As the group moved further, they were unexpectedly stopped by a large barrier. While they were still discussing how to get past this obstacle, a laugh echoed throughout the barrier appeared, with a sneer full of disdain and mock. It declared that they did not need to defeat King in the gateway to the next island. They just needed to hold out for another 30 minutes. This information left the group stunned. Barry did not stop there, continued explaining that if they could hold out, crystal on the throne would act, opening a portal to any island they wanted, or they could use the crystal to buy their way out. But that was not the official route. Hansu's quiet, thinking to himself. He realized Barry's game had not changed. It was just another trap to test. After giving a sly farewell, Barry disappeared, leaving the group standing there, preparing to face the upcoming battle. Throne of the Demon King. Figure of the king emerged in the dim, quietly issuing an order as the corpses around began to rise. The dry bones gathered into strange shape. From the dark souls were reborn, rushing straight toward the battlefield. The Demon King sat casually on his throne, legs crossed, proud smile never leaving his lips. Next to him were the minions created from cursed spirit. Hanzo stood not far away, intently watching at it, silently considering the demon power. This was just a downgraded version, not even half the strength of the original in the abyss. I know it well, thought, as a skeletal soul suddenly charged toward its mouth wide open, ready to scoop you up immediately. In that moment, the system store notification up, suggesting that you could use Chris to buy an art of your hands began to gather blue light, gradually forming a new weapon. Chain side, named Judgment of Kratos. Without hesitation, Hanzu threw the chain toward the demon. The sound of whooshing filled the air as the chain sped through, striking straight into the head of the dry skeleton's soul. By the blow, the soul screamed in pain. While Hanzu prepared thoroughly for the upcoming confrontation, you decided to use Kratos' two unique skills, Dismember and Salvation. The knife you held was in hand, wrapped in bright blue light. Hanzu summoned a barrage of small sharp knives, this time taking things more serious. Blades flew, aimed directly at where the Demon Queen was sitting. However, she showed no signs of fear. Demon Queen's minion stepped in to shield Hanzu's attack. With a sinister laugh, she raised her hand, channeling magic in palm, then unleashed a powerful attack toward Hanzu. The magic shot toward you, carrying with it a devastating force. The Demon Queen laughed loud, but Hanzu refused to be overwhelmed. You quickly threw up your chain to block Demon Queen's attack. The impacts created ear-piercing sound. However, the Demon Queen did not not stop. She continuously pressured Hanzu with her immense magical power, forcing you to keep defending. Battle grew fiercer. Demon Queen ordered the summoning of another monster. This giant beast charged straight toward Hanzu, obeying its master's command to tear you apart. Despite being cornered, Hanzu commanding his teammate, "I will handle the Demon Queen. You guys deal with the summoned monster." And Xion turned back with a worried expression, shouting, "But they are too many." He yelled to Guk, "Come on, fight." However, Guk T and his group remained indifferent, responding cold, "Back off. Do not get involved." The reply made Jimin furious. She exclaimed, "I knew those bastards would act like that." Hanzu just scoffed, realizing Guk, "You told Jimin, hold the Demon Queen for a bit." Jimin replied in panic, "What? How can we stop the Demon Queen without anyone?" The Demon Queen heard their conversation. Her eyes wide, grinning with excitement, continued to summon another monster from the ground. A giant hand emerged, charging straight toward Hanzu. Faced with that scene, could only stand in shock. Astonished, Dunga, standing nearby, does his best to create a strong shield to protect Hanzu. He stumbles like crazy after enduring the immense power from that attack. Then weakly says, "We can hold on much long. Turn back quick." Hanzu quickly shifts direct, his sharp gaze following the crowd fleeing. Crowd is in a panic, continuously informing each other that there are too many monsters around. In the chaos, one of them speaks up, suggesting they should help their teammates by regrouping. However, immediately, that person gets a knife stabbed straight into their mouth, collapsing dead on the spot. Zui shouts loud, "What is happening?" With a sly smile, orders Hanzu's teammates that it is time to clean them up. Hanzu does not hesitate to eliminate anyone in his way. Gutte's soldiers rush in to attack those who were once their allies. Zuhoi stands in the mid-chaotic battle, shouting, "Do you think we will just stand here and fight back? But your soldiers are completely overwhelmed, fall one by one, unable to resist Palace." Zuhoi sees the dire situation and tries to negotiate. "The battle is not over yet. At this rate, we will all die. You and your guild one time make it out alive either." But Guk does not care. Hanzu coldly laughs and replies, "It does not matter. They have chosen to die for the king." Gut's words make Jui sweat. In his panic, he thinks, "King, who is he talking about?" Just then, someone rushes to attack Jui with a sharp knife hand, shouting, "It is time for you to disappear." Zuhoi can only stand frozen, watching the knife come straight at, but before the knife can reach Jui, it is knocked away by a powerful force. Hanzu appears just in time, saving Jui, picks up the knife, and coldly says, "Finally, you are showing your true face. Your dirty tricks are still the same." Gut angrily shouts, "You should be fighting the demon. Why are you here?" His eyes are filled with rage upon seeing Hanzu interfere with plan, but Hanzu remains calm, realizing that Gut just pawned in a game. Hanzu is ready to be a sacrifice, but he knows he can be swayed by the. He responds, "You are mistaken. I did not come here to get in your way, but to make a proposal." Guktit is suspicious. Before he can react, Hanzu has turned back battle. On the other side, his teammates are still struggling against the Demon King. Han Qian, in a dire situation, tries to resist, but he knows time is running out. In the decisive moment, Hanzu charged into the battle, using his chain to tightly capture them, tearing it apart into pieces. He saw Hanzu return and wondered, "Where have you been?" Hanzu just brushed off his shoulders and lied briefly, "I am preparing for the next step." He asked in shock, "The next step? What else is there?" But Hanzu did not answer. He had seen in the distance Han Qian trying to lift Deng Quoc up, while Jimin was knocked down. After Jimin, Han Qian shouted loud, worriedly looking towards his teammate. Jimin, who had just been knocked back, Demon King, struggled to stand up, blood dripping from his mouth. The Demon King looked at this scene and laughed loud. "This is starting to get boring." He raised his hand, and from the ground, another giant arm floated up, preparing to smash down where he stood, but Han Qian would not let that happen. Threw the chain towards the Demon King, the chain spinning, slipping past the giant arm, then tightly capturing his body. Demon King howled in pain, gaze full of fury. "You fool!" But Hansu did not stop. He raised his hand, preventing his teammate from advancing. Han Qian asked in surprise, "Why are you blocking my way?" But before they could understand what was happening, fireball from the Demon King surged towards Hansu. Hansu took the hit, his body sent flying far away. A loud explosion erupted, smoke and dust enveloping the battle. His teammate screamed his name in despair, calling out for Hansu. A terrifying explosion resonated, shaking the entire battlefield. Everyone shouted Hansu's name in panic as smoke obscured their view. "What about Han Qian?" Someone cried out in despair, trying to see through the swirling smoke. They worried not see him anywhere. In that situation, everyone began to feel the fear of losing the hero who led. Being calm, looked around and reassured everyone. There is no way he would be taken down that easily. Deep down, she could not help but worry. And Su was the pillar of the group. Failed, everyone would face a tragic end. Just as Sia finished, Ji-min, face full of wounds and exhausted, stood up from the rubble. She looked up and pointed. Over there. Everyone quickly looked in the direction Ji-min was pointing and could not believe their eyes. Hansu was still alive, and he was flying in the air, preparing for his next attack. Seeing that he was still alive, everyone could not help but be amazed and admire Hansu's resilience. Continued to unleash his skill. The blades enhanced from his hands, flying faster than the wind, diving straight down toward the target below. The sharp blades embedded deeply into the link, striking hard, causing the Demon King to be pushed down to the ground. The Demon King's resist now seems hope. Hansu's power becomes overwhelming. When Hansu delivers the final blow, one of the Demon King's wings falls off, blood streaming from the wound, soaking the battlefield. People around them cheer. The attack has worked. They believe victory is very close. But when the Demon King, instead of collapse, lets out a savage laugh, the excitement quickly turns to anxiety. "Haha, how interesting," he says with a mocking tone, while restoring his magical power once again. A new arm slowly grows from the severed wing, looking extremely grotesque. Aksu thinks to himself, is he planning to use that magic? I can't let this battle drag on any longer. You know that if you do not end it, they won't have another chance. Determined not to let the enemy Aksu tight preparing to deliver the finishing blow. You realize Demon King is gathering strength for a counterattack. His wings begin to transform into enormous hands, merging together, creating blinding beams of light. Hanzu can't let that happen. He slams down hard, jumps into the air, dodging the oncoming beams of light. He knows this is the decisive moment. At the same time, the Demon King continuously enlarges his wing, making them larger and more powerful. Ada is preparing to slam down on Han, but he quickly calls out, "Han Qian, great sword, hurry up." Han Qian immediately thrusts the sword towards Han. In a brief moment, catches it, keeping calm to handle the situation. The gigantic wings of the Demon King slam down onto the ground, creating puddles of water. Reba stand, Jimin and Han Qian stand frozen in shock, worried about Hanzu's fate. The space becomes quiet, only the dust rising from the rubble remains. But just when everyone thought it was all over, Hanzu's figure still appears amid the dust. He is still there, not destroyed. Destroyed. Hanzu swings the sword fierce, slicing through the Demon King's massive wing. The Demon King can't believe his eye. Ada's gaze filled with horror. How can you? Ada screamed, fury overwhelming his fate. But Hanzu does not give Ado a chance to counterattack. He darts forward, approaching the Demon King at terrifying speed. Sword raised. The Demon King tries to breathe fire to stop, but Hanzu does not hesitate. He charges, pressing the sword against Ada's neck. Blood pouring out profusely. Ada writhes in pain, unable to believe he has. People around begin to murmur. Is it over? They look at each other, surprised to see Demon King's massive wings slowly disappearing. But that silence did not last long. Crystal remained unchanged, with no signs that victory truly been confirmed. Why is not the crystal moving? And why are those panicked sounds rising? Fear began to creep into their mind. Hanzu, despite having defeated the demon, still wore a serious expression. It is not over, you said. Tone cold and it seemed like you had discovered something unusual. You hugged your way, clearly having sustained serious injuries in the battle. But before anyone could react, Demon King's maniacal laughter echoed again. Your eyes widened in shock, turning bright red. I will not be defeated so easily. The Demon King unleashed his dark power once more, throwing Hanzu far away. Hanzu slammed hard against the wall behind it, his body hitting it painfully. The Demon King decided to unleash all of his true power, holding nothing back. I will unleash all my power. And with that, the excited laughter echoed throughout the space. That moment, a spear suddenly flew straight in, piercing through the Demon King's arm. The attack caused the arm that was about to strike to be knocked back. Everyone was stunned to see who had thrown that spear. It was who had timely saved Hanzu from the Demon King's finishing blow. The Demon King glanced at Axia with a look of disdain. You insect, he said, his tone filled with contempt. He immediately summoned another monster, charging straight at Sia with terrifying speed. Jin Min rushed in to protect Hime, delivering a powerful slash severed the monster's soul. Sia sighed in relief, praising Jin Min. Well done, Jin Min. It is just a little more time we bought. Let us retreat now. The Demon King is not easily subdued. He raised his hand, gathering dark power, preparing to unleash a final attack aimed at annihilating everyone. You dare to just try it. I will make all of you disappear. He laughed with his gaze filled with mad as he prepared to unleash a destructive blow towards Hanzu. Hanzu, at that moment, was struggling to get up after the hard fall. With only seconds to react, a surge of dark energy rushed straight towards him, striking the ground where he stood. Everything around exploded. Shards and dust swirled, obscuring everyone's view. The shockwave from the explosion swept everyone away, throwing them far back. We were swept away by the shockwave of the explosion, and Shion exclaimed in panic, trying to find Hanzu amid smoke. Dungye worriedly called out for Hanzu. Are you still alive? Out of the thick smoke, a sudden blue light flying straight ahead. Blood poured endlessly from the wound through the Demon King's back. The Demon King, despite being gravely injured, still managed to force a crazed smile. Can't believe you are still alive after that blow, she said with delight, as if praising Hanzu's resilience. You bloodied face, merely replied indifferently. Finally, I can rest now. The Demon King's laughter gradually faded as she gripped the knife tight, trying to pull it out of her body. But even though she was exhausted, she still hit, surprised that such a weak attack could hit this damn caution. But she knew well, time was running out. People around were stunned by what they were witnessing. Demon King still stood there, despite her severe injury. Look, someone shouted. The monster is dead. That crystal over there. In an instant, anxiety erupted as they saw the dazzling crystal shining brightly on the throne. A notification system appeared, signaling that the victory condition had been met. Finally, one member of the group cheered. Crystal is glowing. We did it. Everyone sighed in relief, joy overflowing on their face. Hanzu has defeated the demon. The sound of celebration echoed everywhere. The survivors filled with joy for having overcome the horrific challenge. We did it, they happily said to each other, proud to move on to the next island after defeating the most fearsome enemy. But just as everyone began to celebrate, the Demon King's body started to convulse violently. Crimson flames from within enveloped form, the excitement in everyone's eyes turning to horror. Fire! What is happening? One person yelled, trying to understand what was happening before their eyes. Hanzu could not hide his shock, standing frozen, staring at the burning body of the Demon King. No way, he murmured. Both of her hearts should have been destroyed. Hanzu's eyes widened, realizing something terrible. The Demon King, though defeated, rose again, as if she could not be destroyed. A savage smile appeared, her deep voice echoed. Finally, can feel a bit of excitement. This can't end so easily. The Demon King's face became more grotesque than ever. She hissed with excitement. She anticipated her next mass, gaze full of destructive desire. I swear, I will burn everything before I am destroyed. No matter the cost, I will bury all of you here. Crimson flames engulfed the entire body of the Demon King, signaling that her power was reaching it. She had nothing left to lose, and was determined to turn everything to ash before she herself vanished. Hansu sensed the danger and prepared for her final attack. But just as the Demon King was about to unleash her destructive blow, a sudden voice broke the suffocating atmosphere of the battlefield. Enough. Cold voice belongs to Fairy, pointing towards the demon, her expression showing no fear of palate. I can believe you dared to use your true power in the tutorial area, Fairy said, her tone sharp as if scolding. You have violated the rule, and that will be punished. Without waiting any longer, Fairy summoned a gigantic arm from the sky. The arm looked like a colossal entity, grasping the Demon King's body, holding tight. Demon King trembled in fear as she realized she was locked down by a force beyond her imagination. Fairy showed no mercy, commanding her creature to dispose of the giant arm grip, leaving the Demon King unable to resist. Even as she screamed and struggled, Fairy's power was too great. The Demon King, once their knight, was now just a helpless mouse in the hands of the true ruler. Fairy pointed directly at the demon, her eyes filled with disdain. Commanding tone rang out. Who allowed you to be so arrogant? Without waiting for the Demon King's response, Fairy continued to order her subordinate, bring her here. A short state-filled authority. Fairy needed no more words. Hansu stood below, hands in pocket, looking up for him. This was no longer surprise. The drama kept unfolding before his eyes, and Hansu simply sighed internally. Another act. The Demon King, though suppressed, refused to give in easily. She shouted, her voice echoing throughout space. You brought me here and now won't let me use my power. I am not going anywhere. I will kill them all. Those pathetic minions. In the voice of the Demon King, there was anger and desperation, as if she could not accept being imprisoned without the ability to fight back. Fairy no longer smiled, face dark, gaze as cold as ice. This is why I hate hybrids like this. Statement seemed to mark the end. Demon King, Fairy's warning. The Demon King had no choice to accept fate of being subdued. Fairy's subordinates immediately acted, showing no mercy. The onlookers stood around, witnessing this horrifying scene. They said nothing, only silently watched Fairy cold crush the body of the Demon King. Blood and flesh splattered, creating a terrifying sight that no one dared dared to look directly at. Even the bravest warriors turn away to avoid leaving behind unwanted memories. Fairy then turned back, as if nothing had ever happened. She smiled light, with a cheerful tone as if just finishing a form, apologizing to everyone for the slight chaos. But do not worry, it is all done now, and it is time to hand out the reward. Fairy flew over, her bright smile returning to her face, congratulated Hanzu's group, praising them beating the Demon King. But unfortunately, there is only one reward, so it will go to the biggest contributor. Hanzu, as usual, did not seem too excited about the reward. His face still wore an indifferent expression. Another thing to think about, he thought to himself as he took the gem from Fairy. The gem glowed in Hanzu's hand, its light reflecting in his eye. Powerful, definitely not easy to use. The system provided information about the gem. When used, all ancient language stats be 99.99% for 1 day, but afterward, all stats will drop to 0.01%. Hanzu smiled light. Truly was an unpleasant trade-off. Fairy shrugged, smiled goodbye, saying, "See you guys on the next island." He disappeared right after. Hanzu looked down at the gem in his hand, his eyes showing a hint of contemplation. "I have a lot to deal with," he mumbled in his mind, reminding himself that this was just a small step on the long road ahead. And Chien stood next to Hanzu, his voice full of disappointment. "So we all defeated the monster, and there is only one reward." He looked at Hanzu, unable to hide his frustration. It seemed all their efforts ultimately boiled down to just one reward. Dunga, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "Don't worry, everyone knows who killed the monster." He tried to ease the situation. Clearly, no one felt any relief. Fatigue from the battle started to show on everyone's face. A vehicle stood silently in a corner, filled with anxiety. The Smog Guild would not let it go easily. She thought to herself, feeling uneasy thinking about the traitors in the battle. "I need to contact the guild members right away." Jim Mai, always ready for any fight, confidently suggested, "Why not deal with them now?" Her voice was full of confidence, as if this was just another minor task they needed to complete. But Hanzu waved his hand, dismissing Jim Men's idea. He did not want to get involved in any more drama, needing to focus on the main goal. That was the only thing on his mind right now. All eyes focused on the empty space where the monarchs once stood. What noise is that? It is causing a stir, mixed with shock and horror. They have disappeared. The tattoos are gone too, which means they are dead. It is finally over. Sia was stunned. Her whole body trembled. "Can't be," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. "The Smog Guild has betrayed us. They used special force to kidnap the monarch." Hanzu, his lips curling into a cold smile. In the dark forest, a mysterious shadow moved a whirl. Covered from head to toe, he appeared and disappeared, twin swords in hand stained with fresh blood. Gutei's guild has been completely wiped out. Not a single person survived. Looks like cleanup job has been completed. Flashing back a few minutes, Gutei's group was gathered around the large tower, where they believed immense power was contained. Gutei scoffed, confident that Hanzu had the victory in hand. "Good. Our job is just to cause chaos, kill all the monarchs. Easy." Gutei was confident everything was under Hanzu's control. Fate had planned an ending for him that he never expected. When Gutei ordered his subordinate tie up the monarch, he could now grant his guild immense power. He recalled what Hanzu had. Those sparkling gems seemed like a bargain for a traitor. "Hanzu, that idiot," he scoffed. "We made a deal with just to temporarily escape. Go contact them now." Gutei ordered his subordinate. "It seems we are in a place than the Rendez." Suddenly, one of his underlings shouted a warning. "There is someone over there." A sharp dart flew through the air, piercing straight into a guild member. A scream broke the silence. Gutei was startled, could not sense anything at all. An ominous voice echoed from the dark. "Is someone really here?" "I am still a bit skeptical." That voice made Gutei's cautious. They tried to search for the enemy, but saw no one. Darkness enveloped, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. An invisible force gradually held Gutei, preventing him from moving. "Why can't my legs move? I am sinking into the ground." Gutei's panicked voice rang out in despair, but no one came to help. "I had already set the trap." The ghost appeared behind Gutei, its white, expressionless face resembling a hungry ghost that had not found peace. "It is a device that will activate after a certain period," he said, his voice flat. "It is all thanks to me knowing that person's location. I have the ultimate sick." Chapo is panicked, stuttering. "No way. How can someone know?" Ghost smirked, forgetting that I am the Soya stick. "My sixth sense is even better than Google Maps." Girl, before he finished his sentence, a sharp blade pierced through his back. Ta fell down, blood gushing out, staining the ground red. Juayan stood beside, witnessing the horrifying scene, face drained of color. "Please spare my life," he shouted, his voice trembling. "I will follow your order. I will make it happen for the Jade Rabbit Studio." The mysterious figure replied cold, "Not a chance." His chop, he lunged forward, slamming Juayan's face into the ground. The impact was so strong the ground shook, like it just experienced a mini earthquake. "You do not have what I need," he said, slowly raising his, waiting for the ones from the central island to come and kill them all. Slowly, he took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. "It is the first time I have heard about the central island and the tower," he mumbled. "I do not know what he means. As always, he is still formidable, and it seems a bit like a spring roll." In Sangjin's memory, the image of Hansu appeared, saying, "You want me to use you, right? If you want, then fine." Hansu said, "Do what I am about to say. You can become stronger than those at the same starting line. Go to the place I meant. Whether you want to follow me or not is up to you." A surprising silence fell. Hansu quietly walked away from his sight. A smile gradually appeared on his face like a junk. Then he whispered, "Trusting Hansu and following him is the best decision of my life. Now I just need to wait." Under the moonlight, the shining crystal appeared for the desolate forest. A couple of people were discussing. That old man said, "Damn it." The old woman replied. She frowned, raising her hand to ask, "Central Island. Failed, right?" The man replied, "He last contacted from the Demon King's fort, so he must be dead there. At least he did clear out a few for us, saving us some work." Clenched his, a symbol resembling gut here, angrily saying, "I figured it out, so it is fine. Seems we have an guess that they were heading to the Tower Island, where there are more rewards than the rest, and there is only one route after using the crystal to get here. Ready." His guild surrounded the crystal. He was pleased. "You want to all leave here intact." Images of small islands floating separately in the air, clearly depicted on the map. The map of the islands is distributed along the ascension path, showing hundreds of islands climbed. The islands are divided into 3 main stages, starting from the first stage on the ascent path, similar to shooting in free fire, then moving to the military island, and finally to the heavenly gate. Racing through training sessions like running, they traveled through the islands in stage 2, including the central island, and finally reached the islands in stage 3 to complete the tutorial. One of the islands in stage 3 is said to offer the highest reward. Hanzu explained to the others about the rule, passing through the islands to increase their strength. Tower Island is like the green zone in free fire, where there are lots of good loot, but the competition is fierce. Sometimes you get shot without realizing, you say. However, it is understandable. Chase high reward comes strong. Hanzo laughs, but his tone drops slowly. But he is still chewing on the delicious piece of meat in his hand when someone questions, "What do you mean?" He looks at them seriously and says, "If you are coming to Tower Island just for the reward, you should rethink that." Although he is explaining, their faces look clueless, not fully understanding. Over here, Henshin is drooling over his meat, thinking to himself, how much food does that guy have in his bag? He may look like that. This young man has a real talent eating. Hanzo continues playing, this time saying, "You guys will be taken out after reaching the central island, just for the reward, right?" His face is still smeared with food, but his sharp gaze warns, "Think carefully. I am giving you sincere advice. Your warning makes everyone listen up. Surviving on Tower Island will be much harder than on the central island. It is pointless if you die before you even get strong." He adds. One person asks, "So what should we do?" Sia raises her hand and asks, "Are not you planning to go to Tower Island?" In the distance, Ji-yeon stands with her arms crossed, leaning against a post. She seems to have heard the whole conversation. Hearing her ask that, he replies, "Rewards can be found on any island. I am just warning you, have to take responsibility for yourself." The girl standing far away here turns around with her sword and walks away. After hearing his warning, Xia ponders for a moment. "I thought he was the type to play tricks. Was I wrong?" Dong Kwok, hearing him's truth, chimes in. He makes a good point. He tells everyone that their guild has convinced the remaining adventurers join. Kings have disappeared. Now everyone is tired and needs rest, so it is best to go somewhere safe. Conclude. Truly elite. What he says is impactful and his strength is felt. Hanzo looks up and sees Dong Kwok extending his hand, saying, "Because we are about to leave." He continues to express his appreciation. "I want to thank you for every people that we just survived with." But Hanzo ignores the handshake, turns his face away and says, "See you if you are still alive." Even after being brushed off, Dong Kwok calmly responds to his parting word, "Yeah, let us go with that." He turns to Henshin and says. Henshin replies from the side, "All right." Simon sees them leaving and asks, "We prepare to leave too?" Sia followed his advice and replied, "He said not to go to the Tower Island. Think listening to it won't hurt." Inside the tower, a barrier gate suddenly appeared, emitting a blinding golden light. Commander has decided, but there are still some people whispering down there. "So are we going somewhere else? I really hate places like this. Going to a place that even Hanzo can't handle is too risky." Hanzo spoke to the bear. "Keep going. I have something to do." Dong Kwok replied, "Then we will go ahead." Commander Dong Kwok along with Han Qian and their teammates headed towards the golden magic gate. Then he turned back and promised, "Try to survive. See you later." Over here, Zaya exclaimed, and Simon seeing her slow and lagging moved ahead. He huffed and said, "I will go first." The short-haired girl dismissively said, "Do whatever you want." Hanzo just stood there watching without saying anything. Zaya also began to approach the next gate. Before leaving, she still looked towards him, said goodbye. "I do not know about farewell, but see you later." Everyone had stepped into the next gate. Gate gradually disappeared, leaving only Hanzo standing there watching them go. Hanzo knew that there was still one person left here. He turned his head back, confused, and asked her, "Why have not you left?" Saya Ji-Rion, characterized by the holes on her face, replied back to him, "Why are not you going first? I need to check. Did your family use sell butter?" She teased, "Whenever you meet someone, you invite them to have a ton of butter, making them frustrated." Hanzo heard her say that, turned away, replying, "If you want, I will indulge you." He slowly stepped into the next. As he got halfway in, he turned back to say goodbye to her. "See you on the next island." She had just been served butter and now was being offered. His farewell left you, saying, "What?" At that moment, he had left, and she began connecting the device to someone and whispered, "They are gone, but some people will definitely head in that direction." After the next gate, a man with long orange hair appeared, complained, "The message has been here for quite a while now." Seeing the gate emitting a strong light, he looked towards it in doubt. Did they just arrive here? His hand grabbed the sword he had prepared for someone. He ordered, "Ready to go." Holding the sword in his hand, he laughed loudly and darted towards the gate, shouting, "I will kill the first one." Barrier gate opened, always shining brightly from within. He saw people stepping out, squinting to prepare for a fight. He yelled, "Lie down." Person stepping out from the gate was the old girl from earlier. She gasped in shock. "You jerk." He swung his sword at her, scaring, but luckily she managed to duck just in time. Face turned pale. She ran hurried, eyes wide, confused, saying, "Your Highness." After dodging his attack, she finally regained her composure. That was quite a warm welcome. A bit heart-stopping. Meeting a heart patient like me is already a breathless experience, she muttered, seeing her come out alone. He suspiciously asked why she came by herself. "Where are the others?" In response to his question, she said, "I intentionally waited for them to leave before coming. No one came out." His face was sullen. Not even an ant was willing to pass by. "Someone must have stayed until the end." She firmly asserted, "I definitely saw them leave. No doubt about it. Can't believe they all fell for the one using the chain. Such a beautiful dim-witted girl." He mumbled, then angrily exclaimed, "It is that guy again. Those two damn kings ran away because of that word." His veins bulged as he tightly gripped the large tree trunk. He was so furious that he used his internal power to blow the tree apart. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He grumbled, "It is making me mad." The tree he crushed shattered into small pieces, rolling on the ground. Felt help. "Can't kill." Trying to locate using my point. A middle-aged woman with shoulder-length hair appeared beside him now. Turned to Seal Jiraiya, asking if she knew why he was doing. Casually replied, "Who knows?" Looking at how he fights on the line, it seems like he wants to protect everyone. He has never killed anyone either. So do not judge a book by its cover. You seem mysterious and dangerous, but in reality, you are really good. Such a vibe. The old king radiates an aura. He will be an plan. Then he ordered the middle-aged woman to inform the members of the guild on other islands that if they see Kang Han-Su, kill him immediately. The woman countered, "Kang Han-Su is as strong as a king." He smirked and said, "Did not you say he does not kill?" They attacked. Tell them there is no need to hold back. He stepped closer to the woman, grabbing her scarf, sternly said, "Don't forget the objective. You have not forgotten what the kings have done, right?" Hearing that, the woman looked worried. He spoke firmly, removing all authority. The woman checked, feeling scared for those who have lost. Two of them turned away. He said, "Report on Kang Han-Su's appearance and the weapon he used. Now let us head to the tower." His master left, and Seal Ji-Ryon quickly asked, "Aren't you going to wait?" That guy butted in and said, "I do not like waiting." Then ordered the assassins to return. Over here, the golden barrier gate opened once again. From the gate, familiar doubt. It was Kang Han-Su, the one he had been waiting for. "You know her intention, so you delayed to arrive later." Seeing no one else around, "You felt confident." It seemed like they had left. "I knew he would give up. He has always been like that. Now I can leave." There is someone with a face hiding in the forest. Han-Su walked by and clearly noticed the presence of the other person. You asked him how long he had been there. When discovered. He seemed a bit startled. Seeing it was Hansu, took off his hood and greeted. Long time no see. Hansu, I did as you asked. Hansu got straight point. Did you bring what I requested? Under his coat was Sang Jin, who smiled and replied, you are still the same. I have it here. The earrings of the 7 siblings. He handed over the items to you, saying, I do not know what you plan to do with, but you praised him for getting what you wanted, saying, well done. He sighed in relief, and you said, thank good. Now I will head to the next island. Sang Jin blushed at Hansu. This is really intense. Both thought panicked when he saw your body transform into a girl. What was that look? You used a creation. Hansu explained, so it is hard. You want to go ahead in the chase. Let us go up the tower. In the stillness of the late night, tall tower loomed, dark and cold. Inside the tower, on the first floor, all 9 groups of people were gathering, divided into factions. Everyone seemed uncertain about where to stand. Which side has more, or should we just go somewhere quiet? Luck, there were fewer people than I thought, a young man in an orange hat said while observing his surroundings. He continued, right now, that kid is probably using his annoying voice to explain everything. While speaking, this young man glanced at a girl in a black outfit in the distance. But where was he? Girl with a bit of personality, short spiky hair, and a tight black shirt was talking to someone. The young man in the orange hat wondered, who is that? She looked so familiar. As he was intently watching, suddenly caught off guard, she turned to look at him with cold gaze, startled, leaving him unsure how to react. She started walking straight towards, staring at him like that. Does she have something to say? She looked up, captivating sea blue eyes radiating style and personality. The young man in the orange felt like his soul left body, awkwardly responding, we have met somewhere before, right? Asking with his mouth while his mind still thinking. Even the way she talked felt very familiar. While they were talking, a young man with glasses shouted from a distance, are you two together? People often say, those who wear glasses are usually very dangerous. He spoke up with a curt invitation, sounding like a multi-level marketing guy. Do you want to join us? The young man in the orange hat immediately declined. We are not together. Before he could finish explaining, pulled him away. The young man could only think to himself, that is really stylish. The scene shifted to somewhere else. Someone asked, is everyone here? Can we go now? In front of them was a large gate emitting a blue light. He and the girl were standing with a group. The young man with glasses spoke up, awkward, for everyone had their own guild, so it was a bit hard to find members. Luck, we found it now. It seems that the higher we go in the tower, the bigger the reward. A hot-tempered young man with blue hair claimed, why is he so talkative? Can't we just go in? He sneered. Once we enter the room, defeat the others and the last one standing will get the reward. We are not here to make friends, so let us agree. I wonder how many of us will survive. You can tell who will die early, so let us not waste time. And Engsu gave him a scrutinizing look, quite captivating. The scenery changed, surrounded by giant ants. Just looking was enough to make sweat pour down. People shouted signals to each other, attacking one by one, separating them from the group. Yellow eye, a mouth with 2 sharp, 1 big, 1 small. They charged aggressively at everyone. They attacked, forcing the crowd to brace themselves, fight back, and eliminate. One ant just knocked a brown-haired girl away, sending her flying. Just as she was about to go down, the young man in the orange hat and Engsu heard the shout and noticed. Engsu thought to himself, wearing the earrings of the 7 sisters halves his intelligence. I do not intend to front head-on in, but a small green knife appeared in Hangsu's hand. You remind yourself to know your current level. Thinking it through, Hangsu ran straight brown-haired girl who was blocking the way. You pushed the guy in the orange hat aside, making room for your sister to shine. Then you lunged straight at the ant, plunging the knife into the monster. After that, you jumped high, gained momentum, and stabbed straight into the back of the ant, finishing it off. You looked up, think normally I could take them down with my bare hand, but now I have to fight back and forth. Brown-haired girl had just regained her composure, spoke up, thanking you for saving her. The one who took down that giant ant did it. Just a small aura. You must have fought a lot, right? While speaking, she smiled in admiration, saying she was looking for someone very strong here. I have heard that he helps everyone and uses an aura like chain armor. Do you know him? I really need to meet. You replied with a sharp tone like some chop boy. Do not ask those pointless questions anymore. Guy in the orange hat then spoke up, saying a little conversation won't hurt anyone. Why are you being so grumpy? Seeing she could not get any, brown-haired girl turned to ask, do you know? I have heard he is very powerful on the central island. His name is Kang Hansu, right? Hearing this, the girl with a calculating expression smirked. Her face looked sinister. Guy in the orange hat was surprised by Kang Hansu, looking a bit guilty. He scratched his head and began to say, I do know that guy. We come from the same starting. The girl's eyes lit up like headlights. Really? Is he your teammate? Hansu asked. Hansu said nothing, just coldly walked away, not caring. The two continued to talk. The orange hat guy curious, but how do you know about Kang Hansu? She replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. I heard rumors from adventurers about his strength. You are a teammate of Kang, right? Do you know where he is now? The guy in the orange hat put on a face of 3 parts help, 7 parts regret. I do not know. He is always busy. Where he is now is anyone's guess. Speaking with your mouth, thinking with your head. There are rumors about a very strong guy named Kang Hansu. Then it must be him. Turned back to look at Hansu, thinking again. She does resemble Kang Hansu a bit. First, I thought he only knew how to talk big, but if Kang Hansu had not been, many people would have died. He must have surpassed me long ago. Shifting the scene to others in the group. The arrogant green-haired guy speaks up. No artifacts here. Killing all these and only getting rules out of with low difficulty and many quality of artifact drop. There is a door over there. Looks like the one we came through. Guy with glasses speaks up. A huge door emitting blue light appears, so we can go up to the next floor. Will we get artifacts once we go outside? Then let us head outside. Suddenly, green mechas. I won't allow that. Full-haired guy laughs malicious. The bloodied face of the person he just out. He shouts, I will kill all of you and take the artifact. He charges in without hesitation, not sparing anyone. While slashing, he laughs. You all die because you only know how to run away. You are all weak. He heads straight for hand, prepare to fight back, but he kicks you down to the ground. You fall. He arrogantly taunts. What the hell? Thought you were the strongest one. Pathetic. You are too weak. The guy in the orange hat trembles. Still tries to attack the girl, eventually hiding behind. When I say run for it, but he does not know that someone behind him is pulling something out. Girl calmly signals stay still, leaving him confused. Pulls out a cross, raises, and says, you move, I will shoot you. An arrow flies straight at the haired guy, causing him to log out on the spot. The orange-hatted guy turns around, excited. Nice. Just when he was off guard, girl replies, is my first time using, so I am not that good. The guy thinks the girl is on his side, not realizing she is pointing the crossbow at. She continues, I have to kill both of you at the same time. A shot hits the orange-hatted guy in the head, making him drop in. It is true you only find out who is friend and who is foe foe at the very last moment. Job done. She happily up the art of nearing. Took care of both of them. Picks up the phone to report. My lord, no one is using chains in room 10 at wall 1. I have dealt with the rest. If I catch, I will bring him as a gift for you. If I find him on the next floor, I will report immediately. She reports without noticing that Hansu is slowly getting back up. The lord on the other end. Alright, Hansu asks. What if he is here? She turns around, startled to see he is still alive. I thought you were. Before she can finish, green chain shoots out, wrapping around her in tight. Hansu stepped forward, pressing the knife against her neck. Said, you are the one looking for me. Right. Dad's here. Hansu moved close, the knife digging into the girl's neck. She panicked, her eyes wide with fear, as if she was about to wet herself. Clearly, she stammered. Hansu looked straight into her eyes, his expression cold, and it seemed my acting was not bad. Right. Don't even think about contacting your king again. Before she could say anything, Hansu covered her mouth with his hand, his cold gaze fixed on her. Silent. I will deliver your message. Shortly after, she collapsed, unconscious. Hansu gently the chains underfoot and murmured, looks like they only sent one person in here. Your snake is clutching the stone. I did not expect them to give. Hansu stared ahead, firming, but we will meet again soon. I heard about this in the briefing area last time. Remembering Canyon's word, the hidden chambers are not separate ended. The tower has a structure. It is a solid and vast. You have to go through the chambers to reach higher level, meaning there will be chambers above level 3. Hansu stood, imposing and cold, glancing around. That is the ultimate goal of the briefing area. In the main hall on the floor, Hansu stood alone. I need to do a few things first. He looked down at the ring on his finger. His current artifacts were not up par. Besides the developing artifact like Numa, the rest are quite poor. Suddenly, a noise came from nearby. I need to find new artifacts for the ones that do not meet the requirement. Over there, people were chatting excited, while Hansu was still lost in his thought. I will make use of the guidance you gave. A number appeared on the announce board. Panic. There were only 2 left from level 1. Suddenly, the scene changed, like being in a dense jungle. Fairy floated above and said, welcome to level 2. I will explain a bit. You have been waiting for a long time. Right. Well, let us get started. Treasure appeared with many shimmering ancient. Fairy said, welcome to Treasure Island, where there are refreshing spring dense trees. You chose this room, so you have take of all the rooms in the tower. This one is the largest. Your mission is to defeat Treasure Guardian. Fairy conjured a golden orb and bring the treasure to the center of the island to exchange for a creation. Everyone listened in, their faces full of worry. Fairy continued, the time limit is 2 weeks, and of course, if it is too easy, it is no right. Only those who convert treasure in creation possess and lead. In other words, without a creation, you will die. A series of green announced here number. There is only one treasure, so you can either choose one artifact, save everyone, or choose less and let some people survive. Fairy smirked. Fewer artifacts, the higher the quality. I hope you all make a wise choice. Each person has a different number in front of them. There are a total of 128 guardians. Fairy said she would mark them on the map. Hansu could not believe it. 128 guardians in 2 weeks. Glanced at the others to see what they would decide. This is tough. Let us see what you all will do. Suddenly, old person forward loud. I have a plan. Girl with the green hair laughed loud and explained plan. Dividing into 5 teams of 10 people each. Each team will hunt and eliminate 2 guardians a day. She looked around and asked, you all can do right. Upon hearing this, people began to chatter excited. Someone wanted the guild to operate and just have 10 teams. Those not in a guild would be at a disadvantage. Hansu heard this, commented plan was not bad. Suddenly, in the crowd, blonde girl poked the person next to her. He immediately understood and said, we agree too. 2 guardians per group per day sounds reasonable. We will have to take responsibility. Our guild already has enough members. The other 2 will make the decision. Hearing this, the others became even more excited and confused. Right now, we have no choice but to comply if we want to survive. If we find the treasure, we will notify everyone and head to the center immediately. Hansu stood there, completely still, focused on those around him. 5 more. Our guild will have more than 10. He looked at the map appearing before him. 128 guardians scattered in this dungeon. We need to act. Then he turned away, saying nothing. Just handle it yourself for now. The blonde girl watched him leave, confused about where he was going. The sound of footsteps rustled. There is something hit a dead stone, and the condition is, a loud voice rang out. I bet no one but me has ever succeeded. Hansu, I am talking to you. Wash your hands and listen. Among the orbs obtained feeding the guardian, except for one glowing orb, all were ordinary. People were just greedy for treasures and often discarded the orb-shaped one. Hansu closed his eyes, serious. But I found out they are not just ordinary orbs. Then he waved his hand loud. See how smart I am. Collect all 32 orbs. You can exchange them for a replica of the dead stone. You do not know this, do you? Then you laugh out loud like an idiot. Uncovering hidden events is my special. Making others feel utterly helpful. What a chatterbox. Always talking too much. Hansu immediately spoke up. Although it is different from the dead stone that Anvr consumed, the effect should be similar. Difficulty of Crimson Prison is increased, and the number of times we can face them each day is very limited. You grip the handle of the spear tightly in your hand, striking a cool pose. If you want to go fast, you have to go alone. You need to go together, without letting others know. Outside, something is lying still on the ground. Suddenly, it stood up, and the dirt blasted away. A giant monster appeared, covered in mud. Face turned straight to the sky, making a strange sound. Everyone heard that sound and immediately looked up. What was that? Fairy suddenly announced, second guardian been eliminated. Congratulations, you have killed 2 in just 1 day. At this rate, you will complete the mission soon. Immediately, a loud sound rang out, focusing everyone's attention. The girl turned around and said, I know. The monster lumbered up from behind, mouth full of ugly, ready to bite, but she quickly leaned back to dodge. Then she lifted her leg high, preparing to throw a stone. Just like that, the monster flew back 1,000 meters in severe pain, drooling. Right after that, an arrow was shot, piercing straight into its belly. His stance was incredible. Clearly, dodged that shot without even looking. I have done something. Girl sighed. I should have handled it myself from the start. 2 argued for a while. We have never encountered a guardian before, but everyone acted. We have only caught a few small rats. Girl shook her head. Neither the first nor the second guardian defeated by a group. Someone is going alone. I have a feeling. The others turned to ask each other. If someone said that, it must be the king of Uche. Right, she replied. I told you not to call me that. This ability is really annoying. She looked at everyone and ordered, let us move on. It seems the one ahead has already run. Feel something is off. Wait, something is approaching. I felt this strong anger from the starting point. Indeed, there is a mighty army approaching ahead. The leader said, we should not target the guard. Even if we find the treasure, can't safely bring it to the altar. They were discussing as they walked, looking at other teams. I saw many tough opponents, right, but we can't just ill. The leader turned to look, his tone firm, decisive. While others are searching for the guard, we should take this opportunity, train a bit. Posed all sorts of sneaky plans. Even hunting monsters would give us enough strength to fight. We just need to target those carrying the treasure back. Nobody will notice if someone goes missing. They continued discussing their plan, unaware that someone was eavesdropping. 2 weeks without finding the treasure means we are all buried here together. The girl hiding behind the tree murmured. If everyone thinks like that, it will be chaos. The strange feeling I have does not come from those kinds of people. Suddenly, Hazu appeared and spoke up. I agree. His words startled everyone. Hazu leaned against the nearby tree and you should follow the rule. The girl stared at, saying nothing, but in her mind, she thought he was completely off. Where's her group? Her face showed a bit of worry and fear, but I sensed something suspicious about her. Hazu calmly turned to look straight into her eye. Smile. Their gazes locked. Hazu, in a female cosplay state, leaned against the tree and said, you all should follow the rule. The brown-haired guy heard someone behind, turned around with a tense expression, immediately pointing his weapon at Hazu and asked, what are you sneaking around for? Are you alone? Answer honest. Quickly. Hazu calmly replied, I came to give you a hint. Brown-haired guy still did not lower his weapon, continuing to scold. You lost your mind. Why should we listen to you? Hazu glanced at them and said, being cautious is good, but you are wary of the wrong person. Moreover, I am not here to talk. Turning his gaze to the blonde girl, Hazu said, Your Highness, I want to talk to you. Without waiting for the blonde girl to respond, Hazu continued, with your intuition, you must have known. Blonde girl heard these words, anxious to the point of sweating, thinking to herself, this person, she is the reason I have felt uncomfortable for a long time, even though it is hard to recognize right away. It is undeniable. She continued to think, she has an intuition like mine, or maybe even sharp. It is not just her appearance. There is a layer hiding something more dangerous. There is something cruel hidden within. I have to be cautious of her in any. A woman's intuition is really scary. Seeing the tense face blonde girl, Hazu reassured, there is no need to. Did not I say so? I am just here to make jest. The brown-haired guy standing nearby listened for a while and still did not understand any. Continuing to aim and shoot. What are you trying to pull? Keep spouting nonsense about leaders or whatever. Before she could finish her sentence, the blonde girl shouted, step back. I will talk to her. Seeing that reaction, brown-haired guy paused, thinking to himself in doubt. Our leader has never been this flustered. Blonde girl, or looking strong enough, face this situation alone. Why are you making this suggestion? I need to know the reason. Even if you are strong, we won't back down easily. You say that, still inching closer to the brown-haired guy. Like what? Who knows anything? It is not like anyone knows anything at all. Hang-Soo, hearing that, did not care much and replied, everyone has their own reason. I need someone to fight on this front. Hearing that, the blonde girl interrupted, you want us to deal with the people who just passed by here, right? Before Hang-Soo could answer, she refused. I understand why you want that, but we can handle 40 people like that. And Hang-Soo casually replied, what are you talking about? You guys just need to deal with 10 people at a time. And those guys, they are weaker than you. Use the authority of a leader, starting with the weak, turn them into your member, and increase the number of people in your team. After hearing that, the blonde girl suddenly felt a headache, thinking to herself, are you kidding me? Managing that many people is already very, now she wants me to take in more. Does she want me to die or something? But she only dared to think that, and did not say it out loud, because her instinct told her that saying this out loud would be self-destructive. The brown-haired guy beside, seeing her expression like she stepped in something unpleasant, cleared his throat a few times. Knowing that she was complaining about managing too many people, blonde girl, feeling bored, replied helpless, I am serious. I just want to get through this peacefully. But it seems like I have no other choice. I will give it a try. After saying that, she and the group turned around to leave. Hang-Soo warned from behind, I will be watching. Hearing that, the tired blonde girl replied, I am telling you up front, it is not going to work. After they left, Hang-Soo said, it is the perfect time to prepare for the next step of the mission. A little while later, in the distance, a young man was pinned to the ground. Turned out, blonde girl's group restraining. Brown-haired guy approached and reported, these guys refused to join the club. The blonde girl did not seem to care much and just replied, they are already part of the club, so just tie them up. No need for complication. Over there, the guys who resisted earlier were all tied up, like tying someone up high. 10,000 Daylat, a girl in the group spoke up, questioning, there is no need to tie us up. Are you discriminating against us because we come from a different club? We have not done anything yet. The blonde girl scoffed, thinking to herself, as if I wanted you, you brat. Finally, I did exactly what she said earlier. But aside from these people, she had welcomed everyone else here as members of the club. After thinking for a moment, she sighed, feeling really tired. I do not really approve of this damn mission. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Congratulations, you have found the treasure. Everyone froze for 5 seconds. Like what the heck is going on? The announcement continued. You need to bring the treasure to us for the transaction. The blonde girl was surprised, confused, and asked if everyone is here. Then who found the treasure? Just then, from behind, someone spoke up. Leader. Then he stepped forward, holding a glowing, shiny gold object, and handed it to blonde girl. I found this under that tree. Blonde girl approached, looked at the item, and murmured. She said it would help us. She took the golden ore, brought it to Fairy, and said, this must be the real treasure. Right. Fairy accepted, grinned, and announced, that is right. Confirmed. It is the perfect treasure. Too bad there is no one dead here. But you all did pretty well, even though it seems you are not the ones who got it direct. Blonde girl interjected, so there is no reward. Fairy replied, no need to rush. Do not worry. I will give you plenty of time to choose. Then it snapped finger, creating a lottery, and asked, which number do you want to choose? Because you are the king, but the only golden shirt does not. Hee. The others looked. Blonde girl preparing to make a choice, nervously swallow, silently praying, please let each of us have a creation. It has to be number. At this moment, the blonde girl revealed her rotten nature, laughing. Bro, what should we choose? Should we choose number 1 and kill everyone? Hearing that, one of the guys in the group jolted and exclaimed, please save us. Then that person grew up. Number 50, you saved all. We will follow you forever. Blonde girl looked at that. Her expression seemed to say, come on, shut up already. She turned around, smiled cold. This was starting to get boring. How about we play a survival game? All the new members of the gang kill each other. That is the gang's order. People across from them, hearing that, collectively showed their disgust. Like, this girl is weird. No one wants to play with her. They were furious and were about to rush to the blonde girl's side. But just then, the mark on their hands suddenly lit up. One person shouted, do you think we will follow orders just because you are the ruler? But then they realized something was changing. The marks on their hands began to shatter. Not just one person, but dozens all at once. Seeing that, those people exclaimed, gang tattoo on our hands has disappeared. So that means we are no longer members of the gang. We are free now. Fairy Chen and Goff, do you think that order would work without loyalty? Hurry up. This place will be sealed soon. Path to the 3rd floor is open. Crowd was startled, beginning to sprint towards the door leading third floor, running and shouting, "Damn it, we need to get out of here now." While the crowd is not paying it, the blue-haired girl managed to free herself from her restraint, turned to her companion, said, "I haven't tied myself. Hurry up, we need to report to the ruler." Another person replied, "The ruler has already gone ahead of. They must be on the third floor." Nearby, Hanzu stood quiet, listening calmly. Hearing the word ruler, he started to pay more attention. The others continued talking, unaware that Hanzu was standing behind a tree, hearing everything. One person in the group was on the phone, talking to their ruler. "Ruler, we can kill them all, but there is a problem." Before finishing, the ruler on the other end seemed to give some order. Person immediately replied, "Understood." Then, the voice suddenly changed. "What? You want me to come right now? I will go right away." Ending the call, person turned to their companion, shouted, "The ruler is in a hurry. Let us go up third floor. The ruler is in danger. Do not hesitate anymore." Hanzu stood behind the tree, smiling like, "Gotcha." He thought to himself, "Now just lead me to your ruler." Hanzu humorously thought about the upcoming meeting. Third floor is a very vast, as it is called hell. If you want to find someone here, it is not easy at all. There is only one way. Earlier, Hanzu's group discussed their plan. One person said, "If we do not catch Dark Lord in the designated area and let him move somewhere else, all our efforts will be in vain." While everyone was focused on discussing the plan, Hanzu was seriously thinking, while the guy with orange hair was drunkenly swaying in a corner. At that moment, the intellectual-looking blonde guy, smelling great, spoke up. "We need to block all paths and lead him in one direction. Or should we choose the Tower Island to exit?" Eris walked from outside, agreeing, "You are right. First and second floors of the Tower Island are impossible. Third floor is doable. There are hundreds of starting points on the third floor, but once he steps onto the third floor, he will need the help of guild members, so he will call for them from everywhere." She emphasized, "That will be your only chance. Third floor of the tower where you have to pass through, or entering the other world. Although it is slightly different from reality, the environment here is identical. The monsters here are also on another level." At this moment, the orange-haired guy, who was dozing off, suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "So the plan is to lure him." Continued to state the obvious. "If he smells danger, he will run away immediately. Waiting until he feels safe before we attack won't be too late. He is very cautious. Think he will call all his guild members to that area." Listening to the guy ramble, Hanzu put on an expression as say, "Are you done? Go play over there." The orange-haired guy continued, "Even though he is not as strong as, he is still very powerful. You know what to do to kill him, right?" Back in the present, Hanzu was holding a red gem, a replica of the death skin gem he got from the treasure. Everything is ready. Hanzu told himself, "First, I need to deal with the Dark Lord on the third floor." Thinking that, Hanzu dashed gate, crossing the boundary and delving deep into hell. While running, he excitedly said, "Finally, it is time for me to face him direct." After Hanzu entered the third floor, Guild of the Blonde Girl, hiding behind a stone pillar, Warslice smiled, muttering, "Just follow her." At that moment, between the dark golden gate and the cold stone, a loud clang echoed. "Quickly contact the guild member. Tell them to go to the third floor today." Turns out the one yelling is Li Wenqiang. A moment later, his entire guild had gathered. However, at that moment, they were surrounded by 3 gigantic monsters. He thought to himself, "This place is full of poison. The air is very hard. Countless monsters appear, and this is just beginning in this other world. They said they would not intervene, but I think it is no longer necessary." He thought. Just then, a monster suddenly appeared. It lunged forward, mouth wide open, diving down at Li Wenqiang. But just as it sank its sharp teeth down, he used a huge blade to block the monster's throat, causing it to break teeth. The monster would not let go, continuing to attack with even more force, making it hard for Li Wenqiang not to be pushed back. Gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't make me angry." Getting angry is exhausting. Then, somehow, Li Wenqiang split the monster's mouth open with one swipe like tearing fabric. On the other side, someone yelled out, "Another monster is coming." Li Wenqiang forward over the fallen monster, shouting, "You all, follow me. Everyone move up. Can't let the monsters defeat." Hearing the king's command, all members of the Great Li Association raised their swords and charged forward. Li Wenqiang gritted his teeth, reminding himself, "I can't die here. I can't back down. My guild is the strongest on this floor. I have killed countless enemies to get here. I absolutely will not die." After a while, Li Wenqiang began to notice something. He asked in confusion, "Are those monsters from that frag?" It looked like a living, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be people, not just one person, 100. Li Wenqiang exclaimed, "There are people in there." Seeing this, he approached the bright red cross. Upon seeing him, Fairy immediately spoke up, "Isn't it beautiful? Standing here to admire it is breathtaking." "It is not just that." Fairy smiled knowingly and said, "Look close. You might recognize a few familiar faces. Those who made it through the guidance area." Li Wenqiang glanced at Fairy, then used his hands to clear the stones under the cross. Just as Fairy said, he saw a familiar. Upon closer inspection, person was his daughter. Seeing his daughter, Li Wenqiang was overwhelmed with emotion. Reaching out to touch her, called out, "Sojong," probably wanting to say, "Come home, my child." Then he collapsed, mentally exhausted, murmuring, "Sojong, my daughter. If only I could have become king sooner." Li Wenqiang remembered, in the past, when they were on the first floor, when the monster appeared, everyone panicked and ran away. Sojong had clung to his leg, begging, "Don't leave me behind." Struggling on the ground, trembling, she cried, "Dad, save me." Seeing his daughter like that, he shouted, "Sojong," and rushed toward her. That damn king of his stopped him back then. That guy said, "You have to protect." That is an order. That time, Li Wenqiang did not have the courage to resist, hesitantly saying, "But my daughter." That bastard king continued, "Your duty is not that useless one. You should remember, I am your king. If I had known about the monster, I would have caught Shrimp long ago to use as bait." A little later, when Sojong seemed to have completely lost consciousness, Li Wenqiang rushed over to embrace her and pleaded, "Sojong, my child, please wake up." Contrary to his sorrowful appearance, that king felt no guilt at all, and Vin Vio said that dying king is an honor for you. At this moment, Li Wenqiang could no longer hold back. "I am glad you are done calling." He stood up, mumbling to himself, "If I had known my daughter was just a shrimp in the king's eye, I would not have joined this guild." That king did not know that, besides the giant monster, another monster had appeared beside, so he calling out, "Hurry up." But while the monsters were still eating that girl, "You can't defy my order." Before he could finish, his king was attacked by Li Wenqiang, sending him straight to the altar to watch the naked chick. After dealing with the trap, Li Wenqiang held the bloodied knife. "If someone as useless as you king." Then so soon after, a number of seals on his palm proving that Li Wenqiang was qualified king. With a task as trivial as that lady's, he held his hand and said, "Junja, because of this ability, for my daughter, I will rule this world." Li Wenqiang felt tremendous regret. He became determined, tears streaming down his face. The game was over. He told himself, "I want to stop until I find my daughter." Back in the present, Li Wenqiang still could not believe. He murmured, "I thought I would never see you again. Thank God." God. The gods are still merciful to me. Then, Lu Wenqiang turned and urgently asked Fairy, please tell me how to save. After witnessing this loving family scene, Fairy laughed and said, calm down. That is just a model. Created an information replica person and stored it in that cross. Although it is just a the strengthened memories are just like the real thing. It is very meaning, right? The rule is simple. I need materials to create a new one. At least one living person. Hearing this, another guild member immediately felt hope and asked, so my son can too. The dead person in that cross. Lu Wenqiang over there was just as angry. He hurriedly asked, but how do we find someone to sacrifice? At this moment, the smile on Lu Wenqiang's face gradually lost its humanity. Thought to himself, if I just sacrifice the weak, so Zhang will come back to life. Indeed, in front of his daughter, all beings are equal. But his secret thought seemed to have been read by Fairy like an open book. She immediately dismissed, can't use your guild member. Well, that is too easy. I want you to stuff someone else in there. Choose carefully. There are 4 more guys going up to the next floor. There are not many survivors left on this floor. I guess people know that already, Fairy said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Hearing this, Lu Wenqiang angrily slammed his fist against Rob, then grumbled, damn it, I have come such a long way. This is my only chance to see my daughter again. Just as he was overwhelmed with despair, a voice suddenly called out behind Lu Wenqiang, Your Majesty, person reported. Someone climbed up here. Our people were pushed down by. Hearing that, Lu Wenqiang smirked. His smile suggested, if I get there, you are dead. Then he ordered, capture them alive for me. On the other side, place where one of Lu Wenqiang's gang members was knocked down. Footsteps quietly approached. It was Hanju. He wiped a few drops of sweat off forehead and sighed, what a drag. It would be nice to have a smoke right now. Just then, Hanju noticed someone coming to visit. He glanced over and mumbled, there they are. It is Lu Wenqiang's gang. Hanju looked at the leader and thought to himself, one of the kings I have to take down. The Dark King. Lu Wenqiang. Listing his crimes would take a whole lot of eye. Although those crimes have not happened yet, they will soon. The Dark King can't save his daughter. So he became obsessed finding his son and was dragged into the in his desperate search. His son committed a mass, becoming a ruthless killer. As Hanju drew his weapon, thought to himself, either way, I am going to save your son, even if I have to kill you. One of the gang members saw the weapon in Hanju's hand and suddenly realized, shouting, it is the one with the chain. Lu Wenqiang, upon encountering the enemy he wanted to kill, laughed like a madman and said, how convenient. The one I want to kill just walked right into my hand. Definitely a nice gift for X-Run. Right after that, Lu Wenqiang changed his expression and yelled, I am going to take your sorry life. Hanju raised an eyebrow but nothing. Maybe he was thinking to himself, quiet, your little sister is here. Lu Wenqiang did not say another, charging directly with, and Hanju quickly took defensive stand. But before they could clap, the ground suddenly shook violently, and both Lu Wenqiang and Hanju became alert. Shortly after, the ground exploded into pieces, and from beneath the rubble, a gigantic monster resembling a massive worm emerged. Huge worm floated up, dirt and rock flying everywhere. The Dark Guild members immediately panicked. Sight, your Majesty. Lu Wenqiang looked at the monster before him, and at that moment, Hanju felt the creature was too strong, too bothersome. Damn it! If there is a monster here, we have to retreat immediately. Hanju turned to Zijin and said, don't let that guy escape. Zijin, focus on your skill. Hanju interrupted. Right after that, Hanju cracked the whip, quickly wrapping it around the fat worm like a rice cake. Hanju swung his arm, and the huge worm was sliced into pieces, falling to the ground. After dealing with the monster, Hanju spoke, nothing can stop me now. You are scared. Let me handle it. Saying that, he charged straight at stunned Lu Wenqiang in front of. Witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim in shock, is this guy a monster? Then he shouted, 500 brother, come kill him. Following the king's command, the minions immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, Hanju smirked, you guys have no chance against me alone. As the group rushed, Hanju used the whip to send them flying. Hanju stood in the middle of the enthusiastically swinging the whip. Get out of my way, lady. Lu Wenqiang looked up, filled with despair, who said I would not kill. The white-haired girl listened and asked with a judgmental look, what complicated information is that? On the other side, Hanju's steel chains coming, making it very difficult for Jizian to dodge them all. Just as he blocked one strike, Jizian shouted, I know he is strong, but I do not see him using any. Does he not know any? Hearing that, Lu Wenqiang did not bother to ask, is that true? Instead, she immediately shouted, alright, I will trust you one more time. Let us overwhelm him with numbers. He has no defense skill. We just need to overpower. Lu Wenqiang began direct. Members with attack skill, move forward and block path. Hearing the king's order, the minions quickly shout, understood, and immediately changed formation. But it was not going to be that easy. You guys are still too inexperienced. Seeing them rush in, Hanju immediately jumped into the air. There was a dramatic twist. Zirayan had been waiting from behind, just waiting for Hanju to jump. Cry, old lady, try dodging this, she shouted, and Hanju finally noticed Zirayan in front of him. Hanju was in a dangerous situation, instinctively awakening his survival instinct. Hanju's close range move was dangerous, instantly triggering survival instinct. Right after that, Zirayan swung down, and Hanju managed to block, but after blocking that strike, felt like electricity ran through his arm. Hanju gritted his teeth, think she is pretty strong. I can't take a hit without getting hurt. Hanju gritted his teeth, thinking she was pretty strong. He could not take a hit without getting hurt. Lu Wenqiang behind him saw this and shouted, work, keep going. Right after that, the gang members rushed in one after another. For these little shrimp, Hanju did not even need to look to take down. During one of the times he was hit by, a member of Lu Wenqiang's gang accidentally knocked out some old saying. As soon as it saw the glowing stone, Hanju's little snake immediately lunged forward. It opened its mouth to grab that white ancient language, then happily started enjoying it. The underlings saw this little snake, collectively asked, does he have a monster on? Is it absorbing the ancient language? Lu Wenqiang also noted, and he hurriedly urged his underlings not to let it grow strong. Over here, the white-haired girl just got sent in by the trainer, and she waved her hands to cast a spell. Several dark magic circles appeared under Hanzu's feet. Soon after, tentacles emerged and wrapped tightly around Hanzu's ankle. This moment, Zizian, who was not a master, had the chance to jump up and slash at Hanzu with his sword. But you are a goner. You can die. Hanzu quickly reacted, grabbing the chain to block the attack. Seeing that, Lu Wenqiang shouted from the other side, we have come this far to take revenge on those who trample on us. Do not back down. We must eliminate all the pests in our way. For our fallen comrade. For our fallen family. These words felt like they were directed at Hanzu. After hearing this motivation, he swung the chain with even more ferocity. Lu Wenqiang did not stop there, shouting, my words will guide how we love, how we take revenge. Hanzu assessed the situation, and if necessary, he would force the tribe members to fight, regardless of their condition. Although this contradicted, he did not see tribe members. He was trying to weaken himself or unleashing full power. The longer it dragged, drags on, the more losses I will suffer. After seeing Li Wenqian's smug smile, Hanzo told himself, I have to finish this quick. At that moment, the white-haired girl continued to cast spells, shouting, I am blinding you, you fool. Hanzo replied, then grabbed the spear on his chain and directly stabbed it into the magic of that white-haired girl. She was neutralized, causing her hand to lose its effect. Hanzo then took on the role of clearing the path, eliminating the nearby soldier and overcoming all odds to reach his ally. Seeing Hanzo rushing over, the white-haired girl changed her expression, grinning and saying, fall into my trap. Right after that, more tentacles surged up from the magic formation on the ground, wrapping tightly around Hanzo's legs once again. Moreover, this time there were even more than before. Those tentacles then tightly ensnared Hanzo. The white-haired girl, seeing him trapped, triumphantly shouted, do you think I would let you walk straight to me? At this moment, seeing Hanzo in a weak position, Li Huangqiu arrogantly shouted that no matter how hard you try, you are still all alone. You won't make it out of here alive. It is time for you to pay the price. As soon as he finished he swung the knife down direct, landing a blow right on Hanzo's shoulder. After being able to hurt, Li Huangqiu laughed maniac, his face clearly showing excitement as he said, I have what? My daughter will come back to life. The first step in my plan has finally begun. Not letting him finish, Hanzo chimed in, you sure about that? He then raised his hand, keeping the knife lodged in his shoulder. It had already sunk halfway into Hanzo's shoulder, and he looked up, smirking, you are not getting away. There is no mercy here. I have got the coffin ready. And Li Huangqiu felt furious, grinding his teeth in frustration. Seeing that, Hanzo just smiled. The more angry you get, the more I enjoy it. But when Hanzo swung the knife down, another knife blocked. Li Huangqiu smugly, you fool. Did you think I only had one weapon? I have seen all your tricks. You are still too inexperienced. Oh really? Hanzo replied, then your dad is the same. The chain is not my only weapon, Hanzo said as he summoned another knife. Pride. Didn't see that coming. Did you? Hanzo then launched the knife straight at Li Huangqiu, and since he was not a man, he could not dodge, immediately getting the knife driven straight into his chest. The white-haired girl and Gideon, standing nearby, exclaimed, King, he is coming for you. I will kill you. Hanzo did not bother listening. He just slowly stood up. Li Huangqiu, using the last of his strength, got up to ask Hanzo, I did not expect you to use your own body as bait. He then suddenly shouted to his subordinate, this is the opportunity. Take him down before his wounds heal. Gang member, hearing the command, charged forward again. Hanzo, on the other hand, did not even bother looking at him. He just stood there calmly giving them a lesson. If you want to kill someone else, you must be ready to die yourself. Do you have enough determination? Your subordinates are dying, but you still carry on. Just a little while later, as expected, Hanzo single-handedly swept through the entire gang. Li Huangqiu was now broke. I'm in pain. I have fallen. He suddenly shouted in agitation, why are you blocking my way? What did I do to you that you would do this to me? Because he was injured. After just a few words, Li Huangqiu was out of breath, panting heavily. He now turned to question, is it because of that damn law you set? Ridiculous law. Can't kill travel. Hearing that, Hanzo felt powerless. He was already tired of the phrase pure and innocent. Li Huangqiu yelled, is it because we broke your gang's rule? His words sent Hanzo back to his child in the past. When he was beaten down by the whole group, Li Huangqiu said the same thing. He asked, what is the reason for chasing me so far to attack? Is it for revenge? Hearing that, Brother Orange Hair standing next to Hanzo could not hold back his anger and shouted, do you even know how many people you killed because of you? Even people in my gang. The more Hanzo spat, the more I want to smash him. At this moment, Li Huangqiu still was not ashamed of his crime. Calmly said, this world has always been like, sooner or later they would die anyway. Li Huangqiu got agitated again. But why did Sojong and Mindy have to die first? What did they do wrong? You think you can save? What right do you have? You could not even save my daughter and son. It is all because of you hypocrites and your trash in this damned world. That is why I want to destroy everything, whether it is human or the world itself. Why should I follow that rule? Li Huangqiu repeated the exact same word for continued to blame Hanzo. Look around. You are the real crazy murderer. You hypocrite. Your self-imposed rules do not apply. Hanzo replied, I did not kill you. You broke the rule. Who has the time for that? Then he sat down in front of Li Huangqiu and said, power gain from hunting has its limit. You are just a stepping stone. My goal is, Long Guy once said, not just to unify humanity. After overcoming 3 challenges, we must do everything for what will happen in the future. Even if we have to kill everyone in the guidance area. Then the blonde guy turned to ask Eris, you do not oppose this, right? Eris thought for a while before she could respond. Brother Orange Hair interjected and said, Eris, do not worry. With such an important issue, I will handle it myself. I will eliminate anyone who gets in our way. I will be called a hero and become a womanizer. Hearing this, Eris could not help clench her fist and secretly kissed Brother Orange Hair. She then replied, although I do not agree with sacrificing the minority for the majority, we need to become strong because we do not know what will appear in the hidden dungeon. Then Eris emphasized, however, we need to think of another way to avoid killing everyone. The orange-haired guy, after getting hit by Eris, ran over to the warm-haired guy and said, where did I touch? Then he turned and said, honest, no one is more suitable than I am. At that moment, a sudden magic appeared in front of the orange-haired guy. Boom. The orange-haired guy turned out to be that jerk. You asked, what did the spell just say? The orange-haired guy fainted immediately. The Senior on the other side replied, the dungeon of the tower must lead it, but we can't finish it just by regular hunting. There are people we need to deal with before the guide ends. We need to eliminate. So let us make use of the orange-haired guy. Now Goss chimed in, right. We kill all the bad guys and absorb their essence. We will definitely be strong enough to complete the hidden dungeon. We will train our body, become heroes. Awesome. Hansel listened and simply replied, if everyone agreed. I agreed. At that moment, a hand was placed on Hanzo's shoulder, and this person told him, Hanzo, do not think too much. Anyone who gets in the way of our goal, just get rid of them. Returning to the present, after recalling those words, he said to Li Wenqianhong, who wanted to kill him, you stepped on everyone to get. Why do you act like you do not deserve? Isn't it better to think this is why we confront each other? Li Wenqianhong laughed at that. I thought you were trying to play the hero. This is your true self. Is not. He now realized we picked the wrong person. The moment I predict came sooner than it. Then Li Wenqianhong began to plead. If you find my son, please take care of him. He has red eyes like mine. Who cares? Hanzo repeated, then reassured him, my plan goes smooth. Everyone else, including your son, will survive. Hearing this, Li Wenqianhong was stunned. So that is it. I did not understand anything at all. Hansel did not even let him finish, immediately sending him to the afterlife. Finishing off Li Wenqianhong, Hansel let out a light sigh of relief. He stood there, looking around and feeling everything was left hence silent. What happened was part of Hansu's plan, but he could not deny that things were getting more complex. On the other side, blonde girl's place. She suddenly shouted, how much longer do we have to play? Brown-haired guy heard that and asked, you want to leave. That is fine. The blonde girl started sweating and said, I am not doing any. No me? I wanted to secretly follow her, not expect to get caught. Need it. We will ambush. Just like mentioning Ka comes. Just then, Hansu appeared behind them. You spoke up, and we deliberately left you alone. So you all are doing a good job guarding this place. Right. When the blonde heard Hansu come, she immediately felt uneasy and obediently replied, Court, we have caught those who have been trailing us here. Home is home. Our home is so familiar. Hansu thought to himself as he noticed the blonde's reaction. She does not see it. I was going to kill her if she saw it, but I have taken care of every. She won't find any. That thought, he turned away. Previously announced. Well done. That is it. You all can go now. Blonde, hearing that, responded. So that is it. What? Can we leave right away? The brown-haired guy over there spoke. Blonde, my lady. We turn back and find another way. Blonde did not listen. The more you stop, the more I am going, she said. We are continuing on. I need to find out what that person did. This girl is really in. A moment later, Fairy's applause rang out again, shouting, awesome. A new traveler has arrived. Great, great. So exciting. So let us get started. About how to use the holy cross. Meanwhile, Hansu had passed through the gate. Bashar looked at it and muttered, this shape is meaningless now. The place Hansu passed through the gate is where separated travelers gather after clearing all the room, floor 1 to floor 3. And this is floor 4. Hansu had laughed off flowers earlier, standing there thinking, Power Island, I am coming to you. Felt each step bringing him closer to the final goal, but at the same time knew that many obstacles still lay ahead, and no one could predict what happened next. Along with old enemies, Hansu had to be ready for even fiercer battles in the future. However, one thing is for sure, he could not turn back anymore. In the preparation area to enter the red zone on floor 4, it seemed that enough people gathered, bustling with comings and goings. In front of the waiting area was a river red as blood. This place is also the workshop specialized in building various type boats to enter the red zone. A series of big shots dealing with monsters. Materials would be collected by beasts and monsters around the red zone. Assistant Fairy began to broadly wash dollar, raising his hand to create a net, emphasizing that nothing in life is easy. Quality of the boat players create will depend greatly on the materials the players use. Build the boat. Fairy created additional vivid image illustrations, reminding many players about the reward. They could build a boat. They could leave with anyone they wanted. Making a large boat is always better than making a small one. The generous all-purpose assist Fairy provided players the list of base and essential material, including images and detailed information. Chatting about a bunch of rules. Fairy announced that it was almost time to step into the new world. He asked everyone to be ready to leave, and the players immediately stood in front of their escape. Brown-haired Nam, breathing wild scenery outside. Astonished and speechless, brown-haired Nam turned around to remind everyone, try to build a boat big enough for the whole guild to go together. Another guild spoke up to offer support and asked for cooperation, while Kang Hun-Soo behind them showed no interest in the relationship between the guild. All he could think about was finding that spot when Sang Jin approached from behind to chat. He asked if Nam had finished everything he wanted to do, and Sang Jin's group had arrived early to gather material. Kang Hun-Soo confirmed that he had completed task and wanted to check. Sang Jin remembered he had told him on the first floor. He affirmed that he had paired what Nam had mentioned on the first floor. Sang Jin inquired curiously about Nam's appearance, and Nam frankly admitted that he did not need to disguise himself anymore. Noticing Sang Jin seemed relaxed, he wondered why he was still here instead of looking for material to craft a large ship. As time was running out and resources were limited, Sang Jin confidently replied, Guild and me were already taking care of that. Sang Jin repeated Mihi's name, hint of doubt. The scene shifted to a location within the mission area. A monster was being shot, countless arrows screamed in pain. The one firing those powerful arrows was Mihi. The image of a confident Mai appeared. Having received support, Sang Jin recalled reunion her on the first floor of the Tower Island and affirmed that Mihei had changed a lot since then. While Sang Jin rambled on about how happy Mihi would be to see Hansu, Hansu did not care at all and threw a snake at Sang Jin. He walked away, leaving behind a comment. Did not need the snake anymore, so he was leaving it for Sang Jin since he probably needed it more. The white snake, confused, did not understand what was happening while he walked off without looking back. Before leaving, Hansu warned that there would not be much time for casual chats like now, as the areas beyond were much tougher. Sang Jin knew that Hansu's warnings were serious. He knew he would not be this strong without promise that they would meet again on the upper floor. Hansu did not respond, just glanced at Sang Jin without saying a word. After a moment of assessment, he smiled and left, smile seeming like a recognition from him to Sang Jin. Sang Jin did not seem to notice that smile. He was not too hopeful about Hansu's response. As a couple returned from the nearby teleportation gate, conversation between the two had caught Sang Jin's attention. Blonde girl felt that they had dawdled and wasted too much time. Across, the brown-haired guy feels the same way and thinks bringing Wonkyong along is a mistake. Blonde girl reminds the brown-haired guy to watch his words because others might overhear their conversation. Sang Jin can completely hear the conversation between the two. A voice calls out to someone to come outside, and a foot steps out from the gate along with an apology. Wonkyong steps out and expresses indifference to his daughter's word. The blonde girl criticizes Wonkyong, questioning why he is worried when the team has someone guarding behind them, maliciously emphasizing that he remembers nothing. Wonkyong is used about everything. He only remembers walking with daughter and does not even know where they are. The blonde girl sighed, at a loss for words, secretly wishing to find someone capable to lead, not realizing that revival meant memory loss. The blonde girl mentions twins following and that she need talk to the fairy leading. Sang Jin has been following the entire situation, quietly observes without saying a word. Shifting the scene to Hansu's location, he is moving deeper into the mission area, going around without noticing much. The monsters are all focused in the center of operation area. As far as he knows, each floor and room is a completely different environment, some even resembling real skies or underwater spaces. But overall, everything is artificial. He touches some kind of barrier, carefully observes the barrier, and is certain there will be some kind of ending. He heard that this tower has 4 floors, but in reality, there are a total of 5 floors. The image of the floor appears in his mind. 5th floor is the dungeon to obtain the hidden fragment. Grips the handle of his knife tight, knowing it would be very to obtain the fragment, using conventional methods. Thinks and acts. He grits his teeth, continuously slashes at the barrier in front of him. He attacks relentlessly, combining the powers of the Numaha to destroy the wall forming the tower. A hole appears in the barrier, and he wants to take advantage of this opening for the next step. Huge explosion of dust flies everywhere, and Hazu Hanzu gently climbs through the hole. He seriously implements the crazy plan in his head. Can't he climb up from the inside? He will climb up from the outside. From the outside. The tower looks both terrifying and majestic as it reaches the sky. He looks back at the hole he just created in the tower wall. Blink, the hole disappeared. If it were not for the pneuma, it would be very difficult for him to attempt this crazy plan. Hanzu focuses on the system panel in front of him. Looking at the pile of stats on the panel, thinks that his stats are really poor. His strength is 0.8%, agility is 61.1, endurance is 60.7, perception is 67.7, and the remaining stats are 58.7%. Hanzu climbs the tower from the outside while contemplating his own stat. You raised all your stat 50 by using the artifacts from attacking the dark, but you only reached the minimum level. Everything from now on depends on how you handle it. It seems you have arrived at your destination. You slowly climb into the tower from the outside. Climbing to the top tower drained all your strength. You pan as you look inside, and finally, you have made it. You have reached the 5th floor, and the system's notification displays that you are currently on the 5th floor. You grab the spear and sword from your back. According to Ralph Lauren, what is in this place is still a mist. Barrage of swords and blades descends around, surrounding you and keeping you on high alert. You are determined to win at all costs. The light from the 5th floor gradually radiates a strange energy. A dragon appears, and at the same time, the system announces that it has created a monster based on the intruder's memory. You stand there firmly, but your eyes can't hide the surprise and sheer horror. The monster brings back painful memories for you. A golden dragon wreaking havoc, killing everyone. Eris anxiously asks Ariel and Hansu are. Her whole team is fighting desperately against dragon. In front of a wizard holding a staff declares that all of humanity is turmoil. Another person slashes down, knowing he can't hold back for long and has to help everyone move through the breaking sphere. Command notification is handed over to Anviar, and both Aaron and a nearby man are left in awe. Hanzu is exhausted, holding tightly onto a golden-haired girl. Around them is a scene of desolation, with monsters flying everywhere. The girl seems severely injured. Hanzu questions her why she tried to. If it were not for him, she would not be in this state. You recall the image of her pushing you back, move forward, leaving you in shock. You helplessly try to grasp her figure. Unconscious, called her name, Kiriel. You are in so much pain that you can't find the word. Kiriel reaches out, wanting to caress your cheek. She joyfully forward, continuously thanking the heaven, beams the happiest smile of her life. Kiriel is happy that Hansu is safe. She does not want you to stop, especially not now. You only know to stay silent and keep listening. The last thing she says is for you to promise moving forward, after which she can no longer hold on and passes away. You witness her body stiffen, and you can't hide the sorrow from the depths of your heart. You grit your teeth, blaming your own help. You scream in agony, memories flooding back along with the pain in your heart. Turning to reality, you still can't believe the monster created by the system from your memory. That is it. The dragon that Kiriel, the image of the golden dragon, William Reed coming clearer. Finally, he has encountered it, but the golden dragon is still not awake. The recreating image is still being struck. Hansu stands below, observing the strongest enemy from his memories being reenacted in the hidden dungeon. Hansu stands in contemplation. Pain from that moment has not diminished in his heart. He knows this is the right time to monster, and even though the monster is just a weakened red mark, he cannot afford to underestimate. In Hanzu's hands appear two strange items. The items he brought to this hidden dungeon can only be used to overcome each year. Two stones in Hanzu's hands are a fake version of skin-pierced stone and the essence of the demon pearl, both obtained from the treasure hunt. Hanzu recalls the event of changing the skin-piercing stone 32 marbles on the second floor. He knows this is not just thinking about it makes stone begin to crack. Hanzu tightly grips the stone in his hand, feeling extremely angry. Although this stone is not perfect, he can use it. All his marks can enter the red state. Prepares the essence of the demon pearl in his mouth. Just this item alone is valuable enough to defeat the demon king. He bites down hard on the essence demon pearl, causing the gem to crack the day after he consumes it. A notification board immediately displays Hanzu's stat. All his stat points have reached 99.99, along with a buff that increases each stat by an additional 99.99%. However, this only lasts for one day. After one day, all his stats will drop to a mere 0.01%. He has worked very hard to create a red mark. His entire body bursts with immense energy, and around him, streams of bright red air continuously surge, creating a crackling sound. His eyes are sharp. He has pushed himself to achieve the red state for this moment. The golden dragon has been successfully recreated. Roars thunderous, and he watches it open its mouth wide and roar, vowing to himself that he must take it down. Rocks fly everywhere, and Hansu is pushed back. He uses his whole body to stop himself from sliding back, leaving a long, straight skid mark on the ground. He is not afraid and continues to wield the first power of the pneuma. His hands grip the sword tight, and a spot on the sword glows with bright red energy. First power is the 99% red destruction. Hansu charges toward the golden dragon, which stands there, unafraid and unmoving. A sharp, relentless sword strike is launched powerfully and decisively from Hanzu's position. But even though he has put all his strength to it, the sword cannot through the golden dragon for tough protective armor, and he realizes his sword has broken in half. Looking at the damage he inflicted on the golden dragon, it is just a small wound and a scale that has popped off, causing the wound to bleed. It seems he did not attack deep enough. The golden dragon inhales deep, and an energy ball gradually forms from its mouth. Destructive power could be extremely terrifying. You seem to recognize this attack. Kim Long. The energy orb is almost complete, and Kim Long is singing loud, revealing a bright red energy orb as hot as a mini sun. After gathering enough energy, a surge of power is released, storm heading straight for Hanzu. I thought you would run away, but you just stood there waiting. Terrifying wave of energy to approach you. Suddenly, you break into a smug smile, shifting scenes to another location in the mission area. A long-tongued lizard monster lies defeated, its tongue hanging out and eyes wide open. Sang Jin jumps onto the spoils he just collected. Yumi follows behind, announcing that this Kyok monster was the last one, while Sang Jin focuses on collecting the slime pouch from the Kyok. After obtaining the pouch, Sang Jin decides to return to the boat dock, start the shipbuilding process. Mi feels a bit anxious, thinking that it would be better for everyone to wait Hanzu's turn go with. Sang Jin declines her suggestion because he knows that even if Hanzu was here, he would not go with them. Convincing him to join is extremely difficult. Mi, unable to believe, asks Sang Jin what is so hard about, genuinely not understanding his point. He sadly replies, they have come this this far because they have been hiding behind to move forward. Back on the 5th level of the dungeon, Kim Long launches a powerful energy blast toward, and you see the attack looming right before your eyes. You silently assess this situation is not much from what you have faced before. The only diff that you completely dodge this attack. Right now, it has vanished without a trace. You narrowly avoid the strike, focusing intensely with your eyes wide open in a seriously frightening way. Kim Long seems to be preparing for the next move. You retrieve a dagger in your right hand. Regular weapons can't do anything to this monster anymore. You use the fan set and the Justice of Degrado. Consists of a dagger and a scythe, and these two show their true power only when used together. Hazu grabs the chain in front of, holding the upgraded version of Degrados's dagger, combines it with the second power of Numa, which is blood, creating a terrifying chain of connected daggers. Chain wraps around Kim Long's neck, preparing to tighten. Kim Long seems to realize the danger it is about to face. The dagger pierces Kim Long's flesh, breaking through its armor, causing blood spray from its neck. You grip the chain tight, pulling hard from below. Seeing Kim Long in pain makes you a bit worried. The trade-off for the upgraded version durability can't maintain this power for long while the breath of the storm remains very strong. And you hold the chain tight. Do you think you can do it? Your eyes shine with determination. You can lack confidence like that. You definitely can do it. You tighten the chain around Kim Long's neck, willing to sacrifice all your weapons to maintain your current damage output, and you will attacking even if it means losing all your weapons. Kim Long swings his tail hard towards where you are controlling the chain. Being in a position you could not dodge and took a full hit. Kim Long. The force of the attack was so strong it sent flying, and the chain's grip loosened a bit, freeing Kim Long from some of the pain you caused. You took such a heavy hit that your head is bleeding, but you do not care about the pain, nor does it. You the chain tight, preparing for your next attack. Chain wraps around the weapon set up early. The weapons clashing against the chain create a deafening clanging sound. You retract the chain, pulling all the weapons closer, and you use your strength to hurl all the weapons you have at Kim Long. Kim Long moves its massive wing. Just one sweet wing. Kim Long can destroy all the weapons you are using to attack. Suddenly, the force of the chain around Kim Long's neck increases sharply, causing blood to spray everywhere, and Kim Long lets out a painful roar. Hazu the chain tight, pouring all your energy into this attack. Kim Long is in so much pain that it lets out deafening, its wide open jaws spraying saliva everywhere. Hazu rushes towards Kim Long. You are likely still increasing your strength as you face. Kim Long is blinded, pain, only able to scream and unaware that you are getting closer to it. To Sang-jin, who is on a mission. He knows Hazu is very strong, and his team must work hard up with you. Sang-jin glances over at Mai. He has things to finish up. Sang-jin also informs Mai that a few other people will be on the boat. After hearing this, she wonders who the people he mentioned are, guessing they might be friends or close relations of Sang-jin. Sang-jin looks toward Lee Won-ki-ung's group, unsure if that will actually happen. Looking at Lee Won-ki-ung from it, confirms that the man will surely be useful later on. To another area, scene of devastation where trees are stripped and the ground is eroded, resembling a recent crisis. A dark red sub appears on the ground. A man steps over the sub, causing smoke to rise. His shoe seems to have been burned, and the liquid looks very much like corrosive acid in reality. The short-haired guy runs while observing the sub ground. This poison spreads rapidly, and it has already reached close to the player's base. The short-haired guy called out to his teammates to wait, because he still had not gotten on the boat, but in response, a barrage of weapons was thrown down from the boat, leaving him shocked and unable to believe. He angrily questioned those they knew what they were doing. People on the boat rudely teased the short-haired guy, saying he was good at dodging and reacting. It was only now that he realized he had been tricked. They had taken advantage of him being alone to make him gather materials for them, and now he was being discarded like person on the boat. Shameless claimed that their gang had no obligation to take outsiders along. The short-haired guy gritted his teeth, feeling that those on the boat were a bunch of hard scumbags. He did not have much time left to gather material, and having the two kids him was just a waste of time. So he decided to return to the mission area to find material. People on the boat mockingly taunted that if he wanted to leave, he should build his own boat, and he might die from the poison before he could even make one. Their gleeful laughter echoed from behind. The short-haired guy ignored and ran off to find material. Thought those guys from the gang were a bunch of shameless turtles, and then he cursed himself for not mentioning the time limit in the mission area. Everything was gradually falling apart, coming hope. The short-haired guy anxiously searched for a target to kill. He was looking for glue to collect the S from, and while he was focused on search, he did not notice clear watermark on the barrier of the tower. By the time he realized, a hole had been created, and when he looked back, he saw an arm reaching in from the outside. He could not believe his eyes, screamed in fear. The one who broke the barrier and climbed in from the outside was none other than Hanzu. The short-haired guy was so scared he fell to the ground, unable to believe what had just happened. Seeing Hanzu's battered body wound, the short-haired guy anxiously asked for Hanzu's identity, but he just slowly walked in casually, despite being in such a state. His eyes conveyed the taste of victory. Hanzu did not care much about the question or the fear of the short-haired guy. He simply focused on observing the poisonous spread all over the ground, affirming that he still had time to do a few things. The short-haired guy finally caught his and asked who he was. He poked the barrier and babbled about how to pierce the barrier, saying that no matter how hard he tried, there was not even a scratch on it, let alone breaking it. But Hanzu just remained silent and ignored all the questions. Called out to Hanzu because he was not paying attention to what he said, but Hanzu just continued to walk away, not having time to talk to him because he was very busy. The short-haired guy knew Hanzu was in a hurry and would not bother. Still asked bizarre questions like why he was not wearing a shirt, why he was tearing his own shirt, and if he liked to walk around shirt. You do not seem upset. You are just explaining that you have not finished the shipbuilding task and there is not much time left. After saying that, you immediately practiced creating strong wind, but the short-haired guy asked how you finish on your own when time was up. Without needing to hear the question, Hanzu shot up high, moving at lightning speed, gather the materials needed to build the ship. The short-haired supporting character stood below, blown away by your incredible skill. Even after you left, he still did not understand what had just happened. The scene shifts to a battle somewhere in the area, where a man gets thrown far away and crashes into a tree, breaking it apart. Teammates in front saw and reminded everyone who had just been knocked down to calm down and fight, because there was not much time left. The monster they were facing was a Galapagos crocodile, 4 eyes and a back full of sharp spines. Brown-haired man man looked at the monster in front of him with fear. Could not the Galapagos crocodile, because it was beyond the group's strength. Hanzu swooped in like a gust of wind, reminding them that he would deal with it. They did not step up. He glided past Bree, punched the crocodile, leaving everyone in awe, watching him continuously punch crocodile's tough skin until it bled. Could not believe their eyes as he bare-handed galloped. Blood splattered everywhere as he asked in belief, "Who are you?" While the group was still confused, the short-haired reporting character ran over, finally catching up to Hanzu, which was impressive. Seeing him pant, the others assumed Hanzu was, but he seriously denied it and honestly replied that he had just met you. You were still punching the crocodile bare-handed, relentlessly beating until it submitted. You ruthless materials from inside the gallop, leaving everyone speechless at the sight. Everything fell silent when you stopped attacking. People around did not dare to make a sound. Looking at the Galapagos materials in your hand, you felt a bit awkward. You did not need these materials. You just wanted to get past. Someone below suggested Hanzu cooperate, and the short-haired reporting character seized the opportunity to team up, but he was immediately rejected because the Galapagos Paris could only be used for a 20-seat ship, so resources were already very limited. So the short-haired guy rushed to grab the material, while the others did not allow it. Hanzu slowly stepped down from the crocodile's corpse and approached the two who were arguing. Neither side is given in. Both want the parasite and the boat, each trying to outdo the other. Hanzu could not care less. He threw the materials at the short-haired guy and the horned guy, letting them sort it out, simply saying he did not need it. He also stated that his goal, 500-seat ship. So what those guys wanted to do with the materials was up. The image of the god rolling the stone appeared. Art is the main ingredient, creating the 500-seat ship. And obvious, the materials for building a large ship need to be of higher value. The short-haired guy assessed the situation around and no longer cared about the parasite, those other guys. He noticed poison had flooded the 4th floor, and time was passing like a dog running in the field. Then he considered the absurdity of Hanzu's claim about wanting to Lagunagra create a 500-seat. It was utterly ridiculous. Hanzu, very just, posed an attractive condition for exchanging with the other player. He asked to inform the others that if anyone wanted to board the ship, they needed to trade something. That way, he would let them on his ship. The short-haired guy could not believe his ears after just being tricked by a gang, and he wanted to confirm Hanzu's words. People like them really join him. The scene ship players building area, where many had gathered, all discussing whether the rumors spreading were true or not. Everyone was anxiously waiting, unsure if Hanzu could really kill the god Glockrock, create the 500 ship as claimed. The short-haired guy looked at the pile of materials he had gathered. This felt like a final gamble, all or nothing bet, and he hoped this time would not be a lie. While lost in thought, a loud noise outside drew everyone's attention. Everyone simultaneously looked outside due to the overwhelming noise. A god was about thrown down from the sky, astonishing all the players. The short-haired guy and the others were in total confusion as that huge thing fell towards where they were standing. A screeching cry rang out as the god crashed heavily around. Everyone thought a monster was attacked, so they turned pale and ran away. Hanzu appeared from atop the god's back, surveying and confirming that all the remaining players gathered. He jumped to the ground and instructed everyone to be ready. The short-haired guy looked at Hanzu in admiration, not expecting that he had truly managed to handle that monster alone. He walked straight to Fairy Merchant and requested to exchange, because he had brought the heart of the Nogrok rock god to this place. Fairy's assistant stroked chin and thought, it is true that he brought back the heart of the main ingredient. There are still supplementary materials needed to build the ship. Fairy also reminded him that he still has time. Of course, he knows that Hanzu presented the memory pot, the orange, and the items that other players brought in one by one. Finally, there was Arach's silk. These items are what he used to trade for anyone who wanted to board his ship. Fairy continued to judge him, even though the supplementary items were enough, still poking that the heart of the god is nowhere to be seen. The short-haired guy watched from outside, curious about the mysterious artifact Hanzu's power. After he mentioned that the main ingredient was right behind him, Fairy smiled and let it go. Gather the necessary material, build a ship 500, and did not forget to congratulate him on successfully collecting the material. It even wanted to reward Hanzu being the only one brought back so many materials. Like the other players realized poison had already spread. Fairy, however, was unconcerned and asked everyone about celebrating for Hanzu, but others, seeing death nearby, shouted to Fairy to hurry up and finish the ship for them. Fairy was preferred when others screamed in fear and panic. The materials were gathered, and the luxurious ship appeared above everyone's head. Fairy announced this was the ship they had built from the material. The short-haired guy was amazed by the grandeur of the ship. Hanzu allowed everyone to board and reminded those who needed material come see him. Everyone cheered and rushed to board the ship. Fairy kindly announced that it would be responsible for steering the ship, and everyone did not need to worry about that. Hanzu focused on the ship steering wheel, while Fairy excitedly talked about the estimated arrival time of 3 days and advised everyone to sit down and relax. The ship began to set sail, gliding smoothly over the crimson water. From now on, Fairy would not intervene and was pleased to lead everyone to a safe red zone. The magnificent ship sailed into the red, and Fairy wiped away tears of emotion, feeling that its efforts were not wasted. It urged everyone to try to survive in the coming time. A series of ships appeared on the surface sea. The next phase awaited them ahead. After leaving the guidance area, they faced the first red zone. People on Hanzu's ship watched as the other ship began to descend. They did not know if this was the end of the red zone, as many ships heading in the same direction. Another person was stunned by the majestic sight. Looking at the murky red water flowing below, an ocean created from poison, it looked beautiful yet terrifying. Hanzu stood behind, listening to the two continue chatting. They were feeling grateful for Hanzu giving them a ride. Without him, they might have been stuck on the 4th floor with poison. They looked at Hanzu standing behind them in admiration. He had let everyone on board condition. They were curious about Hanzu's identity because he was a kind-hearted and righteous person. They had no idea he was in danger as all his stats dropped to nearly zero, partly because he had used a special ability in the fight against Kim Long. He had anticipated when he used the Essence Demon Pearl. He looked at some kind of energy in his hand, surprised to have received this during the fight Kim Long. Turns out what you received is Dragon Energy, which is also the first skill you have gained in this life. You used to look down on this skill, but now you can only learn 7 skills, and given the situation, this skill is enough to be your first one. While you are still studying how to use Dragon Energy, someone suddenly yelled, seeming to have seen something. A ship ahead has been sunk, wreckage floating on the surface, and there is even someone trying to cling to a piece of wood to avoid sinking. When seeing Hanzu's ship, someone cries out for help. The short-haired guy realized the person crying for help is the one who and left him on the 4th floor without any materials to build a ship. The person calling for help is desperately pleading for assistance, mentioning something that is still here. Before he can finish, a trident pierces through that guy, blood running down. Pierced guy is lifted into the air, the wound making him writhe in pain. The attacker is a muscular guy with a rough skin tone, seemingly a monster of the human variety. People report the appearance of monsters. Everyone is worried and getting ready to fight. People notice the ship's direction is changing, and someone questions who changed the ship. The short-haired guy looks up at the steering wheel and recognizes the driver. It is Hansu who is steering the wheel to change the ship's direction. He has no idea what will happen next and is considering what to do. The ship suddenly changes course in the toxic sea. Despite the chaos, Hansu steering the ship steadily while everyone on board is fused. The short-haired guy speaks up to stop. He anxiously points at the wreck of the ship, fearing that if they continue in that direction, they might be attacked. Being attacked in this talk, it is likely no one could survive. He does not believe that if the ship is attacked, Kang Hansu could save everyone by himself. To him, that is impossible. Everyone on the ship would die. Kang Hansu suddenly recalls old memories, questioning why he risked life to save others. He must remember his and that of his friend. Kang Hansu purses his lips, sadly reminiscing. The short-haired guy is still trying to convince, saying getting closer to the wreck very dangerous. You need to steer the ship back on the original, but you ignore what he said. Kang Hansu feels something interesting is approaching. It seems they all have come up and not reactly to Hansu's words. Thinks he has changed his mind, turn the ship back, then realizes Hansu means something different. In the midst of confusion, suddenly a hand grabs onto the ship, climbs up. The short-haired guy saw people who had just climbed onto the ship, both of them gasping for breath, relieved to be alive. The short-haired guy, scared, tried to step back. The more people from the sea climbed on deck. They were from the broken ship, and the first one up stabilized his breathing. He angrily accused the short-haired guy. He had heard everything he said earlier, how he wanted to abandon them, and they survived only by swimming as soon as they saw the ship approaching. He resentfully grabbed the guy's collar, wanting to see how he would flail if he was thrown down. He swung a punch, but just as his fist was about to land, something cut across his path. Too surprised, he released the collar of the short-haired guy, causing him to fall hard floor, and the aggressor startled at what was thrown at, a sword now sticking into the ship's deck. The short-haired guy was the one to intervene, stopping everyone continuing their commotion, warning them that something was coming. He successfully made stop fight, but they were confused about what he was referring to. The ship began to sway violently. Someone screamed that it was coming. The monsters were at the bottom of the ship. They were the guards at the entrance to the red zone. That moment, they were also trying to breach the ship's hull, and everyone on board panicked. If it continued, their ship would be sunk. They had to stop them. The problem was how to reach those attacking from a distance. Needed to shoot them from the surface. They needed more firepower since the monsters blocking their attack. The short-haired guy climbed up onto the ship's railing. They did not go down. He would, saying that he immediately jumped the sea, catching everyone off guard. They did not think he was that crazy, and he made contact with the surface of the water. Everyone on the ship was apprehensive about jumping into toxic water without any equipment. They were sure he would die. The short-haired guy sank into the toxic, surrounded by water. The monsters had noted. They all turned to stare at the toxic water in the sea. Could easily be pushed aside with dragon magic, the magical index in the red zone. He could handle it. The monsters began to attack, all rushing towards him at once. The short-haired guy activated power. Dragon magic allowed a person to harness the energy current, and it was a skill that gradually transformed the user's body to be more dragon-like. Skills and legendary items like this were referred to as number 0. Dragon scales began to appear on the short-haired guy's face. The dragon magic truly deserved that title. His hands had become dragon-like. Power of the current overflowing. Could not yet fully utilize its strength. The short-haired guy threw a punch strong enough to pierce through the monster's chest. At that moment, the monster had a deep, gaping hole in its chest. The short-haired guy silently marveled at the penetrating power of dragon magic. He had fought hard to obtain, though he could not waste this ability. The monsters were startled to see their kind easily defeated, and they started to flee. If you let them go, they will just wait for another chance to attack. You can let that happen. You do not have time anymore. You have to eliminate them. Take them down one by one. Power enveloped. The monsters turned back, surrounding you. One charged at you with a trident, and you managed to grab it in time. You swung back at its own weapon. Shoot it apart. The monster's head is gone. You suddenly feel uneasy. The monsters have been completely wiped out. Looking at the holes in the bottom of the ship, you sense that things on the surface are not over yet. You decide to quickly return to the ship. The red seawater is pouring in through the hole, and everyone on the ship is struggling to find a way to seal them. They are ready to attack if they see the monsters appear. Realizing something is coming in through the hole, they start shouting to attack. The sword strikes but is blocked by the trident. It is you entering. You are using the trident you just from the monster. Recognizing you, everyone is shocked to see you return unscathed. You wipe the water from your hair, clearly guessing they thought you would not make after being stunned. They turn on you just as you have made a bigger hole in the ship. They are curious about what you plan to do with the wood. When they see you using it, break the wood in half with your bare hand, leaving everyone speechless. That moment, someone rushes down, urging everyone when they see them gathered in one spot, and they stare in amazement at the scene before them. You are making wooden planks for the hole. They call out to each other to follow your lead and get more wood. You remind everyone that they need more glue to seal the holes tight. They are noised, still in disbelief about what they just witnessed, unable to believe you broke the wood bare hand. Finally, everyone successfully patches up all the holes. Now they need to deal with the toxic water that has accumulated in the ship. You tell them to leave the toxic water alone. It will evaporate. They decide to go outside. They stay too long with the toxic water evaporate. They will inhale the poisonous fume. You lead the way up, and everyone behind you follows. Scrambling up, you breathe a sigh of relief. You have done your best, and the results are pretty good. You have also found something useful to replace your broken weapon, the trident of the turtle monster. This trident is durable enough to withstand toxic water, so you will be fine. Everyone, exhausted after the sudden battle, heard the reminder. They looked ahead. They might see something beautiful. They were confused and did not believe, because all they saw around them was water. Suddenly, they were surprised to see it, and shouted in excitement. They had spotted land. Finally, they had reached the red zone, and they could not not believe they got there so quickly. As if noticing something, the ship did not stop. It was completely automated. The short-haired guy reminded the trip would take 3 days, so it was not time yet. The guy with the glasses spoke up, saying that it was not land. It was the roots of the giant. Everyone was surprised. What kind of tree could be that big? The short-haired guy asked him about the announcement earlier. Was this the beautiful sight he had mentioned before? He told him to keep watching. The real show was about to start. Something rushed toward the moving ship, causing it to shake violently. Everyone on the ship was terrified at the sight of what appeared. A giant monster emerged from the sea, causing the surface of the water to churn violently. A massive column of water shot straight at the guy, making everyone around panic, except for the guy with the glasses, who remained calm. He showed no fear as the monster slowly opened its mouth, revealing thick red water flowing out, whirling the river's water. Sharp teeth glint, reflecting cold light, terrifying everyone. They panicked and shouted, "What the hell is that?" Its yellow eyes flicked, radiating beams of light, golden streaks flowing down, creating a creepy atmosphere. The monster roared, sound echoing throughout the space. Its long, like tongue slithered out, like a snake waiting to strike. People around screamed in horror, running in panic, trying to escape the nightmare unfolding. They ran while shouting in despair, "We are doomed. We are done for." The monster slammed its tongue down, shattering wood pieces on the water's surface. The sea surged higher and more violently than ever, as if the monster wanted to swallow the entire ship. Huge waves crashed against hull, forcing everyone to cling tightly to the railing. Someone screamed in fear, holding on tight. A young guy, looking quite young, told everyone around him that it was not going to eat. As they looked in its direction, they saw it was eating the root tree, and everyone concluded it wanted to eat the roots. The young guy continued, saying that the roots were as big as an island, and at that moment, the guy with the glasses stepped calmly up the stairs. His face was serene. He thought to himself, the ships leaving the training area reach one of the thousands of roots, depending on the chosen path. That creature is called the world swallowing fish, and they named it the Calamity. One of the 5 calamities, wither the world tree. You said creatures living in the red zone. Elfenheim created the world tree using mystical technique, preserved their species from the dangerous environment. Continued, but it could not stop the male calamity and elf. These mutated monsters seem to exist only to destroy the world tree. You were holding the boat troll while blaming yourself for not being able to protect the world tree before, but now you have a duty to fulfill. The boat was moving further away from the monster. You thought silently that it was full, so it would slowly move to the next target. You had start with an easy one in a region far where we originally set off. A young man walked up and asked, "Wait, what were you doing just now?" He was sweating and out of breath like he was about to collapse. "Are you chasing that giant monster? Are you crazy? No matter how strong you are, that monster is on a completely level. This is not right. You need to ask the others if they agree." He responded with a state face radiating beauty, captivate thousands. Though some might disagree, the young man was stunned, and now he realized. He said to you that he could let them off the boat right now. You smiled a friendly smile in response. "I really need to chase that monster, so if anyone wants off, raise your hand, and I will let you off right away." The boat moved to the middle of the sea, and a scream echoed here. The boat stopped next to a tree stump. Everyone around started discussing the world. "What is this tree? Where does the world tree begin?" Everyone around said, "That is it." The announcement appeared. "The world tree is withering." A voice said that they thought this was land. "But is this where the tree starts? It is so big that I can't even tell how far it stretches." King Hansu said, "It is better to go underwater." Right. His words made that young man feel a bit uneasy. "Come on, now let us smile. We have 2 weeks. If we keep going up, we will be safe." That young man turned to ask, "What do you mean 2 weeks? Fairy just told us we need to get to the world tree." A man spoke up, "Are not you going?" The young man was stunned. King Hansu said, "We can't just sit. You need to follow everyone." And that young man replied, "Wait, I will go too." You said, "Hurry up," telling yourself that the anglerfish come to eat these roots 2 weeks. So you thought you needed to find that person. Picked up your weapon and said, "Earlier, could not let anyone use this boat. I need to destroy it right away." After breaking the boat, you said, "They should be seeing the cross soon." That young man turned back to see what you were doing. He thought you seemed to be saying and wondered if you were not heading this way. The young man walked while thinking that you were quite unpredictable, but he felt extremely reassured by his side. The mature man exclaimed, "Wait, that thing." Cross appeared before everyone. "Is it the cross?" A young man spoke up. "It must have been made by someone. Let us head that way." The young man replied, "Hold on. If someone made it, be a trap. It is really dangerous if we all go together. How about we send a small group instead? After all, none of us belong to any guild." The young man continued, "You can go in pairs to scout the area." Thought to himself, this is why cautious people are paying. Voice rang out, "It might be better for survival, but it is so annoying." Everyone around yelled, "Someone." They looked up at the cliff and saw 3 standing on it. The man with dark hair said, "You are the only one being sorted out before they misunderstand." Then, Blonde jumped down. A loud explosion occurred, and everyone around gasped. Blonde guy looked at a pile and said, "Let us." 148 people remarked, "I am surprised so many from the guild survived." They replied, "I belong to the Vankiri guild, part of the support group." The blonde guy named Aaron Pat is a member of the Vankiri support group. "We are basically your new savior." A young man spoke up. "What does he mean by that?" He explained, "As you know, according to the guide, those fairies do not interfere or give any direction." Continued, "They are watching us from somewhere. They want to intervene, so just stick with us." People debate, "Is that really okay? They are not too many. We might be able to take them down." A man hearing this scoffed, saying that makes it sound like they will follow us. On the other side, the dark-haired man himself, "I am Big Man from the support group, and this is Pam Parrot. Let me explain clearly." He began to explain that he and they are the helpers who received orders for the travelers from the guidance area, to which Aaron Pat responded, "That is what I am saying." Everyone asked, "So who gave the order?" They replied, "Ours Valent, the sovereign of our Vankiri guild. She left the helper here 20 years ago when she went to the Orange region." Pam Paris continued explaining. "She said she finds it hard to believe, but she and they are here to help you adapt to the Red region. They said this is the last easy, quite far from the world, so everyone will need our help." Everyone around was discussing. They have no ill intent. In the worst case scenario, we are more numerous, so people thought it should be fine. This Big Min Chun said to Aaron Pat. The young man spoke up, "Okay, we will follow you." The other 2 responded and cried, "What did you say?" The 2 started arguing with each other, making the young man very awkward. Pam Paris spoke up, "Enough already. Let us not waste any more time. We have a responsibility, Phil. Now let us guide them." Aaron Pat lied. He told them not to underestimate. The young man was worried when he heard them say that 30,000 people had been held here for years. They did not want to die. They better behave. Aaron Pat thought to himself, "Those rooks." Just hearing that number made them turned pale. The more they knew, they would realize there were creatures whose names alone terrified. The red zone had its own rule, and no one was allowed to mess with the rook. The guy turned and said, "What is that noise?" Wondering if someone was fighting over there. Aaron Patz reminded him not to pay attention to it, and moving. A loud bang. It sounded like people were fighting over there. Aaron Patz was stunned. No one here could handle anyone yet. Rizza Valentine replied, "Wait a minute, that skill looked familiar. Why is that woman fighting?" Aaron Patz responded, "Come on, an Asian woman." The explosion was intense, and the woman was attacked fiercely. "Why is she attacked?" She shouted. "Shut up." She told him she just finished tutorial and did not know where this place was. Yet here he was, dare to talk nonsense. Sophia and Aaron looked at a ruined beach and whispered, "Finally, someone had come here." Glasses, the image of a creature that was a disaster. Her face fell. She wondered if she still had the right to avenge her parents. She fell into a state of fusion. She looked at and thought this was for both her brother. The person above would also be dragged, saying that she would end everything. She silently cried out, "Master." She thought about how people looked at the one who killed the disaster and went insane. No one dared to risk their lives, kill a monster bigger than a mountain. She told herself that maybe the ship failed. Every effort after, a muscular guy with a six-pack appeared. He asked, "Are you Sophia Vera?" She turned around in shock. "What? How did you know she was here?" The muscular guy was Kang Han-soo. Thought he could not see her exact stat, but in her, it seemed like she had just arrived in the red zone. She did not seem to have any proper weapons or gear. Coldly told her that he wanted to discuss the disaster. Hearing that, she froze for a few seconds. Told her to talk. He needed her help. She replied that she had never seen him before. She asked if he was quadrant. He smiled and nodded. She seemed hesitant, trying to apply Kang's advice. As he continued that this would benefit her as well, she was shocked to hear that. She had been very worried because she was afraid of being brought here. Right. He loudly said that if he and she could kill the disaster, brother's chances of survival would increase. "You did not even finish your sentence about disaster," when she was ready to attack, shouting that you do not know any. "Your grandparent, you escaped." She gritted her teeth in anger and turned to say two words. "Damn it." Your face was filled with astonishment. Girl. A loud bang occurred, and as she raised her fist to hit, you dodged just in time. The two of you have been struggling back and forth. You hit her on the shoulder and said, "Let us talk." She almost fell over watching, intending to use magic to attack, saying, "You dare." Then she shouted, "Are you kidding me?" She created a magical barrier. You were bewildered, saying she had not used it yet. Then thought to yourself that you must have really angered. She used magical ice gem to trap small ice shard falling on, and you told yourself you were not skilled enough yet. So you unleashed your spell out of you thought it would be a heavy burden, but it was worth the risk. So you used your magic, a flame that grew hotter. Your whole body was on fire, transforming into your level 1 beast. Hundreds of sharp ice images sprouting up on this side. She said, "The ice gem spell is not just freezing anything. You want to be able to escape my attack. Can even freeze the air." She shouted that she was sure you would not die, so she needed information from you. Voice rang out. Sorry. She was shocked by the situation. The ice blocks slowly shattered. You appeared and said she was not the only one with power. You raised your hand. Your sharp black nails were very solid. One hard hit. All the ice blocks shattered before her scream. She said you messed up her ice gem, a transformation skill, a technique that could only be obtained in the tutorial zone. How thick was your protective barrier? She screamed. No way. She could not lose. She recalled the warnings from others that if she did not follow them right now, she would be left behind. She intended to waste time on something like a disaster, something that could not kill. She screamed. She continued to use magic, shouting that it could not be. Thousands of small pieces of paper fell. She enchanted the spell from the alley. Using freezing magic, a statue emerged from the bush. She yelled at you that she would not stay just to be looked down upon by someone like you. She attacked you directly. You got ready. A handful of light destroyed that power. Due to exhausting too much energy, you returned to your old form, standing up and asking if she wanted to continue. She screamed in despair. It was point. You asked her why she backed off. Is that it? Deep down you knew you could keep going. She replied, "Do you think I am an idiot? The special form of the person is not even perfect." She said that there are three factors that determine the rank of a technique. First is the value of expansion and amplification of the case. The second is the effect strength of the mana barrier. Third is its special minor ability. Depending on the special ability technique has, its strength and usage can change significantly. She thought to herself. She intended to push him to the brink of death, seeing him endure her attacks without a scratch. His technique had already reached top-tier status by red zone standard. Without needing to probe further, she turned to him and said that she understood him well. But how did he plan to kill the fish at the eagle? She said that people give up after swallowing over 1,000. Do you know what it means? Fight a monster that can swallow an entire ship. It is considered more of a natural disaster than a monster. She regretted he still had fools who worshipped that monster. She was tired of fighting alone. He should leave before he ended up like her. It would be a waste of effort. He calmly said, if he thought it was easy, he would not have come to her. He said to help. He already had a plan. She replied indifferently, "It seems you are mistaken. I have no intention of continuing." She said this was the 14th time she had deliberately tried to kill the fish at the eagle. Voice came from behind. "Are you giving up?" She turned around and replied, "No matter what the speak, I won't fight anymore." Sophia Varang was the one who stood up against fish at the eagle. Parents were swallowed right before her eye, and she continued to challenge it. First time she was chased away by others. The second time she was beaten bad. The third and fourth times she also failed. And the 10th time was the same. A meaningless number if it was not successful. Continued. Maybe she had not been successful, but she survived after being swallowed 13 times. Without him, she would fail again. But now he was here. He said he would help kill the eagle. She said your words are like a light illuminating her life. She unconsciously remembered her sister's words. You do not have to come. I know you can do it. Just trust me. She still wondering why he was so determined to catch him. He turned his face away. Just wanting to save 1 billion lives. She responded. What? He said back. Maybe about 1/5 of 1 billion. She was confused and frozen in place. She said he was crazier than the crazy one. A man was eavesdropping on their conversation, wondering what all the commotion was about. She said, if you and I get dragged in, it would be very troublesome. He was about to stand up when a jabbed in leg. He yelled, no way. He then asked, are you going to leave without asking any? Turns out it was Aaron. Aaron thought to himself, how did he recognize my presence? She exclaimed, hey Aaron, what are you doing here? He smirked and said, nice to meet Sophia. You looked at Aaron. He has been here this whole time. Can you show us the way? The sun is starting to set. The remaining lights started to flicker, revealing a large cross wrapped tightly wound red cloth in the corner of the sky. At this moment, group traveling with Kang Han-soo had also arrived. Ankiri gathering. The short guy in the long coat around at at the bustling crowd. Surprised by how many people there were, Baek Min-chul turned to explain. The refugees from the end of the path moving. The disaster eats up. We have to relocate immediately, so we need to minimize this as much as possible. Then he turned completely around. They will briefly introduce everyone at the community center and help everyone settle in the town above. Is everyone hungry? Crowd cheered when they saw the food placed on the table. Wow. We finally have real food. This is amazing. Chubby chef pointed at the mushy pile on the plate on the table, holding a pair of choppers, her mouth full of food, smiling brightly. Well, I heard you guys were coming, so I whipped freshest dish. The short guy pointed at panic on his face. Oh my, what is this? I heard there was food, but this is, do you want us to eat this weird stuff? The chubby woman laughed heartily. Everyone here eat. It is packed with all the necessary nutrients. You want something else? Ask those people over there. Gruesome scene is unfolding before their eyes. I wonder what those people are eating that is making them everywhere, throwing up green and yellow bile. The chubby woman continued. I warned them about the toxicity of those monsters in that area. Everyone fell silent, sweating, unsure if after eating they would lose their souls or go get boxed meals to reunite their ancestors soon. They were too hungry to hold back. Wide-eyed, they tried to shove it into their mouth. This is so strange. Chubby woman crossed her arms, smiling. After you finish eating, I will hand out death machines for harvesting. Baek Min-chul turned to leave. The rest, I will let you manage yourself. The chubby woman replied. Don't worry, just leave it to me. After walking a few, he noticed Sophia was walking with a pale-faced guy and wondered who that was. Min-chul entered, said, when did you come back? I saw you brought someone you just fought. What are you doing? Aaron was busy mending clothes while grinning. What is it to you? I am fixing my out. He was surprised. How did you end up like? Aaron shouted loud, looking furious while holding the sewing needle. That crazy guy just fought with Sophia. Min-chun shot a contemptuous, pathetic guy. I thought you said you were just going to scout and would not get caught. Aaron sighed. What about the other? Min-chun looked out, casually replied. Well, it is pretty much the same. They are much stronger than last. The red zone is even harsher. People going in there are tough, and this group has quite a few talented individuals. If it were not for the calamity, any group would have many people like that. The adventurers need time to adapt terrain. They have to live close to the center because the calamity fish devours the outskirts. The gods know that and adjust the of the challenge to bring in stronger. But Aaron muttered, no one is as crazy as that guy. He rolled his eyes while glancing at Min-chun. Sophia Vera, someone from the guides who might be able to take her on. Rumors have probably spread, so he will show up soon enough. In the distance, there was the sound of a man standing on the ledge, searching for something. Then he flashed a devilish smile. He had found his direction along with his blood-red eye. There was a red mark chime, clearly showing his arrogance and cruelty. Back at the Vankiri Guild, Sophia approached Hansel. Did you get the extraction device yet? Without it, you won't survive. Hearing that, you asked, where are you going? Sophia cried, yelled back, I have something to take care of. She handed you the out, grabbed it in a hurry, so it is better than wearing nothing. I still feel bad for attack. Take, we will work together. While checking the out, she turned red all over. Wait, I did not mean to suggest you change clothes here. She yelled while trying to cover up, but still revealed a bit to mind. Pointed out her overreaction. After all, Min was not wearing a shirt either. Casually replied, of course not. I am just checking the size. Thanks. Sophia said as she regained her composure. I just did not want to see you in your underwear. Before we go, we need to stop by this place first. Flag with a yellow flame here marks the Assistant Support Center. Adventurers who are not advancing to the next area. This place is set up to help those with families who are arriving. One of the areas left behind by Riz Valen. Sophia called for you to wait out. The girl with the bobbed hair saw her coming and cheerfully greeted her. Sophia, it has been a while since you stopped by. Sophia turned to look at Min as she spoke. Hello, can I check the list of the new adventure and the items I left? Girl happily opened the system check panel. Court, you are a guest. Please wait a moment. The Assistant Support Center not only helps newcomers, but also offers additional services for those who contribute a lot. Here's the list we need to find. The girl noted and placed it on the table in front of Sophia. This is the list of those who were just rescued near the tree fork. If we want to check another fork, it will take another 2 days. She said she would be back. Sophia looked silently pondering. Are they still not in this world? I need to focus on the calamari. Seeing no movement, I immediately called out. If you are done, let us discuss the plan. She was startled and turned back. Yeah, I have also finished change. Juan said. We have 13 days and 18 hours left. Not much time, so we need to start right away. Sophia sprayed the glue, overwhelmed by Men's charming look. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she could not help comment on how well he suited her. So what is your plan? You said serious. It is simple. Just lead me inside, and I will use a special weapon. Point. As soon as Men finished speaking, a moment of silence passed. Sophia's usual. Is that it? What kind of plan is that? That is a bit disappointing. She asked immediately. Is something wrong? Her expression changed. It is, but it is a bit odd. Oh my. Should I give up? She reminded herself that she could not kill it from the outside. But it is not that simple. Men replied. Don't worry. We can build a ship. Hearing this, Sophia asked, have you prepared the ship? I have a 30-seater. You looked at her. 30 seats are not enough. We will use my ship. I have a 500-seater. Hearing this, she was shocked. What? You left it parked outside. You said nonchalant. I am not a noob. You will see when we get there. She was puzzled. You are a noob, right? I mean, you just got here, right? You reassured her. Just consider that I have special power. We have the ship now. We just need to gather material. Let us split up. If you trust, everything will go smoothly. Men's words startled at his determined eye. The image of a blonde figure beside Men reminded her of her mask. She fell silent and decided to trust, smiling as she said, I will go gather materials. Don't back down now. Do not forget this. Men reached out to take Sophia's eye. Your weapon is about to break. This is better than your try. Do not refuse. Men took the exquisitely crafted double axe, studying it close, and thought to himself, this was from when she taught him how to survive. You recalled the moment in your past life when Sophia handed it to you. This is the first weapon I give you as your mask. Please accept. Some things never change, whether in a past life or now. After thinking about that, you strap the weapon on your back. Sophia looked at the system board, found the necessary material. Calamari. Men nodded. I know. It is Vietnamese. How did you know that? Do you have sight ability? You replied. Yeah, I can visualize all the information. She tilted her head, looking at you with a scrutinizing gaze. Men smiled and turned back. Then I will head to the outskirts. Are you ready? Sophia confidently smiled back, thinking she would solve this one for all. Sophia ran with all her might, thinking about creating the poison, take down the calamari. We need to gather enough necessary material. Distract the Abon's S. I have to lure it out of the net. While I was running, I heard a strange noise. Someone from afar fired a wet green blast coming towards. Sophia turned turned around, flew up, and cast a spell to block the strange attack. She landed and yelled at the person in front of her. "What are you doing?" Yangasu grinned provocatively, his hand constantly controlling the green light around. "Sophia, you look as stunning as ever. Wanna hang out?" She was angry. "Law, you jerk. Are you here to commit suicide? I am too busy to deal with someone as troublesome as you. Go away. Goodness sake." Despite this, he remained unfazed and even got excited in a creepy way. "Are we that close? Come on. That is part of your charm." Teammate returned with me from the belly of a curse. He said this while pulling a golden chain from around his neck, turning it into a weapon and advancing towards her. "I hate those who fight without knowing their limits." Saying this, he wielded his weapon, sending green blasts like lightning towards her, one hand casting a spell and the other holding a earring in her hand. Sophia created a magic circle with full sword energy striking down. To block his attack, a large full sword energy flew straight toward Gas. He was lucky to dodge, losing just a few strands of hair and getting a minor injury on his face. Sophia frowned, warning him as well as echoing his earlier, "I hate those who do not know their limit." He smiled in a creepy way, wiping sweat from his forehead. Senza can't avoid it now. At this moment, Sophia's sword energy continued to rush toward, and he quickly used his hand to pull down the cloth, revealing his third eye. She was startled, allowing the sword energy to stop right in front of Gasu. Arrogantly looked at the sword energy hanging in front of him. "Haha, that was quick." Giant Gasu laughed arrogantly, brushing the cloth from his head. "Haha, you know about this eye, right? The Watcher is monitoring. Think I would attack without a backup plan? We have an entire organization behind. I do not just have the Watcher. There is something related to you as well. It will be very troublesome if you get involved." Sophia gritted. He glared at the all-seeing eye of the jealous one. "He has a truly annoying skill." Seeing her, he changed his tone. "Just as I thought. You are quite smart. Sophia, you know I do not mean any harm, right? I just want to see if your skills have dulled since I heard you lost to a rook. Your sharpness is still the same as before. Perhaps the rumors are just exaggerated." She did not want to hear him brag anymore, and turned away. "Not your business. I am done with light work. Get lost." Upon hearing this, he stopped smiling. His face turned curious as he cloth covering his third eye. "Don't worry. I will know right after I find out something. I need to know more about that rookie you fought. Where is he?" She snapped, turning around to yell at, "I have no intention of telling you. I knew it would be like this." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed her hand. "So I will use my investigative skill. Thank you for your cooperation." And suddenly he was pushed back. "Since when did you learn that skill?" "Poor block it tried. But you are still too soft-hearted." Your face darkening as you are about to lose patience with this jerk. "You should have died in the belly of that stingray fish that day." He jumped away her. "Too cold. But I am not wrong. You." Cruel Gasu smiling at, with three red eyes staring at. "You should have joined Quadrat when I gave you the chance. You were the one acting foolish." Sophia. "Quadratus is a disaster threatening the ecosystem of the Red Area. Quadratus organization turns fear into serving for disaster. They do not care if these disasters lead humanity to extinction." After hearing him jump back to the organization, she said, "Enough. Joining an organization like that." She angrily continued to scold. "Sacrificing people under pretense of showcasing the power of disaster, then selling the remains of the dead. Are you even human? Do you know how many people have been deceived by your lies?" She thought of the innocent who listened to his words. "Coming food for monsters." She continued, promising they would be safely nurtured by the upplate, only to end up in the belly of stingray fish. The Gasu showed a face that did not care and asked, "So what?" He sighed and smiled. "I am just making money with my ability, participating in religious ceremony in the meantime." Saying that, proudly mocked, "Only fools believe in it. They are the real idiots. They want to live long. They should be great for living in the beautiful the stingray fish's belly, even if just for a short time." That moment, Sophia's expression was filled with intense emotion. He still smiled and reminded, "I hope you will wake up soon. Maybe you will realize it again after a while. See you later." After saying that, he fell immediately. Startling her, he ran really fast. "Giant Gasu, if I had known that you would change like this that day, from an ordinary person to a cruel human, completely changed after dying in the belly of the stingray fish that day. If I chase after him right now," she thought about and suddenly remembered Kang Hanzu's warning. "Do not worry about, do not focus on anything else. Just focus on gathering material." She recalled her hesitant expression about whether to go or not. Then she decided to continue with her own business. "Sorry, but I will need your help with this." Over here among the red soil, someone was running desk. Turned out Kang Han. He was running while looking around for something. The necessary item to kill the stingray fish is the preliminary solution. Crystallizing the knowledge of the source is the perfect poison to confront the stingray fish. Suddenly he saw something and ran over, jumping into a cave. "First, one of the components will serve as the foundation. I need to get the heart of Kukunja. Find Kunja. I need to locate a deep valley between the middle and the end. Perhaps cave where Kukunja hides. Avoiding the stingray fish near the end. Hitting the cave silent in the end and nesting inside." You looked cave and nodded. "You found it." You stepped slowly into the strange purple water, walking and resting, while the other components of the solution were looking for each target. "Finding Kukunja is hard to get in the end, so we would better go find it. The water you were walking on suddenly had strong rip. It is coming." Hangsu reached back for his weapon and used his ultimate technique. The energy grew strong, the weapon transformed, and you felt like a small lightning bolt was ready to fire. The enhanced magic plant. Purple water in the cave began to boil, and the Kukunja suddenly emerged from the water. Without any unnecessary move, Hangsu charged at the Kukunja, delivering a merciless downward strike. One of them fell in agony. Continuing, you jumped up, chopping down each one without stop, making sure none escaped, and you landed looking at the axe in this state of water. "It seems like the weapon's strong magic won't last long. I need to attack while adjusting until I have a suitable weapon." While Kukunja is playing sneak attack from behind while Men is distracted, but with sharp left, you noticed and threw the axe Kukunja's head with a thud. Kukunja fell, and another one with horns rushed in without knowing if it would live or die. Little did they know, Men was rolling the axe above the one from earlier that had lit up. Once again, the axe struck the horned one and flew back to Men. The remaining Kukunja, seeing they could not fight one-on-one, decided to swarm together, surrounding Men as they charged forward, their tails propelling them to leap straight at Men. Each one opened its mouth, tried to bite down from above. Seeing that, Men jumped up and gave them a few, striking through them one after another with just the axe. As Men landed, Kukunja fell like ripe fruit, one by one, dropping down behind Men. You did not think about the ones you just defeated being young Kukunja. The adult ones must be somewhere. Should I kill more? The red gems from the monsters remain. continuously using skills, so you were running low on stamina and magic. For now, let us gather the gem, them up and absorb, then look deep into the tree root. Damn, tree trunks flew straight at men like a storm, forcing you to brace yourself and dodge. You frowned at the situation, then swung the axe wild, causing it to splash more. Realizing you had used it too hastily while they were weak, Giangus, hands in his pocket, slowly approached men. Can you stop? He revealed his true face along with 3 eyes in front of men and said joyfully, I was going to stop if you died, but you are better than I thought. I do not mean to fight. Just testing you. Do not get mad. I am here to make pose. Hanzu tightly gripped weapon. Wary of this scoundrel. Continue. Come to V Tradus. Someone has their eyes on you. Your expression had turned serious. He said this was a good offer for you, so just follow along. Before he could finish, men delivered a warning slash. Everyone. He was stunned, eyes wide open, nodding to almost hit his grandparent. Men had pulled back, so he only lost a bit of hair. He held V'd up. You want to die? He looked at him seriously with cold eye, ready for him to feel the chill from the blade. While Jiang Gerso, thinking he was showing off his martial art, got hit hard, yelled out loud, this unstable punk, a newbie like you dares to attack while your grandpa is talking. You think just because you finished Hori, you can swagger and attack your grandpa without a hint of fear. Maybe that big guy like, but I do not. Before he could finish, Kang Hansu splashed cold water on, saying that he refused the offer. Thought was fucking great. Thought again about that cult that worships those wild beasts. Yacht Raider. He knew well the threats they posed, but the most dangerous thing was their insane activity. Those lunatics nurtured disaster. The guests that appeared in this red land gradually lost steam, began to act, and the main job of these crazies was to observe the unfortunate being torn apart by those wild fish. The more brutal and vicious the act, the more money those lunatics made. He silently promised himself he would deal with that unstable mental organization as soon as possible, and he would send each one of them to the altar to watch the chicken. Wrapping up his thought, coldly responded to Jiang Jai that his business had nothing to do with it. A useless punk like him had no reason for him to listen. When he heard him disdainfully hero like out, he exploded in anger like a hen in labor. He squawked, asking what the hell he was talking about, but right after that calmed down, smiled with a weird voice, and put aside his manly dress to say that he would personally take care of it. Then he thought again, he had to bring him back crazy, or they would go ballistic on whether he liked it or not. He knew he still had to take him back. However, a few broken ribs or losing 1 or 2 limbs probably be fine. He spoke while revealing the twisted expression of a sick. Could not be more deranged. The more he smiled, a genuinely handsome smile that outshone everyone else, the more he told him that and he were quite compatible. Like 49 meeting, he also really needed information. He told him that if he also broke a few ribs or lost 1 or 2 limbs, still bark out the information he needed. Hearing this, he could no longer hold back. Fresh immediately pulled out a weapon, swung it at, and said he would see how long his mouth could spew blood. Green rope shot out at the speed of light, quickly advancing toward you. Leaned to one side and that guy's expression, but he laughed creepily and said, you are just a stupid jerk. Immediately, the rope had touched your shoulder. A wound appeared on your right shoulder, and drops of blood splattered everywhere. That moment, he asked if you wanted to talk to him yet. However, in his heart, he thought he had deliberately struck unexpectedly at your arm. For some reason, his slash was too shallow to do, or maybe he just did not have enough strength. He was not sure. After that, proclaimed that if he tortured you into it, you would lose your value, and he comforted you not to worry about that, because he would finish it. Right then, you pressed your hand against the wound to stop the bleeding. You also agreed and said that maybe you had underestimated and been too arrogant, and that you two had never fought before. Jiang Jiexu then leaned in and asked, you were injured in the brain, or if your head ground. He then pulled the rope once more and shouted excitedly that you just needed to fall flat on the ground after his rope whip. But life is not a dream, and maybe this time, he was the one with the mental problem. Just as he finished that ridiculous line, you dealt him a painful punch to the stomach. He no longer mumbled, but only spit out his food. With that power, he was sent flying a distance away. But with his stubborn will, he still managed to sit up, not giving him a moment. You prepared to unleash a hammer strike stronger than Thor's front, but you still gave him a chance. As long as he cooperated, provided the information you need, maybe he could breathe a little longer in this world. Right now, he was extremely furious, cursing your ancestors. He was scared and thought that even with his bright eye, he still could not see your attack. He wondered if he was really fighting someone an invisible level. He grinned maliciously and told you not to be too self-satisfied. Just because you could hit him, it was only because he had intentionally let you touch him once. Before he finished his sentence, you took your stance and challenged, saying that a dog like him would not faceplant in the ground. You landed another blow. That moment, 5 orb appeared in your hand. Seeing this, could not help but be furious, thinking that with just a slight change, he did not expect you to increase your skill power. But life is not a dream. The truth always slaps idiots like him in the face. You also let him know that stats are not everything. As long as you have strength, a dozen guys like him would still be on the ground. As soon as you finished speaking, you threw the hammer in your hand at him. He let out a shriek and then collapsed to the ground. You seemed happy, and is he about to cry already? With just that moment, he just woke up, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking there is no way you could be that strong. Right after that, he charged at you like a moth-drawn flame. At this point, the rope in his hand had turned into a long sword. You were not foolish enough to just stand there and take. A secret technique was activated by you on the ring with your bare hand. He thought with his superhuman skill, swing would tear everything in its path, including your hand. As the sword swung toward your neck, the overwhelming power of the Numaha ring began to activate. He still did not realize what happened, feeling smug that he would win, but with just your bare hand, completely stopped his attack. Crack! The sound of the sword shattering he seemed unable to believe his own eyes. His sword, his great sword, had shattered. His strike was halted by you with just your bare hand. Could not help think that even decoders break such high mana. Before he could regain his composure from that shocking moment, you stepped forward and grabbed his collar. The slam. You knocked him down, and blood gushed from his mouth like bright red syrup. This moment told him to stop tending, because you had really restrained yourself when delivering that blow. You moved closer and grabbed his shirt to lift him up, but he raised his hand to grab your arm. You also praised his luck. He used a defensive skill called John Ziji to shield himself from your attack. That skill severely removed, though he usually did not want to use, but this time it saved his life. He had no other choice. He wanted to escape troll. He had to do something. While he was still thinking, you gave him a physical smack face. His face contorted from your hit. This moment, panic, unable to believe you could break through his defense. Following that, an action-packed scene unfolded as you executed your move. You sat on, landing punches without missing a beat. His once proud face was now bruised and twisted just like his rotten personality. He screamed at you that he would reveal everything you wanted to know. He said he had no other choice, his biz not going well, and he was just a pawn, a dog that obeyed orders. He believed he was a good person. He had not harmed anyone. If you let him go, he will give you the skill, and he will tell you who ordered to take you away. But at this point, you do not have much patience left. Everything he says is just unnecessary. Immediately, another punch came crashing into his face. You let him know he is just a nuisance.